now, it's time for the Melee Madness podcast. James and Kay, your podcast sucks ass.
Whoa, it does. It sucks so much ass. It's our specialty. Welcome, everyone, to another episode of the Melee Madness podcast. Hey, I'm Melee James.
I'm Melee K, and
my God.
y'all are spreading a lot of fake news about me. I'll just say that much.
What do you mean?
There's a lot of fake news being spread about me, and it's got spread way too far today. Too many people know about this fake news about me.
Yes, Kay, we all know that you're not happy with your Metacritic score on your fan fiction, okay? It's fine. It will bounce back up.
They score it on Metacritic? What?
You should know. You've been ripping your hair out screaming about it all day long. What is wrong with you? You got nothing else done. You were just crying on TikTok and you were threatening to, go downtown and do some horrible things to some horrible people. But that's fine because I wrangled you back in here and boy, do we got a show for you guys today. Oh my God, do we have some news. We have so much gaming news. We have so much gaming to do. We have a great anything goes. Every single category today is great, and we're going to get into it. Some of the news you've already heard, and we're going to give our own little lemony twist to it, a little nice zesty twist to it. And some of it, I don't think anyone knows. So what the fuck?
We are looking at how to pronounce this Japanese name.
JD tipped $50 in celebration with America in its glorious election. Show us your tits, James, it's what the people want.
No!
Song request Village People YMCA. Show us your Trump moves.
Oh, let's do it, okay. All right, fine. Fine, oh my God.
Thank you so much.
Oh
my God.
Oh my God. You know what? That came back around. Thank you so much, JD. Jonathan Davis. Oh my goodness. Look at you. Look at you. That's amazing. That's fucking incredible. Are you telling me that we get to unlock the power of Bear Force 1 with the power of the village people? Bliss has already got the bears. Jonathan Davis is saying, let's go. Let's fucking do it. We need a mascot. We need some text here. Okay, let's see.
Wait, what message did it censor, JD? What? The let's go or the other part? Something else.
All right.
YouTube's cringe, man. Why is it censoring everything?
This goes out to...
Oh, really? Wow.
What did it
censoring certain leaders of certain countries.
Oh, really? Well, they're not going to like this podcast very much because I'm going to present to you all...
Why? It's literally the president coming up. Are you serious?
Well, they're not going to like...
And former president, too.
That's true. That's true. But you know what? I don't think they're going to like the podcast very much. Thank you so much, Jonathan Davis. This one is for the people. I give you all in celebration, not the Bear Force one, not today. Today, it is the Crystal Force one, everyone. We are unlocking the power of crystals. We're going to take all of our enemies and we're going to shove them into that crystal. They absolutely deserve it. And what better mascot? What better mascot? Hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. I got a mascot for you. The best. We got a special representative here for Jonathan Davis. He flew in special and he got a picture just for us that I'm going to bring up on the screen once I can find it. Give me some time. I'm doing this on the fly here.
Well, let me read some chat here. JB's doing the Vulcan Gang. Is that what it's called?
For life!
It's been like 50 times I've said it.
For life.
Insidious Bliss is here saying howdy. Howdy to you, Insidious. JD saying hail, hail, and thank you once again for what is going to be beautiful. I'm excited. Amin Ra says moo. Moo to you, Amin Ra.
There
and
he
says
is.
10 out of 10 on Kay's fan. It's Idorine fan fiction, bro.
Kay, it's
Where
fine.
did this come from?
In the new America, it's a great America, and you can write all the fan fiction you want, Kay. But our enemies aren't going to be so lucky. No, they're not. But while we're gaming in Halo, that's right, we're going to make Halo great again. they're also going to be getting into the crystals. All of our enemies, if you're working at Bungie, if you're working at Blizzard, or especially if you're working at Bioware, where you have to go in the crystal because I want to play Halo again. It's so perfect. It's so true. Thank you so much, Jonathan Davis. And let's do it. Let's get nice and shirtless and celebrate this special occasion. First, Melee Madness podcast in the new era of America. And what better song is there? Let's pump up the jams and let's do it, everyone. 3, 2, 1, go. Here we go. Bentley guy! Wait! Hold the phone! We have a queue! There's a queue! There's a queue! Bentley guy,
Oh my
78
God.
came in for 50. And he said, along with James's tits, let's hear about Gengar's The Office fan art of Earthworm Jim. I was informed of a lot of things today, especially of Princess What's-Her-Name. What happened with Princess What's-Her-Name?
What's her name?
What's her name?
Is this the bait again? Are you guys trying to bait me into knowing Office
her name?
characters again? I'm not going to fall for this.
What's her name, Kay? Tell us.
I don't know. I don't know. I know nothing. I don't have OTPs, whatever that means. I learned terms today, too.
Oh, my God. Oh, yeah.
I don't know what they mean.
I still don't know what that means. I thought that was like a female wrestler that drinks beer and had big tits or something. What was her name?
One true pairing, something? I don't know, man. I'm old for this shit, clearly.
All right.
Thank you so much, Bentley guy.
Well, we're going to get to Bentley Guys.
and
dance.
it's purple for Gengar. Look at that.
It's beautiful. Thank you so much, Bentley Guy.
Thank
you
you.
so much, Jonathan Davis. Everyone, I hope you're having a good... Where's my fucking cursor? Oh, my God.
What
My
happened to
cursor
you?
got
Oh my
afraid
God.
of getting in the crystal. Everyone, thank you all so much. Also, I want to say thank you to Jules817, Bonehead Wolf, Big Kyle, ZX99 for subscribing, and Insidious Bliss today for gifting us Space Marine 2. Good Lord, man. Thank you so much. I can't wait to mass murder. Who do we mass murder in that one? In the first one, we mass murdered orcs. I'm not even sure. Oh, Xenos, I think, in this one. I'm just a fan of mass murdering. So thank you so much, Insidious Bliss. But we got a queue of music, everyone. We got a special day. It's a special day. Fuck video game news because Trump is president. So let's get to the dancing. We got 2 dances. First up for Jonathan Davis. Let's hit it. Oh, yeah. Crank it up. Everyone do it. It's the best week ever, Jonathan. It's the best week ever. Do those moves.
Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, 'cause you're in a new town. There's no need to
Contact
be
Ice.
unhappy.
Tom getting out of here.
Young man,
Hello, Ice.
there's a place
We
you
have a
can
monkey
go.
on the
I
loose.
said, young man,
Get him out of here.
when
Take
you're
his
short
monkey
on
coat.
your dough, you can stay there. And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel.
In our new America,
Young man,
we only have a place for the bears, not the monkeys. The monkeys, you gotta get out of here.
I said, young man, you can make real your dreams, but you got to know this one thing. No man does it all by himself. I said, young man, put your pride on the shelf and just go there to the YMCA. I'm sure they can help you today. It's fun to stay at the YMCA.
fists are pumping.
If I were alive, I felt the whole world was so tired. That's when someone came up to me and said,
right
"Young
away.
man, take a
Jonathan
walk
Davis.
up the street.
Wayne's
It's
got his
a
drink.
place
Family
there
Guy.
called the YMCA. They can't
All
stop
about
you back on your way. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA.
You better be dancing at home. This victory is all because of you. I'm a Canadian, I can't do shit. Except for dance.
It's fun to stay at the YMCA.
We're gonna get them with crystals, everybody.
There's no need to feel down. Young man,
Every enemy.
step off the ground.
Every single one, just get them in there. Oh, you gotta shove them in, folks. I'm gonna be sending out so many crystals. The best crystals. Oh my god, and we're gonna play Halo again. We're gonna have Mass Effect great again. We're gonna make video games great again. Anything is possible in the new America. If you can dream it, it will come true. If a McDonald's worker can become president, we can take back gaming. Damn it! Discord!
You wanna be
Discord! Discord's trying to stop us.
You'll find it at the YMCA. No man, young man, does it all by himself. Young man, put your pride on the shelf.
Gaming is so back!
YMCA. And just go to the YMCA.
Yes!
Young man,
We're back!
I was once
We've won!
confused.
It's all thanks to you people! All you lovely people. Shout out to the Amish. Shout out to the Bears. Shout out to our enemies who are now crystallized. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Jonathan Davis, for unlocking the power of the crystal. Kay, are you concerned with the show getting too political? We get tips. You can't help it. You can't help it.
I don't care. It's
You can't
fine.
help it. How's it going?
I'm not worried. Are you guys good? We're
No
good.
one's
There
worried.
you go.
We're having a great
No
time.
one's worried. I'm good. I don't give a shit.
We got Jody G198 saying, James, first live stream and I see this. Yes! Total Amish takeover, everyone. Total crystal domination. Oh my god. And the music doesn't end there. The music doesn't end there. What are politics? I don't fucking know. All I know is that we're winning. All I know is that we're winning. And that Bentley, oh my god, did I pop my ear? I was so excited. No, it's fine. It's fine. It still works, kinda. Bentley guy 78 came in as well. And he said, along with James's tits, let's hear about the Gengar office fan art of Earthworm Jim. I was informed of a lot of things today, especially a princess, what's her name. So I gotta alter this. I gotta alter this right now. Oh my god, Trump's gonna get so many allies for his crystals. So, where's the text? Where's the text? Let's do this right now. Okay, why don't you tell us about your fan fiction while I set this up here?
I don't write fan fiction. I barely know anything about The Office. The guy drops the beans. It's funny. Hardcore parkour was kind of funny. That's it. The rest of the show is fucking gay. I don't care about this show at all. It's so fucking gay.
Well,
That's where I'm at.
well, you lie because I have. Hold on. Oh my god. No, I wanted art.
Wait,
Come on.
Wait, are you gonna frame me? Do you have something? Is this blackmail?
Yes. Once
Is this
it,
blackmail?
once it
Yes,
creates
D-Day, I
it-
do remember your side scroller super chat, and I know all of you and all the things you were doing and all the things you were prompting there, making me talk about Raroff and Mace Windu and The Office and all sorts of heinous shit. I saw all of it,
Well,
and I appreciate all of you for it. It was funny. It was
ladies and
funny, honestly.
gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it seems like we have a special guest. It's not only Trump playing Halo right now. Trump is literally busy racking up those kill streaks in Halo right now, while in Team Slayer, by the way, he's teamed up with JD Vance, and they're fucking, they're doing some SWAT doubles as well. It's great. But while that is happening, we have another true leader of freedom here, and also the poster boy of Kay's next Office fan art book. We have Earthworm Jim in the office. Say hello, everybody, to Earthworm Jim. copyright free of him in the office. He is going to sit right up next to Trump.
What the fuck is that?
He is our new mascot. Look at him. It's Earthworm Jim in the office.
Bro.
I love it. I love it. You know what? He deserves it. He's been...
Does he have like 3 keyboards? What's happening here?
Maybe.
I don't even know. Oh, that's just paper. Okay. Oh my god.
Okay, so...
I agree, JD. AI was a mistake indeed.
So let's do it.
Yes, Sergey, that's Earthworm Jim from Wish.
And to celebrate Earthworm Jim and Kay's new collaboration, only in the new America with crystals.
Fake news!
It's not fake! Do you see a community note on X? Look for it.
Okay, that's true. I
I
don't
don't
see one.
see it.
You know what? If there's no community note, it's 100% factual.
It
That's how
is.
it goes. So
And-
I'm kind of fucked now.
That's not all, but I've got on special word that after Trump finishes his hardcore Halo session and after he put all the liberals he's fighting into crystals, he is actually going to resurrect a special show just for you guys. So why don't we take a look at it? Are you guys ready for it? Let's take a look right now. Oh, there it is. God, I can't believe he is back. Earthworm Jim is back. Thank you so much, Kay. Thank you so much, Donald Trump, once he finishes his Halo session, for getting over to that. Thank you, Kay, truly. Thank you so much as well to Jonathan Davis for unlocking the power of the crystals. And, of course, Bentley Guy 78 for reminding us all that Kay has a great upcoming book that you guys can all pre-order.
I don't have a book. Why would I write a book?
Everyone,
Why would I do this?
It would be the best-selling book in the country if it wasn't for Melania's book. It is a good number 2. It is a great silver medal. It's Melania's book, and then it is K Earthworm Jim X The Office, because Earthworm Jim is back and he's going to be with us for the duration of the stream along with Donald J. Trump. I think this is a great
damn
day.
it.
I think this is a beautiful day. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kay. Thank you so much, Bentley Guy. And thank you so much, Jonathan Davis. Let's fucking go! What were we doing? What's the show again? What's the show about?
I don't know. I think we just hang out. Isn't that the whole
Fuck.
thing? We just hang out.
All right,
We
everyone.
dance around. We
Thank
say
you
random
guys.
shit.
Thank you guys so much for unlocking the power of the crystals along with Earthworm Jim.
Thank you
Everyone,
guys
we've
so
got
much.
so much gaming news. It's not just Earthworm Jim and Trump here. It's so much more. Trust me. And it's worth listening to. Thank you to all the newcomers that watch me dance shirtless to YMCA. Parents, I promise I'm straight, I think. And thank you all so much. Kay, why don't you say hi to chat? And then when
Yes,
you're ready,
I
we're
would
going
love
do
to.
the opening segment of the night.
All right. Let's see. Wade's here with his whiskey glass. I think it's a whiskey glass. Cheers to you, brother.
I need something.
Insidious put up the crystal balls. Oh my God.
We got so many crystals. We're gonna
JD
bring
says-
back Madam
Oh my
James.
God.
Madam James is gonna be coming back to crystallize all of our enemies.
God damn. JD says Trump made gaming great again. Sergey says yo. And JD saying best week ever. Insidious dropping some emotes here. Oh my God, so many. There's bears. There's fucking Steve Ballmer. There's crystals. I love it. D-Day's dropping the music notes. Everyone loved the YMCA. Let's be real. I loved the
so good.
YMCA. That was beautiful.
I'll dance. to
Flame
that
Age
any
dropping
day.
the
Thank
bears.
you so much, Jonathan.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Bentley Guy, once again. D-Day saying titties. And we got Jody G198 here saying, James, first live stream, and I see this. I know, right? This is pretty normal here. It's pretty normal.
Welcome to the party. Stick around. I promise it gets a lot worse.
I hope you're doing well, Jody. Always nice to see you. D-Day says, yo, Kay, did you see that death battle? No, but I need to watch it. Pokemon versus Digimon, man. I gotta watch it.
What did they
I need
do
to make time.
Is that an actual death battle, like the
So
Chad and Ben
D-Day
one?
I don't know if it's an actual death battle. I haven't looked it up yet, but that's what D-Day said to me, was that there was a Pokemon versus Digimon death battle. I'm assuming it's the official
Well,
death battle.
Digimon win because they can turn into fridges and machine guns. It's not even fair.
Exactly.
What?
K's Fantic book tip $1. K hiding me under Gengar.
Oh my god.
What are you saying? There's nothing. I'm not hiding anything under Gengar. I didn't put it up his ass. What are you saying?
Wait a minute.
This didn't happen.
Wait a minute.
You guys are faking it all. What is this?
I think he's on to something here. I think he's
What do
onto
you
something.
mean? There's nothing there.
Wait,
There's nothing. What
you
What did
say
you? What is that?
You say that, but
What did you just find? What, What is that?
Yeah.
The fuck is that?
Ooh. The secret Jedi texts.
Oh my. James, how could you?
Oh my god. Chapter 12. The fifth affair between
I am
Jim
being framed
and
right
Dwight.
now.
Jim and Dwight needed to spice up their relationship. So they went searching for a thruple situation. They walked softly into the bar. How does one walk softly? Well, you have to keep reading to find out. As they swiveled in, they made eye contact with a special worm. Howdy, Dwight said, just wringing his lips with saliva. My name's Dwight, and yours? They used to call me Jim. That's in chapter 12. How much more is in this book? Oh my god, it's a
None. There's
page
nothing
turner.
there. What do you
Page.
mean?
Oh my god, it's full of stuff. Wow. Thank you so much, Kay's fanfic book that was hidden up Gengar's asshole. I know it says Zelda on it. That's so we don't get sued. It wards off Nintendo.
Oh my
we show
god.
them the official merchandise, and they're like, more on the Nintendo in a bit. So there you go. We have the book. We have the book. I'm gonna shove it back
Fake
up here.
news.
Thank you so much, Kay's fanfic book.
Thank you, Case Fanfiction. Case Fake Fanfiction. Dassus Goats is here saying YMCA, baby. I added the baby. It just worked well for me. JD saying, welcome to the madness. And he says, Amish takeover. Sergey says,
Amish
by the
takeover.
way, yes.
We are looking at how to pronounce this Japanese name.
Former VP Kamala Harris tipped $50. James, we could have been so good together. We were going to put the gay into gamer. Kay was going to be the office fan fiction czar. Age of consent? Not on our islands. Come back to me, Jim Jam. Mama Harris needs your bare ass.
Oh my god! Oh, Kamala! I'm so sorry you lost. But that's so true. Okay. Oh my god.
I mean,
thank
at
you.
least she's conceding everywhere she goes, right?
Oh my god, Kamala, Mamala, I'm so sorry. I couldn't resist it. We have a very nice
Keep
crystal.
Kamala, Mamala.
We have the biggest crystal. It's shaped like a coconut for you, Kamala. I'm gonna get it ready for you. We're gonna shine it up real nice, Kamala. Just give me a second. I've got a great song for you. Oh, my darling, I can't believe it. How is Tim holding up? How many horses has he blown? Oh, okay. We're gonna get the bare ass. Just 1 second, please. Thank you so much, former
Oh
Vice
my
President Kamala
God.
Harris and soon to be top prostitute in Washington. Okay, 1 second.
I'll keep reading chat. JD says fake news. And yes, I do remember that Tide Scrollers chat, D-Day. JD says Savvy's on our side. I know Savvy became one of you and started giving all of you ammo. What is this, Savvy? It's okay. I was roasting her on the Pokemon stealing too. Jody says kill-tacular. And D-Day says Trump going full MLG. Jody saying sup, Jim. JD says AI was a mistake. Very true. Sergey saying that's Earthworm Jim from Wish. That Jim needs to go hit the gym. D-Day says AI makes my sweet waifu avatars. Okay, so that's where they come from. They always look really good. Daxnar says I imagine Trump would be a Halo fan. Jody says indeed, D-Day. I love my new AI overlords.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement.
Oh God.
I
What's the
have an
announcement? I'm
announcement.
scared.
Losing the presidential election is the greatest moment of Kamala Harris's life because I have a new picture of her just days after horribly losing the election. And my God, what a glow up. You know, they say presidents age. They age like milk. But my God, Kamala, thank God you were never president. Because I just looked up a photo of you. All I said was, well, Kamala's favorite game is Mario Kart. So give me art of Kamala in Mario Kart. And behold, sexy Mamala, her true form, I praise thee. Oh my God, let's put that right next to Trump. You know what? You get a spot. You get a nice spot.
There's
in
like,
oh my God.
come on.
Oh my God! Thank you so much, Kamala, for gracing us with your presence. That's incredible.
Exactly, Daxonar. Daxonar says it's not even close. D-Day says, damn. Insidious says, would.
Yes.
Jody says, so you admit Mamala's a looker, don't ya? And D-Day's like, I can fix her.
Oh
I
my
can fix
God,
her.
what is there to fix? But thank you so much, Kamala. Thank you for losing the election. Look at you. You're coming back in. You're in the Melee Games fold. We have the best crystal for you. You don't even have to spend that long in it. You're not going to get the 1,000 years. No 1,000-year crystal for you. Just give it a couple days and we'll call it even, and then you can be our concubine. But where would we be without a lovely Kamala song for the lady? Let's give it up to the loser of the election. Trump got a song. Of course, she deserves one. Let's hit it right now.
Everything is in context.
That's right.
My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she
Here
would
she
say
goes.
to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people.
What's
You
wrong
think you
with
just
it?
fell out of a coconut tree?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, that cackle. We're not going to miss it. Oh, yes. It's horrifying. Just look at the sexy one. It's much better.
Coconut tree.
This isn't even the one I like. Where's the one that's Mario Kart like? Hold on. Or
Oh, I
Mario
can get you
Sunshine.
that one, I think.
I want the Mario one here.
You know
there we
which
go.
one.
I
Yeah,
got
yeah,
it.
yeah.
I got it. Kamala, for your favorite game, you're going to get another song. This one's much better. Also, okay, I never turned you down. Who cares? That's fine. You're loud as fuck. Let's go into it's a theme now that you're loud as fuck. Why don't you talk about Vampire Survivors? Let's go over to her true song right now for Sexy Mamala. Oh my God, she's going to be spared the crystal, folks. Our internet concubine Mamala. Let's go in and hit it right now. Here we go.
I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You think you just fell out? You just fell out of a coconut tree? You think you just fell out? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree? You think you just fell out? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You think you just fell out? You just fell out of a coconut tree? You think this in the context of all in which you live and what came before you? You think this in the context of all in which you live and what came before you? You think this in the context of all in which you live and what came before you? You think this in the context of all in which you live and what came before you? Coconut tree!
You're the real Mama Bowser Jr. Oh, that's how it ends. That's how it ends. All right. That's how it just abruptly ended, just like her election campaign. Thank you so much, Kamala Harris. Whatever. We can, you know what? If the people are super chatting us as Kamala Harris and, you know, they're asking for everything, we can add a little bit of spice, just a little bit of showmanship.
I'm fine with it.
Just a little bit
That's
of showmanship. Thank you so much, Kamala Harris, for falling out of that coconut tree and looking damn fine. Damn! Them some titties. And you guys are so lucky because for the entirety of the stream tonight, not only do you get Trump playing Halo, not only do you get nerdy Dwight-pilled Earthworm Jim, but now you get Sexy Mamala. Her true form, she shedded off her ugly, horrid skin and is now a gorgeous woman. She pretty much, Kamala is the real-life Gruntilda from Banjo-Kazooie. She sucks.
Oh my God, you're right. The
She-
game over made her hot.
Yeah, she killed the firstborn of some.
Holy shit.
She killed the firstborn of some poor bear family, and then they're like, "Yeah, all right, well, you're hot. It's fine. It's fine."
It's the best
Honestly,
thing
we
I've
didn't
ever
even like
heard.
Tootie that much either. You know, Tootie can die if you're gonna look that
Best fucking
bangable.
thing I've
Oh
ever
my
heard.
God. Woo! Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you, VP Kamala Harris. Thank you, Kay's fanfic book. You're back in Gengar's ass. Thank you, Jonathan Davis. Thank you so much, Bentley Guy. What a fucking show. It hasn't even begun, and Jonathan Davis just gifted us a game. Thank you again, Insidious
Oh
Blitz,
my
for gifting us Space
God.
Marine. He hasn't gifted us one game. He's gifted us like 20.
What did you do, Jonathan? Oh my god.
All right, let's read this through real quick. Oh my god, Jonathan. He must have really fucking liked he must really like this episode. Okay. Jonathan Davis in a speed run has gifted us a bajillion games. Kay, you ready to take this down?
Oh, I'm ready.
Whoa, my god.
You guys are gonna hear a bit of typing. Good luck.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Huh?
Oh my god. Jonathan, should I? Oh my god. So one of them I'm playing through on PlayStation. I don't know if I'm going to accept that right now because I want I'm already playing it on a different platform. Let me know, Jonathan. I'll wait to accept that one. I'll say what it is. But just in case, because I want you to, be careful. So I'm going to run through the ones I'm not, though. Yes. Okay, let's run through them in order. My god, I'm being blown away here. Just like I wish Kamala would blow me.
I'll be muting so they don't hear tons of...
Jonathan Davis has gifted the channel. Thank you so much. Metro 2033 Redux. Thank you, Jonathan. Metro Last Light Redux. How much did you spend? My God, man. Metro Exodus. Thank you so much. XCOM 2. The Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. Is this Christmas? Are you Gabe Newell? Are you secretly Gabe Newell? What the fuck? Dead Rising 3 Apocalypse Edition. Death Stranding, which I've always wanted, and he added a special note for this and said, you can't blame me for this one. It's on your wish list. It's true. I've always wanted to be a UPS delivery man for Hideo Kojima. So Death Stranding Director's Cut. Thank you so much. This Bed We Made. I don't even know what that is, but it sounds great. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Cyberpunk 2077, which is apparently a great game now from what I've heard. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Here's the one, Jonathan. You know how to DM me, brother. Thank you so much, and I appreciate it. If you want me to redeem this for gifted games or whatever, I'm more than happy to. But we've been relaxing on it just because I have Star Wars fatigue, and so that's why I haven't touched it in a while. But he gifted us Jedi Survivor. Thank you so much. I'm not going to accept that right now. I can decline it, but if you want me to accept it, just shoot me a message and let me know. But I can shoot it back your way because I'm playing through it on PlayStation. I wish there was like a way I could add a note on Steam to be like, don't gift this to me. I got on another platform or something. Thank you, though. I really appreciate it, and just let me know. And finally, I haven't played this in so long. The last game from one of my favorite developers ever, Pandemic. This game is The Saboteur. I fucking love this game. I love this company. Now I really sound like Steve Ballmer, but The Saboteur was made by the creators of my beloved Star Wars Battlefront 2, the real Star Wars Battlefront 2.
Now,
this was
here's the question, though, with The Saboteur.
Yeah.
Do we make it a member exclusive that's sexy, or do we make it a gifted games gallery that is censored?
That's true. It's true. I will, I'll happily, I've gotten into that story before, but so that we can get to other stuff, I'll save it for you. But yeah, pretty much there's an adult only version where you see titties. I love this game so much. Thank you so much, Jonathan. That like, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 freaking games, man. Thank you. And I just want to, Jonathan, you're so great. I don't want to just take your games for no reason. So just shoot me a message on what you want me to do with Jedi Survivor. I appreciate it either way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, my God. You spoiled me. First the Trump dance and now this. You guys are madmen. Thank you so much. All right, folks.
Yeah, seriously, thank you so much. That's just crazy.
My goodness. I don't even know what to do with myself, especially when I'm looking at Mamala. Okay. So...
Mama. Keep Kamala Mamala.
You keep on reading chat. I'll interrupt you if we need it. Thank you guys so much. Your support's just insane. I never even asked for games.
Seriously, thank you guys.
So like to suddenly just be like, here's 12 games or whatever, like insane. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Let's say hi to chat.
Very
Let's all get
appreciated.
distracted by Mamala, and then we'll go to the opening segment here.
Bentley guy thinks that whatever Earthworm Jim there looks like Woody Woodpecker. I kind of see it.
I do see it.
All right, let me catch back up on where I was in YouTube chat. Okay, it wasn't too bad here. Daxnar says Earthworm Jim is joining Trump's cabinet, and JD says I already pre-ordered it. It's true. No, I don't have fan fiction to pre-order. Do not listen to this man. It is not real. It does not exist. Daxnar saying, is it secret? Is it safe? And D-Day got really excited over the fan fiction that does not exist, by the way. Did you turn me down?
It's in his...
Did you turn me down?
No. There, now you're
Please
turned
turn me down
You're
because I'm
turned down.
screaming in everyone's ears.
I'm
Thank
sorry. Okay, you're turned down now.
you. The fifth affair, says Jody. Damn, spicy. And D-Day says it was where no one would check in Gengar's ass. That is the one spot that only James will check, as we know.
True.
D-Day says office smut. JB says Gengar's butthole has its own fan fiction. Yeah, it's his. It's not mine. Definitely not mine. Jody says Cammy wants some sugar. And D-Day says she's used to conceding. JD says podcast topics. What are these things? Not on this channel. True. D-Day says think that white guy that was getting back shots in the Senate floor is giving Kamala a run for her money as the biggest slut in DC. Jesus Christ.
So I'll just say it right now. If you guys are sick of politics, tune into the next Melee Madness because look, you all know what just happened.
We can't avoid it this week.
We can't avoid it. It's impossible, and it's so fun.
JB says the greatest moment of Kamala's life will be certifying the Trump electoral votes. Insidious says would. Yeah, everyone was like really hot for Kamala over there. The one on our stream anyways. Amon Ross says, where's the 3 ferrets when you need them? And Daxner says she looks like fucking Halle Berry. Jody says this is cursed. Daxner says jam alert, and Jody says that screeching reminds me of Peanut. Rip little cowboy, rest in peace, Peanut. And guys, I swear on my life, I had the nut intro planned for like 6 months. 6 months, and then literally we're about to hit November, and all of that happened. Oh my god, I feel so upset about Peanut. That's just
he was
so
avenged,
tragic,
but I still want those accountable
Fred as
to be
well.
held.
I don't want to forget Fred as well, but yeah, it was crazy, just the timing of all of that. JB says this song is against the Geneva Convention. Oh, your poll covering me. I was like, what is that? What's going on?
Don't read the poll. It's fine.
I'm gonna read the poll.
Don't read the poll.
Don't
read the poll. It's fine.
Jody says busted every nut coming down. Daxner saying, "Oh my god." D-Day says Gruntilda became a smash. Good ending. And Jody is making a Corn Jonathan Davis or Jonathan Davis. I'm sorry. It's inevitable. It's inevitable. Everyone thinks of Corn. And Jody says no censorship, even if y'all have to age restrict or go off platform. Yes. So what we do is we have tier 2, tier 3 member streams that we do, and those are like the sexier games that we can't host on any platform because all the platforms spurg out and don't like that stuff. So that's when we do those streams normally. But Saboteur, we could actually do both. I'm fine with that.
No. There is a setting in the game. Because I played it way back. I love the game. I think I pre-ordered it on the 360 way back in the day, and I was so upset that was Pandemic's last game because I love those guys so much. But there is a toggle in the game, and the Steam version is uncensored. I just never bought it, and it's also the best version, of course. But there's a toggle in the settings to be like titties or no titties, and so and really it's a very minimal change. Like it just adds pasties. Yeah. It's like you still pretty much see titties. There's just pasties there. That's the only difference.
So when I was making the butterfly intro, I actually was going to include the Saboteur, and I looked at the censored version to see if I could get away with it in the YouTube intro, and I was like, even this, I don't think YouTube would let me put on. Because that intro's already age restricted. I can't even imagine if I had that. JB says, GunTubers started using porn hosting sites. Seriously? Because they don't care. Oh my god. That's crazy that they have to use porn sites just to be able to put GunTuber stuff up. D-Day says, I want to see you guys play through a Senran Kagura game. I did play Peach Beach Splash on the channel. Did we play the pinball game? I know we own it, and you and I have played it offline. Have we played it on stream as well?
What, Peach? Which game?
The Senran Kagura pinball game. We own it. I remember you and I playing it for sure, but I don't know if it was online or offline.
We hit it in a Nintendo roulette. But the problem with that game, so in theory, I would love that game. Senran Kagura meets pinball, but it is so wordy. Like it's very little pinball, and it's mostly like almost dating sim. It's very weird. It's like it seems like
it's
a match.
It's also the most furry one out of all.
It's so furry. Oh my god!
Like extremely furry.
Pretty much the plot is now. Just saying the plot, I want to play it. It's all the girls get effectively an STD that turns them into furry animals, but they're like,
Yeah.
it's like the 50-50 furry, so they just have cat ears and like a bra and panties that look like fur, but they talk like they're cats and dogs, being like, I want some milk, meow, and stuff like that. And the way to cure them is by slapping your pinballs into them. It's amazing in theory, but I will stream it one day because you will see it's not as great in its execution, sadly.
Yeah, that's the thing with Marvelous. Really great concepts, and then they missed that like 1 yard line.
That was
in
like
my
the
opinion.
Peach Beach Splash
But,
as well. It was sexy Splatoon.
I really like Peach Splash a lot, but yeah, it just needs a little bit more polish. The other one we have is Reflections, but my only thing with Reflections is it's kind of a shallow game. Like there's not a lot to do in it. But we also streamed a little bit of that. I streamed like maybe 20 minutes on the channel at one point. All of these are welcome to come back on the channel too. You guys know I love my titty games, so they probably will come back. And then Estival Versus, I think, would be the one that I do want to play. Like I want to play some of the fighter ones and stuff too, and I want to do Mega Neptunia on the channel at some point. Like there's so much of that kind of stuff I want to do. I know I give Dead or Alive the most attention, but I have a lot of other ones that I want to do. There's a dungeon crawler with like hot girls that I want to play. So you'll see more of that stuff. I think we do have Burst Renewal. I have a few. I'll have to take a look later, but I bought like a bunch of Senran Kagura games. I haven't played through all of them. Dead or Alive is more my realm than Senran Kagura, but we do have a bunch of them, D-Day. Okay, but other than that, I'm caught up on chat, so we can start talking about good games and shitty games. I mean, there's a lot of both in this conversation.
All right. Well, thank you all so much once again for unlocking the power of the crystals. Thank you so much to former Vice President Kamala Harris, Kay's fanfic book, Jonathan Davis, and of course Bentley Guy, and Insidious Bliss for Space Marine, and Jonathan Davis for being Santa Claus and gifting so many games. Oh my God, I'm gonna sneeze. Don't sneeze. We have a fucking segment to do, so let's do that
Does
segment.
That work?
Yes, because I'm
like
insane.
Yelling at yourself, like, don't fucking sneeze.
It works for most things except for people thinking that you're normal. That it is a no-go. It doesn't go in that regard.
Well, no one thinks that either of us are normal, so I think we're fine.
True. Okay, so with that, thank you all so much, and let's go to our opening segment of the night. Let's go over to our plays of the week. Kay, what have you been playing this week?
I have 2 games I want to talk about. One I talked about at length this morning, so I'll save it for a second.
No more Oreos.
One sec.
No more Oreos.
No more.
Kay's fanfiction tipped $2. Jimception Chapter 5. Jim Sterling looked up at Jim from the office. Holding out the worm, Sterling says, in order to close the rift we both must put the worm inside us at the same time. Office Jim gulped while it could fairly be heard. Groovy?
I know what the people want. Thank you so much, Kay's fanfiction. Give me a
What
second
the
here.
fuck was
Kay,
that?
shh, it's story time. You wrote this. You should know this.
What the fuck was that?
Jimception, Chapter 5. Jim Sterling looked up at Jim from the office, holding out the worm. Sterling says, in order to close the rift, we must put the worm inside us at the same time. Office Jim gulped while it could faintly be heard. Groovy.
I'm so disgusted.
Thank you so much, Kay's fanfiction. I was making myself
Thank
laugh because I
you.
realized I couldn't do a obnoxious British accent while whispering, and I was like, I have no idea what this is even gonna sound like. Thank you so much for that excerpt from Jimception Chapter 5. What a great chapter that was.
Thank you, fake fan fiction.
I couldn't put it down. I was in the
God
bathtub
fucking
reading it, and I
damn.
was like, ooh, exciting.
I just want to say a quick hi to Fractured Filter who hopped in. And Fractured, we're going to be talking about a story involving you a little bit later on in the show. But he says, howdy, you two. Just dropping by really quick. Chat, smash that like button. Well, thank you so much. And Crazy Landlow's here as well saying, I just finished watching that Side Scrollers episode, and this is what I hear when I join the stream. I promise I'm being framed. It's not
true.
real.
It's
It's
true.
not real.
It
It's
is
not real.
It is 100% true and real. I just read your book that you gave me single-handedly, and you also signed it for some reason. Like I didn't know it was you.
Are you
Your
forging my signature?
your
Is that what you're doing now?
your photo is in the book. It has a little
What?
excerpt on your biography. It's got an introduction written by Rob Schneider for some reason. I don't even know how you pulled that off. But yeah, it's wild, man. It's a wild read. You guys can get yourselves a copy real soon, I promise. But I can only read out the excerpts every now and then.
Oh my god. D-Day says, I think Kay would have written the ass fucking in Castlevania better.
Definitely better. Definitely a lot better. That's true.
God damn it. Jody says it's real. No.
You can't
All right, what am I
deny it
playing?
anymore.
Fake news, everyone. Fake news. What am I playing? So,
Yeah.
like I said earlier, I mean, it sounds like a few of you were there I know a few of you were there for Side Scrollers today because you guys all framed me live in front of like 1,000 people. Thank you for that.
Very deserved.
So you heard one of my games, but I'm going to talk about another game first, and that is Waluigi's Taco Stand, which is a mod that James surprised me with, and boy, oh boy, did that make my day. First of all, I did not expect that at all. I thought you were going to troll me with something, but you gave me something good, and I'm really grateful for that. Thank you, James. Waluigi's Taco Stand is essentially like a Mario 64 mod where Waluigi loses all of his money through gambling, and so in order to make up his debt, he's running a taco stand, and you go through levels and you hop on Goombas and stuff to make tacos, and it's so charming, and I love it. Yes, it was a short game, and that's the tragic part, is that I beat that game within like, what, an hour?
Let's see.
And I'll never get that time back.
You started at the
and I'm
20-minute
sad.
mark, and it was the hour 14. So yeah, it was pretty much an hour to beat that game. A little bit
Hour,
less.
Yeah. I'll never forget you, Waluigi's Taco Stand. There's not much else to say beyond that because, again, it is a short game. Go play it. It's fun. It's quirky.
Yeah,
And I miss you.
I was so happy I
miss you, Waluigi's
surprised you
Taco
with
Stand.
that because I saw it. I came across it just at random, and I'm like, Kay loves Waluigi for some reason.
Yes.
She's just
Waluigi's my boy.
that's like, you know how there's
He's
those,
slave owner Waluigi. Remember, we have the Mario Tennis lore as well.
for some reason, she loves Waluigi so much. So every time I play a fighting game or like a game where you can pick multiple characters per session, I always like switching it up. I always change my character, and I just like to try everybody. Kay is one of those people where every single Mario Party, every single Mario Kart where he's a choice, everything, she will always pick Waluigi. No fucking question. She will not play any other character, period. So I saw this game.
He's in it, yes.
Yeah, and I saw this game, and I was like, oh my God, I don't think she knows about it. I've never heard of it. This is going to be an awesome surprise, and I have to do this on stream, not just for her, but for everybody. And so I'm so glad I captured that reaction in the opening to you, like just launching the game there. And I can even show it right here, but I recommend everyone goes and sees it. Let's see. Let's go look at her reaction. There it is. She hears the wah. She sees the wah. And then she goes in. And then, yeah, she's locked in gamer position. Look at that. That is perfect. So I'm happy I could find that as well. That was great.
It totally is the purple, isn't it, D-Day? I just love everything about Waluigi. He's great. So that's one of the games. Thank you again, James, for surprising me with that game. The other game I'm going to talk about, you and I both played, and like I said, some of you heard me talk about this earlier, but I am really loving the Castlevania DLC for Vampire Survivors, and that's kind of been the other thing I've been playing on the side. But James, you and I did a co-op session,
Yes.
and it was interesting because that was the first time we actually played the co-op in Vampire Survivors, and honestly, to me, that's kind of the way to play now. I really love the co-op idea. I mean, yes, I have to go into girlfriend mode because you're like, we're going here. I'm charting this here. And I'm just like, I just want to play the game, bro. And you're like, no, we have to make sure we do this today. I'm like, okay, fine. So I do have to go a little bit in girlfriend mode, but that's okay. That's okay.
It's the way to play.
It's so fun. It's so fucking fun. I fucking love this game. It's great. Everything, the music, just like the amount of characters they added, the map being so big in this, like it just feels fantastic. And I'm not even like a giant Castlevania person. I've like maybe touched some of the games here and there, but I definitely have not played through them like a lot of you guys have. And even for me, it's just like you can see how much appreciation there is put in on all sides of this. Like it feels like a love letter to Castlevania. I mean, Vampire Survivors to begin with, before this involvement, was a love letter to Castlevania. And I've said this a few times now, but I'll say it again. this is a huge achievement for indie gaming to have a game that you make inspired by such a big property like Castlevania, and then to eventually get that partnership and be able to have DLC that's official. That is just such a cool win. It's such a cool win for gaming. It's such a cool win for indie to make it more serious, and I just love to see it. I love when people's passion projects really become something special. So this has been, for me, just super fun. And I mean, look, if you've played any Vampire Survivors, you know it feels like crack after a while. You're just like in there, let me get like another, fucking loot box, whatever. Like you just keep going. And so I'll keep doing rounds, and I look and I'm like, oh, it's 3 a.m.
It is absolutely one of those games.
For me, it's one of those games where I was playing it last night, and then I woke up and Blabs was like, can you come on the show? And I was like, oh my God, I've been up all night playing Vampire Survivors, but yeah, sure.
Which is why
it's one of those games.
Which is why
I love it.
Yes, you were so tired and suddenly went on the show and we were like, Vampire Survivors. But yeah,
exactly.
I have loved Vampire Survivors. I think I was playing it even in early access, so I've loved this game for a long, long time. And even back then, I was like, man, this is a pretty damn near perfect game. Vampire Survivors, if you don't know, it started its own genre. It's an indie game. It actually created a genre. It's now been ripped off countless times, and there's a lot of imitators, but Vampire Survivors is still the best version. And with this DLC, I think it's absolutely a perfect game now. Originally, one of my complaints about Vampire Survivors was the music. I always thought the music was lacking, but now you have Castlevania music, so of course that is fixed because Castlevania has some of the best music in the entire industry ever. And yeah, it's just really funny because Vampire Survivors came out and blew everybody away at a time when we didn't know if we would ever get another official Castlevania game. And we were like, we're good. They do Castlevania better. And now it's just come full circle years later, and it's actually a Castlevania game. So it's just, this is a huge win. It is a huge victory. It also does some unique things. It doesn't just play it safe. You know, it has the 2D mode, which is interesting. And it's a big, huge open map of Dracula's castle instead of being a lot of small maps, and it has multi-objectives, whereas Vampire Survivors, at least at vanilla, it's just about survive, survive, survive. So there's a lot to do in this, and again, it's just so freaking cheap. Like, this was under $5 Canadian for this DLC. You could get both for under $10 Canadian. It's just absolutely crazy, the value of this game. So I don't even know what's next for Vampire Survivors. I couldn't tell you, but this game is addicting as crack. If you haven't played it, I highly recommend it. We're definitely going to be doing more streams, particularly of the Castlevania variety. And
we're definitely going to play through more of it.
And I want to check out the Contra DLC as well, because I skipped that. The only thing before this I played was vanilla Vampire Survivors, and now I've played Castlevania. But when I bought the Castlevania DLC, I said fuck it, and I bought every single piece of DLC, which I think there is 4 others, maybe 5 others at least.
Is there like an Among Us one or something?
There's Among Us, Contra, and then 2 original DLCs. And those original DLCs are considered great. Like, I remember when the first one came out, people were like, this doubled the game. Like, it's now twice the game size. Are you fucking kidding me? So, yeah, this game is incredible. If you haven't played it, you owe yourself to play it. And it's got something for everybody. And I would be shocked if you play this game and don't get addicted to it. It is the most addicting game to come out in like the past 20 years, probably. It's hyper fucking addicting. So there you have it, Vampire Survivors. It's so good.
So good. And actually, I'm going to answer Crazy Landlow's question because it's related to Castlevania. He says, I know you don't like Smash Ultimate, but what did you think about seeing Simon and Richter, which I think you spelled right, in Smash Ultimate? I'm going to give one compliment to Smash Ultimate. Yes, I'm not a huge fan of Smash Ultimate. I obviously am a melee supremacist. Whoa, it's in the name. It's crazy, right? People know this, but the one thing I will say about Smash Ultimate is when they bring a character in, that character really feels like the IP. And they did a really great job with bringing in Street Fighter characters, for example, and everything I've felt with the Castlevania stuff. It's all great. Like, it all feels really good. So I think that's a place where Smash Ultimate excels, of course, with the roster in general being one of the biggest roster in any Smash game and having really most characters that people requested. But when they bring in characters like that, they actually do feel really good for that specific IP. So I think they did a good job with those characters. Have you played them much, James?
Yeah. So I'll add to that. The reveal was absolutely awesome. They're wonderful to play. They play great. And the thing that Sakurai does so well with Smash is when you're playing those characters, if you're familiar with the IP, you jump right in and you immediately feel at home with almost all the characters, and there's no exception with Simon and with Richter. They play great. Their stage is awesome, including the music is awesome. I love all the abilities, how you can use the holy water, you can use, the cross, all that stuff is great. The only minor complaint I have is if you're going to add 2 characters from Castlevania, I would have liked to have 2 characters that are drastically different from each other, because Simon and Richter, because I don't get heavily into fighting games. I usually play the story and then I'm done. So anytime I'm playing it, I'm like, which one is Simon? Which one is Richter? And not in like a lore sense, but I'm like, what is the difference there? It's something that Smash has always struggled with. It's the similarity between characters in the same IP, and it's just like, do you really need 2 of them? Now, I do want 2 of them, so I just feel that Simon and Richter are a little too similar. I would have preferred Simon and Alucard, or even Simon and Dracula, or what's her name, the Order of Ecclesia chick. Pretty much, anyone else that, wasn't using like a whip and everything, like I would have preferred, I really think Simon and Alucard would have been a better fit. If you only want heroes, but Simon and Dracula could have been, Soma, exactly. Or, I think Simon and Dracula could have been a great pick. Now we have Dracula as DLC in Dead by Daylight, and he's considered a top tier killer now, I believe. So it's great. So that's my one complaint. There is an Alucard assist trophy, which is super cool, but I do think it's like, you could have totally made a full character out of Alucard. So that is one little nitpick, is they kind of did their usual Fox, Falco, or what is another character? There's
50 Fire Emblem characters.
50 Fire Emblem characters. Same. Yeah, like that's
and
something...
I say that as a giant Fire Emblem fan, where I'm like, they're playing the same. Like, I can feel the little tweaks, but it's not much.
Yeah. So and they are different. There is differences, but you have to really play the game, I think, to care about those differences. I would have liked a much wider scope of differences there. Like again, if you just did Alucard or Dracula, they would have been night and day different characters just in the same IP, instead of having a Fox Falco scenario. And yeah, exactly.
Yes,
Marth.
Exactly, yeah. Guys. Yeah. Marth and Lucina, which technically are pretty much the same character, so it's like, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But, it really does feel like Fire Emblem Fighter. And as much, again, I love Fire Emblem. I would love Fire Emblem to just have its own complete fighter in that Smash style, make it a spin-off.
Mm-hmm.
But it's too much. It overpowers the entire game when it's just like an entire Fire Emblem roster. I know I can feel a difference between like Roy, Ike, all these characters, but it's still, Marth and Lucina are the fucking same, man. So, Crazy Landless says, I think Simon and Richter play differently in this Brawl mod I play called Project Remix.
Oh, okay.
I'd be curious to see how they tweak it in different versions. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They pick a character and then they're like, okay, well, or they pick an IP and they're like, okay, well, let's put these 2 characters in. They're similar enough. And I think Fox and Falco is probably the best comparison. And even Wolf can feel kind of similar sometimes too. So,
well, Wolf is drastically different now, and I actually really like him in Ultimate. That's the thing, is a lot of diehard people complain, but like, let's be honest, Wolf was pretty much the same character. So I appreciated him being like, we're gonna keep him in, but we're gonna radically change his character so you have a reason to play him versus Fox and Falco and all that stuff. And I love, he's like melee based werewolf, like slasher now. It's fucking great. So I don't know. Obviously,
sounds different then. Yeah, I haven't played him in Ultimate, so I don't know.
And Smash is not going anywhere. We're going to be getting into Nintendo Switch 2 news here in a bit. There's obviously going to be another Smash Brothers, whether or not it involves Sakurai. It's going to fucking happen. And how do you, they're either going to have to do something radically different, or they're going to have to keep bringing back all the characters. Because the thing about Ultimate is it's great and it has everybody in it. So they're either going to have to pull in all those IPs again for the sequel, which is a very tall order, or they're going to have to make a very different sort of game, similar to like a Mario Kart Double Dash or something. That's my prediction for it. So we'll see what happens with the Switch 2. It's going to happen.
I'm just choked about the Fire Emblem characters they picked as well, because they skipped 7. They skipped fucking Hector, Lynn. Like, they could have put so many characters from 7 in there. They didn't do it. They didn't give us Ephraim or anyone from 8, like Erica. We could have had so many cool characters, and they didn't give it to us. So yes, there's a lot of Fire Emblem characters, but it's all like modern fan Fire Emblem characters for the most part. Makes me mad, man. I guess let's go on to your games, James, and we'll continue onwards. here.
All right. Well, all my games I have streamed, so I will go through them super quick. I already talked about Vampire Survivors. What else do we got here? Where is it? Where let me go over to this video here. That's right. I love slop. And you know what? What is more sloppy than Casper on PS1? We did two spooky variety streams before the end of Halloween. I love doing this. This was in the 2 days leading up to Halloween here. And on the first stream, I was just trying random retro games primarily. So it was just a bunch of games. What did I even have what I have played here? Monster Racer, Tiny Toon Adventures, Toonenstein, Dare to Scare, Casper, Bram Stoker's Dracula, both on the Genesis and the Super Nintendo. But the one that stole my heart away, and the one that I plan on doing a full stream of, is Casper, based on the movie starring, what's her name, Christina Ricci or whatever. If you guys know me, I love movie-based games. They're so charming, and I've always said a good movie-based game that kind of makes you feel like you're living in the movie is phenomenal. And while this game isn't phenomenal, I played this for like fucking how long? Like, I was trying to give every game like 20 minutes, and I went from 2 hours, 20 minutes, pretty much an hour. I pretty much played an hour of this, and I had to put it down because I'm like, okay, I don't want the whole stream to be fucking Casper. I don't even know what you would call this game. I don't know. You play Casper, and for the hour, the only goal was to find a gift for Christina Ricci and her dad and be like, here you go, I'm a friendly ghost, see? And so you have this entire labyrinth of a fucking mansion, and you have to find gifts for them. But you can't just go and find the gift, because it had a Metroidvania element of you have to slowly find a key. And what does that key unlock? You don't know. So once you get a key, you have to go into every single fucking door in the mansion to see what that unlocks. And then you get one little item in that room, and then you have to go back and try it all again. The game is the equivalent of having, like, the giant keychain. You know what I mean? Like the giant. I just realized I don't even have it on screen. There you go.
It's like a fetch quest kind of game by the sounds of it. Like
the game is the equivalent of having like a giant like keychain set of keys, and you have like 80 keys on there, and you add a new key, and then you have to go through each one to open the next door, and then when you go through that next door, you add another key to that keychain, and then you have to go to every door again. That's what the game is like while your fucking uncles are trying to murder you. And this sounds awful. It is, and I fucking love it. I don't know why. I don't know fucking why I love it. It's so good. It's so captivating. And like the ambiance was like actually scary and creepy and like kind of fucked up. It had a little bit of a Luigi's Mansion vibe to it. And I don't know. It was just fun. It was really fun. And so I've been thinking about it a lot, and I really want to go back into it and do a full stream of this shitty fucking game. And yeah, oh my god, just looking at it right now. So that was one game. What do I got next? Oh, we have the game that Kay wanted us to play. Where is it? This game took up most of the night on Spooky Night Part 2. This was in the VHS horror story. This was No, I'm Not Human, I Am Blah Blah Blah. And this game was great, and it was just a demo. This is pretty much Papers, Please, but way better. Pretty much the plot of the game is you're in a little house, and aliens have taken over the world, and it's similar to Invasion of the Body Snatchers. And they're just they're taking over human bodies and killing humans one by one by taking them over. And you live in a little house, and they can only get to you if you let them in. And so you answer the door, and you can ask them questions, and you pretty much determine whether or not they're human, and you can let them in the house. The game is super fucked up. It's super strange and just wonderful. And while the demo may have not been everyone's cup of tea, it seems like the full release that comes out next year is actually going to be entirely RNG, whether or not your guests are human or if they're aliens. And I think that's going to just make it so much more fun.
What I heard is they're planning 56 characters at this time, and you only saw 12 throughout your run. That was the demo. And they're going to have way more things to qualify the characters as well. Now, I don't know if this is true, but someone claimed that they data mined the game, and you can literally check characters for their pubes to see if they're human or visitors.
I get to be a penis inspector. It's gonna be great. So I can't wait for the full release. We're probably gonna play that day one next year. And this game was just absolutely wonderful. I definitely recommend you check out our variety stream Spook Show, and that was on Halloween Eve there, where we did not one part but 2 parts of No, I'm Not Human, I'm blah blah blah, including the ending, which I will not spoil for you guys. It's fucking great. Also on our Spook Night, we played Iron Lung and we beat it. This is another David Szymanski game, which, you know, we love David Szymanski. We've streamed a whole bunch of his games. My goal is to beat all of his games. Still working through Dusk, but this is the 4th game of his that we beat. And we started this on a Steam Roulette and we beat it. This is the game. This is the game. You see it on your screen right here. It is numbers. You're following a graph, an XY chart, and you just have to go to the coordinates. That's the whole fucking game. Doesn't that sound terrifying? Well, it is, because the whole plot of the game is you're in a submarine that's rusty and you can only hear things on the outside as you move to all the different coordinates, and you can't crash into walls or anything or else you die. And you pretty much have a photograph, you have a camera on the outside of your submarine, and you have to take photos of the coordinates. And slowly and slowly over time, the things get creepier and creepier and creepier until the game ends. Once again, I'm not even going to spoil it, but the Variety Stream Steam Spook Show had a lot of good stuff. Whoa! What is this? What is this? Jonathan Davis came in with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Jonathan. And he says, breaking news, President Trump just announced the Secretary of Fan Fiction. Congrats, Melee K. You deserve it. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Oh my God.
What? If that's what it takes to be in his cabinet, I'll do it. I'll do it. I accept. I will be the Secretary of Fan Fiction. If that's what it means, I'll fucking do it.
That's
God
right.
damn it.
That's right, you'll do it. That is fucking right, you'll do it. Oh my God. Alex Jones is going to be the press secretary, and Kay is going to be the Secretary of Fan Fiction. Oh my God.
A-team, there you go.
You can write me Trump fan fiction now. Oh, we weren't allowed to originally. This is great. I'm so excited. Well, who am I going to be in your Trump fan fiction? Who's going to be my waifu in it? Is it going to be Mamala?
You know what? We'll give you Mamala. Why not?
Well, we're getting Mamala. Let's go. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Hell yes. Hell yes. That's fine if we're not even in the same country, crazy landlord. Trump can do whatever he wants.
Oh my God. Thank you again, Jonathan.
Have a good night,
for
Jonathan.
The super chats, for the games and everything, and for hanging out. And you have a good night. Yeah.
Oh, that is beautiful. Thank you so much. Now back to the boring video game talk. The numbers, what do they mean? So this was the whole game. This was the game. I won't spoil the ending. Go watch the ending of this section here. It is at like the 4-hour, 7-minute mark, right around here. Yeah, when you start seeing blood, that's when shit goes south, when you start seeing the blood. So definitely go check that out. It was great. And let's see, very quickly, we tried Carpathian Night as well. I've been wanting to try this for a long time. This is a Retrovania. We talked about this just as it was coming out, and I always wanted to play this. Retrovania, meaning it's not a Metroidvania. This is more akin to Castlevania on the NES or Super Castlevania 4. And what is the twist with Carpathian Nights? Well, Dracula is literally Bela Lugosi. Literally, they get his logo and everything in the intro there, and it looks like him. This is a cute little game, and you know what? I actually want to play through it. There is a complaint about this game that it is too easy, and that is fine by me. I will play a fucking easy game. That is like the only complaint people have about this. And yeah, I beat level 1. We only beat level 1, and it was fairly easy. I don't know if it gets harder, but hey, I'm fine with easy. Let's fucking do it. I want to see this game through because Bela Lugosi is my favorite actor of all time, so I have to check out a game he stars in. So definitely you're going to see more of Carpathian Night. And last but not least, I'm going to quickly mention where is it? Where is it? The other game from Vampire Horror Stories, or not Vampire Horror Stories. What was it? Violent Horror Stories.
The VHS collection, yeah.
Yeah. If you want to see the entirety of I Ate Old Man's Liver, this was a little fucked up one. This wasn't even great, but go check that out. You can watch the entirety of the game, and you're going to feel confused and just weird just as much as I did. It's about a 20-minute game right there, and I don't even know what to say. You're two Russian men that are lonely, and you start jerking off to ballerinas together while your sled dogs take you on a trip. I'm not fucking joking, by the way. That's literally the plot of the game, as you can see.
I warned you that the only good game in that collection was No, I'm Not a Human, and I was like, just ignore the rest. It's fine.
There's
the
four
record,
games.
the collection's pretty cheap, so it's like $4 Canadian. I was like, no, it's worth just playing this one demo. And you're like, I'm gonna try them anyways. The rest of the games in that were dog shit, man. They were bad. They were fucking bad. But No, I'm Not a Human, stellar. I think No, I'm Not a Human has tons of potential. This game, you know what? Honestly, the liver game kind of had potential. Like, it's not completely fucked. But the other games in there were bad.
Yeah, so I'm not even mentioning the other games. The other two games were so bad they're not even worth mentioning. This game is kind of almost like, it's not so bad it's good. It's so bad that it's worth watching for 20 minutes. Yeah. So there you go. That's what I've been playing. There's our opening segment. And that took an hour. Took an hour and 20 minutes, and we are through our opening segment of the night of what we've been playing. We're gonna get to the news in a second here, but first we're gonna let Kay catch up with chat.
I'd actually like to talk about a little something happening in early December.
Oh, that's true.
That currently has a vote open, and that is the Melee Games Awards. It is our second year of the Melee Games Awards, and as you guys know, voting is currently open for that. So I just wanted to remind you, if you haven't voted yet, now is the time. You have until November 17th, so you still got some time, but we've had quite a cool turnout so far. We have over 30 votes, which is already slaughtered what we had last year, so thank you so much, everyone. And yes, James is posting it there for you. So there you go.
I am posting the link. Just go to our link tree, and all of you guys can vote. Vote in the Melee Game Awards. You guys won the presidential election, but the battle is not over. Now it is about the battle of gaming. So get those votes in. It is free and open to everybody, and you can vote in over 30 categories. And here is just some of the categories. We got Game of the Year. We got Best Indie. We have Best Game We Didn't Play on the Channel, aka Game of the Year Part 2. Now, here's the thing, though. We are going to be playing Space Marine 2, thanks to Insidious Bliss. But you can still vote for it because we didn't play it before the cutoff. But I might give you guys a sneak peek, and maybe that can sway some votes. It's totally up to you. So there you go. Go vote. Don't miss it. Voting ends November 17th. And make sure to tune in to the show and all the results December 6th. Melee Game Awards, baby! Woo!
Yeah.
And it's going to be a barn burner.
Jody says, do y'all accept votes from games journalists? Well, look,
yes.
It's open to everyone. Anyone can vote. If there is a journalist out there, as you're calling them, that wants to vote, go ahead. That link is free to anyone to open up. So, yeah, I don't care who votes on this. Of course, if you are a part of our community and you are witnessing the games we're playing all year, it's going to feel more relevant to you. This is not just games that came out this year. We pretty much took the games that we played as a channel this year, and we were like, hey guys, like, what games did you enjoy on the channel this year? And that's really what we're voting on. So there might be some games from the early 2000s, 90s, some games from this year. The categories that we did for Best Indie, for Game of the Year for our channel, we were able to actually find games that were all from this year, which was great. And then, of course, the games we missed this year is what I guess people would consider the proper Game of the Year, which is titles that all came out this year as well. So you have 3 categories you can vote on that are games from this year, but otherwise you might see some random shit in there. You're like, what the fuck is this game? And that's the fun of it. So yeah, open to anyone. Whoever wants to vote in there, go right ahead.
And it's crazy. Landlow said, no voter ID required. No voter ID required. So you can see Mamala is very excited about that because that's her favorite states, the states with no voter ID requirements. So she is very much excited to vote in the Melee Game Awards. This is her next thing, you know. We do have a Hottest Babes category, but sadly, Mamala was so fixated on winning the election, she couldn't run 2 battles. She couldn't fight on 2 fronts. So she focused all on the election and failed miserably. But maybe the Hottest Babes award this year can be sponsored by Mamala. How about that? So go vote. Melee Game Awards, Hottest Babe, Game of the Year. It's going to be a blast.
All right. Well, you know what, James? We're pretty caught up on chat here. I'll read like one or two more comments, and then we'll hop right into the news here. We've got Lizard of Linux Lane here saying, "Have y'all tried Rivals of Aether?" I feel like this has been mentioned to me before. Is this
Sounds
like the
so
Smash
familiar.
clone? I think this is the Smash clone that I've been meaning to play, and I just haven't gotten around to yet. I'm pretty certain. Let me look this up. Rivals of Aether. It sounds so familiar.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, this is a Smash clone.
Oh, yeah. We've been recommended
But
this
it's like
before.
indie. Yes.
That's right.
Yeah, I really need to get on this. I love these kinds of little games that kind of feel like Smash but have their own unique twist to it. Now, we have games like PlayStation All-Stars that tried to do the Smash thing. Not so good.
I still think they should make a sequel to PlayStation All-Stars because, like, they just fucked up at the finish line. It's such a great idea, and they just botched it like crazy, man. I don't know what they were thinking.
Well, and like Multiverse was botched to fuck too. Like
Yeah,
Multiverse kind of had potential.
Multiverse is way better than PlayStation All-Stars, though. Like, that
Yeah.
actually had potential, and it played good. PlayStation All-Stars, like, fundamentally is broken, like, from its core, and it's just, it's not good. You'll think it's good, and then you play for more than 10 minutes, and you're like, oh my god, what were they fucking thinking? What were they thinking?
Literally.
So, yeah.
Oh, it looks like you can get this on the Switch, maybe? Ooh. See, if it's on the Switch, it's more tempting for me because I love playing portable as well. Might have to do this.
There you go.
Rivals of Aether. All right. Let's see what else we got here. And we're just doing some Fire Emblem shop talk a little bit. D-Day says Sakurai, I guess, wanted to capitalize on the FE resurgence. Exactly. I think that's what happened. And pretty much ended when Smash Ultimate was done adding characters. Crazy Landlow says Brawl had the best voices for the Star Fox cast and Sonic. I thought it was really good voice acting in that. And D-Day says Lucina is my fave, but my fave character to play is Pyra Mithra. And yes, we all love Lynn here. We all do. Crazy Landlord says Lynn is in the Project Remix mod, and it seems like that Project Remix mod actually has quite a few characters in there, so I gotta take a look at that because that's fucking awesome. And yeah, thank you, Crazy Landlord, for letting me know about that game. I haven't like gone too much into the Smash modding community yet, but I know it's really good. I just haven't personally touched it yet. Sergey says, "Are you gonna try that Quiet Place game, James?"
Quiet Place game.
I think it's a movie game, right? A Quiet Place?
Let me take a look here. It sounds
I'm
so
pretty sure
familiar.
it's the one that you have to have your microphone on again, right?
Oh, yeah. There's so many of those now. And we did play 2 of them. A Quiet Place, The Road Ahead. Is that the game? Oh,
so.
okay. I will wishlist it. I don't own it right now, but okay. If Sergey says it's good, it's good. It's related to Alien Isolation and Outlast, survival horror, walking simulator. Fuck it. If it's horror and it's it looks like it was made by a 14-year-old white girl at Hot Topic, I am in. Looks like there's red flares. I am fucking in. We did finish that horror short. Huh?
You say there's red flares, I'm in?
Yeah, the guy's holding flares.
Why?
I don't know. It has a good aesthetic. It looks like it's the Batman aesthetic when, at the end when he's holding up the flare and walking in slow-mo. It has that kind of fucking aesthetic. We did finish that horror showcase, by the way, that we showed on a Melee Madness podcast or 2 ago. My wish list is now just full of white women horror games. It is the scariest things to white women since Donald Trump's election. So I'm excited to play those. I've got, my wish list before this was like in the 1400s. Now it's at 1600 and it's all just white girl horror.
And if I can give a small shout out, there was a game that we were watching and we're like, oh, that looks really cool. And it's called The Mortuary Assistant. And Spartacus had actually gifted it to us already. So we were interested in getting the game, and then it was like, oh, Spartacus gifted us this game already. So thank you so much, Sparta. Thank you to all of you for all the games that you gift us. We really appreciate it. And there's been so many cool games we've also discovered through you guys gifting games to us. So thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, that
insane.
just stood out to me. I was like, oh my God, yeah, we want to play this game. Oh shit, we already have it. We didn't even realize. So thank you, Sparta.
Yeah, thank you all
I'm caught
so
up on
much.
chat.
We never asked for games. I can't remember when it exactly started. But you guys just started adding me as a Steam friend, because I'll add anybody as a Steam friend, and people were like, play my game, to the point where we had to make a show all around it. So it's absolutely insane. Thank you all so much for the support, whether it's in super chats, whether it's gifting games, or just hanging out and laughing along with my horrible jokes. We really appreciate it. Well, speaking of horrible jokes, let's get into what the fuck is going on in gaming.
Oh, no.
And oh my God, we have hit the cap today, everybody. We have a fully decked out show. So let's get through these news stories super quick so we can hopefully get through all of them. I don't even know if we'll get through all of them, but let's see if we can.
Try.
All right. I didn't want to talk about this opening story. I really didn't. I actually wrote a rapid fire joke for this because I planned on putting this in rapid fire. And then I was looking through my news for the past 2 weeks, and I'm like, there it is again. There it is again. There it is again. There it is again. So we've been left out from all the fun the past 2 weeks. What do you guys think has happened in video games the past 2 weeks? If you have been focused on maybe more important things going on, Mamala, crystals in the world, maybe some of this news will be new to you. So everyone, I have like fucking 30 tabs open right now. We're going to give you guys a complete and hopefully snappy run through of everything Dragon Age the Veilguard. And we're going to talk about the future of Bioware just a little bit. Because what day is it, Kay?
It's N7 day.
It's N7 day.
See, I say that with depression because of where Mass Effect is gone. I love Mass Effect, but dear God.
So, there you go,
Not
everybody.
as much excitement anymore.
Let's get into all things Dragon Age. Let's catch up everybody on all the cringe. And let's think about the future of Mass Effect on N7 Day. Let's do it, and let's get into it. Get ready and buckle in for some cringe. Kay, you're going to have to be watching the stream pretty often here because it's all Twitter clips.
Oh, yeah, don't worry about that.
Okay, let's start off here with our opening clip. We are pretty much going to go through clips, and I'm going to talk about news. Sprinkle in a little bit of cringe, sprinkle in a little bit of news, tie it all together in a lovely, delicious, but expired cake. Right off the bat, we're going to go over to Manga Lawyer, and also quote tweeted by our boy Jimmy, Mr. Moshi Moshi Moan there. How's it going, Jim? And he says, Rook, my heckin' Dragorinos need hormone blockers. Let's listen to this clip. If you guys didn't know, maybe you guys are big Dragon Age Origins fans. Turns out, Veilguard doesn't look so good. Don't believe me? Have a listen.
So, you're a little Kunari, a little Rivani, and a little dragon?
Yeah.
Just, you can tell just based on the fucking inflections in that one. Just the way, you already know. And that's one of the softer ball clips, folks. Just the way that guy talks.
Yeah, that clip is almost inoffensive, but there's that certain, like...
You can sense what's coming.
Listen, there's a bit of a fluoride sound to that voice, okay? Let's be real.
So, you're a little Rivardi and a little bit
Okay.
dragon. And then the character's
Yeah.
just like, yes. All right. But it doesn't stop there. Here's a screenshot that I uploaded. Neve says, some of my friends in Minthraus talk about not feeling comfortable in their own skin as a man, as a woman. So there it begins. So you start to see the cracks, and then everything was looking good because we started getting those early reviews, right? Big time people, big time journalists over here like IGN giving it a 9 out of 10 and saying on Twitter, if we never get another Dragon Age, at least it got to go out on a high note with Dragon Age the Veilguard, which is really funny that they say this. And I just want to say there was a lot of like big mainstream journos that were saying this line, if we never get another one, at least it's the best one ever. And to me, that says that they know. They're fucking aware that this game was made for them. And they are
it's a
in the
cope.
fucking minority. They're giving this 9s and 10s and saying it's the best game ever. But at the same time, they're saying, if it's the last one, why would it be the last one if it's the best game ever? You should be saying instead, I can't wait to enjoy Dragon Age for the next 20 years. But instead, they're acting like it's a swan song when no game in the history of gaming ever, when it gets a 9 out of 10, will say, that's it, pack it in. If it ends a character's story, they're just going to make a different game with a different set of characters with the same mechanics. So the fact that they're saying this, to me, my spidey sense goes off, and they fucking know that they're lying. They wrote this 9 out of 10 fucking review, and they immediately know that it's a lie because they're just pushing propaganda.
Yeah, but it's a spinster thing, because the thing is, they're going to claim the reason why there won't be a next one is because of people like us who point out that it's garbage. And they're going to say it's our fault for being too critical of the game, or being, like, they're going to make those kinds of arguments. And so it's our fault, actually, that they're not getting another one. So they have to cling to this game that they think is phenomenal. That's my opinion on, like, why they talk in that language. Yeah, they're obviously aware that there's some bullshit in there, and they're trying to cope. But a lot of it is like, well, we're happy with the direction of the game, but all of those damn gamers are so critical, and they're not going to like it. And so we're not going to get another one again. But can I also just say, it makes me furious, and I have not played either of these games yet, so I can't fully verify. But I feel like there are a lot of people out there who can verify this. How the fuck is Mario and Luigi Brothership a 5 and Dragon Age Veilguard a 9? How does that make any fucking sense?
Yeah, and that was going to be another point I bring up right there. A 5 out of 10 from IGN for Mario and Luigi Brothership, when most other publications are giving it, like, the lowest is a 7, mostly 8s and 9s. And that would be fine if that is legitimate, if they actually feel this way, but they don't. The thing is, Mario and Luigi Brothership is inoffensive, and it doesn't push any of their agenda, and it doesn't push any of their propaganda. And so they have to just push this game. And we have proof to what you're saying, Kay. We have proof that these people are just promoting this game and pushing this game because of the agenda. And it comes from King Beta Male himself, Jason Schreier. This is who is calling you a chud. This was posted by Moondragon, OGGGer there. How's it going, Moondragon? And she posted this 4chan post. This is the guy calling you a chud. Jason Schreier tweeted, I actually don't like the game very much, but I do like seeing you chuds get dunked on. 77,000 peak players on Friday night, a day after release. Just you wait until tonight, chuddies. You'll get dunked on. Totally dunked on. So there you have it. You have proof that you shouldn't believe these people. These people are lying to your fucking face. You have a game like Mario and Luigi Brothership, which, again, just to put this into context, this is IGN giving Mario and Luigi Brothership a 5. This is IGN that will say a bad game is like a 7, and a game that's dead on arrival is a 6. So a 5 from IGN in the context of gamers that have been watching IGN for a long time, that means it's dead in the fucking water. They never review something below a 6. Never. The IGN scale is like 6 is dead, 7 is like and 8 is great, and 9 is like the best game ever, and the 10 is they sucked off the developers. So just the fact that they give this a fucking 5 really shows their hand compared to Dragon Age. But you know what? Maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Why don't we check in with the person that wrote the IGN review that gave it a 9 out of 10? Maybe they're not biased at all. Maybe there's no issues at all there. Maybe I'm in the wrong. Maybe I'm just an asshole like Jason Schreier. Let's take a look at this clip from Jay Viper at Jay Viper TV. Everything that Nuri's leak about Dragon Age Veilguard said was true. This is referencing the Tash's non-binary storyline. IGN's non-binary reviewer could not help they themselves from talking about it. 9 out of 10, my ass. Because, of course, IGN, to get clicks, they don't just do written reviews. They also do video reviews. So here is Jay Viper here watching an excerpt from the IGN review.
And while we've been asked by the devs not to spoil specifically who I'm talking about here, as a non-binary person myself, Veilguard includes some of the most authentic representation of coming to terms with general gender stuff, and having to navigate your family's reaction to it I've yet to see in a game.
This is Tash.
It doesn't feel like an after-school special or like I'm being pandered to. It's quite well handled, and finding out that the writer for this character is non-binary themselves did not surprise me at all.
A damn good-looking hero, if I
9
do say so.
out of 10. Hold on a
I
second.
really want to just...
What's going on here? What this is a the female.
Oh
Kunari.
no!
What is this?
No! And I'll get banned if I have a Doom Demon suck me off on stream, but these guys get away with this shit. I love his look at the moment. The fucking moment when Jay realizes what they're fucking saying right there. So yeah, definitely no bias there or anything. It's just a fucking self-insert for the IGN journalist. That's all. My God.
It's all so fucking tiresome. Why can't we just like fucking, I don't know. It drives me insane. I don't know Dragon Age lore enough if there's fucking been non-binary characters or not, but just like the fact that it has to be fucking inserted constantly is so annoying. It's so fucking obnoxious. Why can't you just like immerse yourself in a story, care about a character because of who they are versus what the fuck they like to have sex with? Who cares?
Yeah.
It's so obnoxious, man. I don't know. This rant has obviously happened a million times with everyone. It pisses me off. And Dragon Age is so like over the top with it, aggressive. But to me, honestly, guys, Dragon Age has always been gay. Like, it's always been pretty fucking gay. But I'm hearing from longtime fans that this is like way over the top compared to how it was before,
I will say the overwhelming popular opinion amongst gamers, and I don't mean journalists, I mean like real gamers, is that Dragon Age Origins was a masterpiece. And everything since has been garbage. Dragon Age 2 wasn't paused, but it was a garbage game in terms of its gameplay mechanics. Kay, to give you context, for Dragon Age 2, pretty much what it was is you spent the entirety of the game in one town, and you would just go into little dungeons connected to that town and go back out to that town. So it's hyper repetitive, and it felt like more like one mission than an entire game looped for 200 hours. And then it was Dragon Age 3, where that's when the shit hit the fan. That's when this got injected into. And I know a lot of people that were out at that point. They were like, okay, I love Origins. 2 was dog shit, but at least it wasn't paused. Then we get to 3, and a lot of people were out there. Some people were like, it's bad, but it's still Dragon Age. And now with this, well, let's take a look. If you were curious if that video went by too quickly, don't worry, because the gay Republicans got you. Gay Republic Swag, how's it going? He took screenshots of those moments in question where the non-binary or whatever the fuck IGN journalist was simping.
Here, Jody's clarifying here. So one of the Quinari, sorry, I don't know the Dragon Age terminology, so if I'm saying it wrong, I'm sorry. One of the Quinari in Inquisition was an alphabet character.
Right, and Inquisition
so,
was the third game. And so that was the thing, was the third game is when they started to inject this stuff. And the third game came right around the time of like Gamergate 1 and everything. I think it was released, 2015? It was like it was between 2014 and 2016. It was right when...
It was definitely in that realm because I remember having conversations about it. And again, the same thing I said back then. Why not just play fucking Elder Scrolls?
Yeah.
Like... You know, I get it. I get everyone has their different stuff. I love Kingdom Come, but it's like
it would be like
goddamn.
It would be similar to this. BioWare made one good KOTOR game because KOTOR 2 was made by Obsidian. So imagine if they announced KOTOR 3, KOTOR 4, KOTOR 5. You would keep playing them and be like, it'll be good, right? They made the best RPG ever. Surely this one will at least be decent. Okay, well that one wasn't decent. It's been 10 years. This one will be and it just keeps getting worse. And it keeps getting worse. So I feel for you, Dragon Age Origins fans. I am not an Origins guy, but I did love BioWare. I did love Mass Effect, and I did love KOTOR. Dragon Age was just never my thing. But my God, is BioWare dead as a fucking hole. Let's look at this gay Republican screenshots here. This is the screenshots that were taken from that video. Take a long, hard look in it, kid. It's always the face. It'll always show the face of a hero who can get it done. Establishes transgender identity and unlocks new dialogue options in future conversations. I'm getting there. I love who I am, or feels good to see the real me. And then also you can say scars are lessons learned. My scars are badges of honor, or the scars are sexy. And here is another point that I have.
Surgical scars?
Surgical
like,
scars.
Are we talking
because everyone,
like
yes,
transitioning?
yes, exactly. Exactly.
Oh my god,
Every
I hate this game so much, man.
And here is the thing. I would almost be okay with this game's existence if it was an actual Bioware RPG and just let me bully them. I posted over on Twitter, the only reason I would play Dragon Age Veilguard is to bully me after misgendering the trans fats in Dragon Age Veilguard. But here's the thing. They don't even give you that option. You can only be mildly irritated and I don't know. I don't even think you can be that. I don't even think you can be that. You pretty much are forced to be supportive in 4 different ways, and it's written terribly. Just look at
That's
this. That's
counterintuitive to every fucking BioWare game ever.
Yeah, so there's not even anything for you to do in there. It's just support them, and you don't even have any options. And I posted proof over on Twitter. When Dragon Age Veilguard claims it has diversity, they definitely don't mean it's in its dialogue choices. And I pulled this myself from 4chan. Tash, I don't want to be that. And then here's the options you have to say to that. Our team is with you. You're in control here. You're allowed to feel things. I feel like that too. RPGs are all about choice, which is also especially funny because the OP of this said they were trans and they can't fucking stand this game. So yeah, all choice is fucking gone.
Well, this is like worse than Telltale choices. Like, I remember we would always make these jokes, right? About Telltale games where it was like you're going down the same path regardless, even though they give you the illusion of choice. And at least like BioWare, it felt like there was always multiple branches and your decisions had more weight to them. This is fucking garbage, man. It's literally you're giving me the same answer 4 times. You might as well just say yes and yes. Done.
Yep. That is.
Don't even give me an option at this point.
That is the entire game. I have so much proof. This is why we had to talk about this. The entire game is the worst thing you've ever fucking seen. Tash, this character, says non-binary. I just said, and I'm going to use they instead of she from now on. This character is like this the entire fucking game nonstop. Imagine paying Canadian over $100 for this piece of crap and having to hear this shit over and over and over and over and over again. And this is based on a game, Dragon Age Origins, that people loved. That was BioWare's medieval RPG. At the time that Dragon Age Origins came out, they already had KOTOR and they already had Jade Empire. And I believe they already had Mass Effect. I am pretty sure Mass Effect 1 had already come out by the time Dragon Age Origins came out. I'm pretty sure, which is one of the reasons that I was disappointed in Dragon Age Origins. But anyway, it was seen as the pillars. You had the sci-fi from BioWare for Mass Effect, and you had the medieval from BioWare in Dragon Age. Pretty much Dragon Age or BioWare fans were loving it because you had that style of gameplay, that style of writing, and that style of decision-making across all mediums. And it seemed like the sky was the fucking limit. Fast forward 20 years, and this is the BioWare we've been stuck with since. Dragon Age peaked with its first game when fans didn't even know how good it could get. It just kept getting lower. But journalists are just eating it up. Look at this one. Every single journalist, every single review is 9s and 10s, 4.5 out of 5. An approachable, expansive, action-oriented RPG that feels like a true end to whatever the franchise was before. They don't even care. They don't even fucking remember what the franchise was before. Whatever that was, this is the one we're going with now, sweetie. While Dragon Age: The Veilguard is undoubtedly different in many ways from its predecessors and takes lessons learned from Mass Effect to heart. What, how to ruin your franchise? There's a lot of love mechanically and narratively. And as Chatty Sissa says here, whatever the franchise was before, Jesus fucking Christ. And they're all like this. They're all like this. This is from Eurogamer. I took the screenshot myself. Dragon Age: The Veilguard is the best entry in the fucking series. Right up there with the best of BioWare. Everyone was comparing it to Mass Effect 2. People are comparing this game to Mass Effect 2.
No way this even touches anything close to Mass Effect 2. Get bent. Holy fuck. There's no fucking way.
So here's where I started to call it. I was noticing this trend, and I had to call it. I said, whether this is due to paid off reviews or just insufferable journos just wanting to spread the message, they're trying way too hard and it's showing their hand. Everyone sees through this, just like with all other media. It's the professional critics versus the gamers. And I fully believe that. And you know what? I have even more proof of that. More proof of that. So here is where it gets interesting, and here's where it gets spicy. Okay, I'm going to need you to open up the SciTube link here. Niche Gamer over to Fextra Life, who I have not heard of before this, but I'm glad I found them. Fextra Life. Niche Gamer said, welcome to the party. PlayStation stopped sending us review codes or even replying to our emails because we called them out in a very positive review. Our very positive review of Horizon Forbidden West for changing Aloy's attitude from a likable heroine to an insufferable bitch. What is he talking about, you may ask? We're going to go over and we're going to take a look. This is Fextra Life explaining what happened to them and Dragon Age right now.
Not doing a review for the Veilguard today.
All right,
why this should matter to you,
second.
and why
I gotta
important.
take the lead
We don't
here.
normally make videos
And go here.
In
There
this
we go.
Dragon Age, the Veilguard review. We're going to be talking about why we're actually not doing a review for the Veilguard today, why this should matter to you, and why it's important. We don't normally make videos like this on the Fextra Life YouTube channel. We typically stay out of drama. You'd be hard-pressed to find more than a handful of these across the entire 3,000 some odd videos we've ever made. But what I want to talk about today is going to impact the way that you watch reviews today, the ones that are coming out today. And this information should not be kept from you. Before I get into that, though, just a little bit of background about Fextra Life's history with Dragon Age. Dragon Age Origins is one of my all-time favorite games. I get asked all the time, what are my top 5 games? And Dragon Age Origins is consistently in that list. That has never changed in the entire time since I've played that game. We also made a Dragon Age Inquisition wiki in 2014 when that game launched, so we've been covering Dragon Age for at least 10 years, maybe longer. And Fex also managed to rescue the Dragon Age forums when Bioware was bought by EA because they were shutting down those forums. We got permission from Bioware to rescue those forums, export them, and import them onto the Fextra Life forums, so you can still find those Dragon Age forums today on our site. We've been in constant communication with EA and Bioware for years about this title. We've been assured we're getting a code multiple times over the years. We've been in constant communication with them. They keep sending us stuff about the game. We've also been covering the game during that time with constant news articles. We've done several videos about the game. But most importantly, I think that our audience is the audience for this title. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find another channel out there that's our size that is so specifically targeted to RPGs that fits the profile for this game. So following all this, we were invited by EA to attend a preview event for Dragon Age The Veilguard in September with a lot of other press and content creators. We were by no means the only ones doing this. And after attending that event, we made our impressions video from playing the game, which has close to 300,000 views on our YouTube channel right now, which I think is one of the most viewed impressions videos for that game at this time. If you watch that video, the general sentiment is that we were cautiously optimistic about the game. We praised its gameplay, character depth, but we weren't completely sold about the storytelling in the long run, although we only got to play a very little bit of time, so we weren't entirely sure. And in general, we didn't really like the character models, the design style of them, which I think a lot of people don't. In general, it was a pretty positive impression of the video, and I want to play for you the closing audio from that video right now so you can see what we told our audience at the end of that video. I still have issues with the game, mainly that I don't like the UI and that the dialogues didn't seem to be on par with what you could get in other story-focused games that have come out in the last decade, and that I didn't yet get a point where I felt a bond or much interest with my companions who were integral to the story. It's funny that I have pretty much been playing these games for the story and getting through the combat, but I may actually be playing the Veilguard to enjoy the combat and get through the story to see the end. How everything works together and progresses into a full game remains to be seen, and there were several big and impactful events that I cannot discuss, but so far my opinion on this has become more positive, and I would like to urge anyone who loves CRPGs to hang in there and wait for reviews and not write the game off just yet. And just to illustrate how mild that our criticisms were of the Veilguard, after publishing our impressions video, we got called shills. Some people accused us of being paid by Bioware and EA to promote the game, which of course we're obviously not. I was even contacted by another content creator who had attended the event that asked me why my criticisms were worded more cautiously and asked me if I was concerned when I made my video that I'd be denied access to a review code. To which, of course, I replied, no, I'm not worried about getting denied access to review code. That simply doesn't happen in the gaming industry. But I was not concerned about this at all. I reassured him that he shouldn't be concerned about this because it's just not really a thing in the gaming industry. It's so rare that it shouldn't scare someone into not saying what they think about a game. So after publishing our video, nearly immediately, our contacts at EA and Bioware stopped replying and communication went to zero. So we started inquiring as to what was happening and reaching out to other contacts in the industry in a bit wider of a circle to try and figure out what's happening. As a result, we discovered that we were essentially getting fake reassurances that we were getting a code to keep us happy while denying us access to the Veilguard. It wasn't too long after this that I began to be contacted by other press and content creators about whether or not we had a code, and generally speaking, I get this a lot. People tend to ask me whether I have a code or not, because we generally get codes for all the big games. I'm not trying to brag, it's just simply reality. We have a large channel. We almost always get a code, and another creator or press can figure out if they should have a code right now, if they're going to get one or not, by asking us this question, which is what happened here. And we started piecing together between us that some people had codes and others didn't, including ourselves. And you might have also seen Wolfheart's tweets about this topic on Twitter or X, and Luke Stevens' video about this topic as well. Both of those individuals were with us in California for the preview event, and both of them put out preview videos as well as ours. And I think between the three of us, we probably have some of the 3 most viewed videos on this topic, or at least most commented on, I would say. And if you read those tweets and you watch that video, you can tell clearly that they also feel some way that they were intentionally excluded by EA from review access for some unknown reason, likely because of critical comments they made in their preview video, even though most of the things they said were positive about the game, just like us. And these are just 2 individuals that are speaking out about this, but we do know that there are at least a handful of other content creators and press that were left out, maybe more, that share a similar sentiment, that feel like they were deliberately prevented from giving their own opinions to their own audience about this game. It is feeling like EA is deliberately trying to prevent us from telling you what we think about the game, and they want you to hear it from someone else. So you then have to ask yourself, why would EA do this? What is their angle? What are they trying to accomplish by doing this? After the previews came out, I think it became very apparent that most of the people who were still interested in Veilguard after watching the previews were waiting for reviews to make their final decision about whether or not to purchase the game. If you just read comments in any YouTube video about the Veilguard or look at the poll on our community page, you can see that the vast majority of people that are still interested are waiting for reviews. Looking at this, EA's marketing team probably saw this and decided that they needed to make the reviews as positive as possible, trying to exclude those that might, give the game a 7 or an 8, while also reaching out and finding press and content creators that would maybe give the game a 9 or above. Just think about this for a second. If you're on the EA end and you're trying to manipulate review scores because you want high review scores, what are you going to do? You're going to research press and content creators and what they usually give to games score-wise to give you a general idea of how they're going to review your game. For us, we never give games 10s. 9s are extremely rare. Most games we give reviews to fall somewhere in the 7 or 8 range, while other places, you know who they are, always give 9s and 10s, and frankly, it's hard to take them seriously. And this is why I made this video. Because you guys told us in no uncertain terms that you're waiting for reviews, and you're about to get a bunch of reviews that have been curated by the publisher for their likelihood of being extremely positive in an attempt to manipulate your view of Dragon Age: The Veilguard. They want you to think there is a universal consensus that the game is amazing, thereby convincing you that you should try it, but also influencing future review scores, as it's difficult to be the outlier. If you've ever done a review for a game or for something, you'll realize that if you're the only one giving a high review score when everyone else is giving it a low review score, it's difficult. Or if you're the only one giving it a low review score and everyone else is giving it a high review score, it's a very difficult position to be in. So if you see a bunch of positive review scores come out today, think about all the people that are going to be playing afterward and how much pressure they're going to feel to give the game slightly better score than they would have given it, just to avoid maybe some undue pressure. And sometimes that doesn't even happen consciously, it's just done subconsciously. And I want to be very clear here that I don't think that the press and creators publishing their videos early are going to be lying. However, these reviewers have been screened to maximize the chances that you're seeing positive reviews. There will probably be some exceptions, of course. I don't think everyone's going to give the game a positive review. But EA is banking that those are few and far between in an attempt to keep the aggregate score of the game high. This has only happened one other time that I'm aware of in the some 10 odd years I've been doing this, and that is with Cyberpunk 2077, which followed a similar pattern where we were constantly reassured we were getting a code for years but never got one, and suddenly reviews were out and everyone was praising the game, giving it 9s and 10s, except one journalist who dared to give it an 8 and was ripped to shreds for it. But then the fans got their hands on the game, and well, you know the rest.
Well, we know what happened there with Cyberpunk, and there's a lot of cyber penises. But pretty much, there's a lot more, and Fextra Life does great stuff. D-Day is a fan of Fextra Life. That was my first time seeing him. He does good stuff, though. I definitely want to watch him more. Go give that guy a follow. Huge channel, and I appreciate, giving that like a very ethical look there. But here's the thing.
And even then, I think he was being generous.
Oh, he was being super nice. Are you fucking kidding me? If EA gave me a
Super
review
generous.
code, I would have said, similar to what I said to Insidious Bliss yesterday playing Suicide Squad, I think it's more fun to swallow random pills you find in the medicine cabinet than play this fucking game. There's my fucking review. But here's the thing. This guy still would have been positive. He loved the gameplay. It was just the bullshit in the game. He was like, and for
He was
that,
just being honest. That's it.
for that, EA ghosted him like a white girl dating him, keeping him, dragging him along. Oh, we'll go on a date. Yeah, we'll go on a date. It'll be the best date. Don't worry. Oh, I'm sick this week. Oh, I'm busy this week. Meanwhile, EA is cheating on you. Cheating on you with the other guys that are giving her 9s and 10s. EA, you fucking filthy vixen, you. My God. So there you have it. That's why everyone is reviewing this game and saying it's amazing. And here's the thing. I think EA, I'll even double this. I think EA is not only targeting people that they think will give it 9s and 10s, but they're targeting people that have the same politics as the game, have the same identity as the characters, and they're going for those people. Oh, IGN, here's a review code. Make sure you have this person review the game. No reason. I just really think they'd like it. Knows that they're non-binary and trans and all that stuff. I guarantee you, they're doing that. They're not going to have like the badass Halo player on the team review the game. They're giving it to the person that's like, oh, Tash is just like me. I have horns and surgery scars too. Fucking hell. Okay, what are your thoughts on all that?
Well, it's interesting that he was saying, like, I don't think everyone will have, like, a completely positive review and all this stuff. It doesn't mean that they're lying in the reviews. And it's like, the thing is that your review was extremely positive, but you were still pointing out the flaws in it. So if that's the case, I don't trust a single negative review to come through. Like, I personally don't. I don't know if he meant, like, through the review codes or just everyone reviewing the game or what. But if we're talking about EA giving that early access and giving them the ability to review, all of those reviews, in my opinion, should be thrown out. I can't trust anyone that had a review code because it's like they're clearly only letting you have that review code if you're going to be completely sucking their dick.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way you can fucking review this game. And I'm just baffled. I'm just fucking baffled. Look, I know that this kind of stuff happens in the industry, but for them to be so brazen about it and to shut out a guy who literally helped save the forums for their past games.
I know. He's
That's
jannying for them.
fucking,
He's
like,
doing it for free,
crazy.
man. Just because he's a huge fan. This is insane. And because he was probably going to give it like a fucking 8.5 out of 10. Well, God forbid they fucking ghost him. But you know what? Maybe EA's right. Let's look at some more dialogue. Maybe it's only several hundred lines that are bad. Let's look at another line here. Maybe the game picks up. Let's find out.
Emmerich, you clearly find talking about dragons boring.
What? How? Who doesn't like dragons?
Aren't you curious why Tash likes them as much as you like necromancy?
The question crossed my mind.
And maybe Emmerich could help demystify magic, Tash.
See what I mean? That is not how you speak to adults. That is how you speak to a toddler when you are teaching them to share their Optimus Prime toy with their little brother.
And I believe that there is a skill up there that was posted by Manga Lawyer. I said, how is every single line of dialogue this bad and still critics will tell you with a straight face they're witnessing a masterpiece? A skill up said there. It's just like, see, you like dragons and Jimmy likes dragons. Maybe you can share your dragons with Jimmy. And he's talking to a person that looks like Alfred from Batman. Like, who writes that? I've written fan fiction for Batman back in the day, and it was way better than that. It didn't compare to Kay's Office fan fiction, but my God, was it better than this?
I'm not even going to dispute you on that one. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's beyond fan fiction. I was having a conversation with someone, and I barely look at this game because I know I'm not interested in it at all. But the few things that I'm shown, it's so fucking terrible. And to me, this is like if you took the worst fan fiction on the fucking internet and you just scraped the bottom of the barrel, and then that's what you put as the dialogue. Like, it's like bordering worse than like Sonic fan fiction for me. Yeah, it might not be as graphic, but it's really fucking poorly written. Like, it's bad.
So, I have a question, and this goes to UK, and this goes to everybody. Daka posted this. Daka 1. I waited so long for this. Total industry collapse now. This is a pivotal moment in gaming, coming up. We're on the verge of a full-on collapse. This is, of course, from 4chan. This person said, won't fail, though. And this person said, I will stand idly by and do nothing. So this goes to everybody. This goes to UK. How much did Dragon Age Veilguard impact the industry? Is everyone mindlessly consuming product? And is it a big success? Is it a complete failure? Is it crashing the industry with no survivors? Is Bioware done? Are we not going to get Mass Effect ever again? How much did this impact? You have a lot of people saying that this game is a colossal failure. You have other people saying that this game is a masterpiece. Where does this all fall?
I think that people who see this game as a complete failure aren't realizing how many like normie fans there are out there of this game, and how many people will blindly consume this game because it has enough of a picture that people recognize that they'll buy it, kind of like the Assassin's Creed thing. I think there's a lot of loyalty to this IP, and I also like know some of the numbers that sold for this game, and I don't think this game is a failure. I don't think that this game is necessarily going to twist the industry forever. What I do think, though, is similar to with GTA 6, where consumer trust just continues to dwindle away. I think that there will be a lot of customers to Dragon Age who will not be picking up the next one. It's kind of like Call of Duty as well. Like, all of these games, they slowly lose their fan bases, right? So you might not see it right away, but slowly through time, these IPs will start to fail. And I think that's what we're going to see with this. But I don't think this game itself is a failure. And I'm seeing a lot of people cite like Steam numbers, but to me, this is actually a primarily console game. I don't have the numbers offhand for it. But to me, this is more of a game for console players than it is for Steam players.
Yeah, you got to understand that the player base is different. An RPG, a medieval-themed RPG back in the day, back around 2005, that would have been targeted towards a player base that's mainly on PC. The console port would have been seen as totally secondary. You know, look at like Oblivion. Like Oblivion, Morrowind, everyone knew to go to PC for that. But with the industry now, the people that are yearning for a single-player based medieval RPG, those are the people that are going to want to be cozy. They're going to want to tweet about it. They're going to want to film TikTok videos of it, and they want to curl up on their couch with their PS5 Pro. It's a very different audience.
The demographic for Dragon Age in general, to me, strikes me as your casual console gamer. I don't feel like someone who is so like autistic about their specs of their PC could handle how fucking paused this game is.
Yeah.
I think there's a certain level of like stereotype where it's like you just kind of know that there are certain kinds of people that would not put up with this.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm comfortable saying that. I don't think the people who are obsessed with having a really well-performing game, really good quality in their storytelling and everything would buy this. And that's more of your PC gamer than your console gamer. And I'm saying this as a console gamer. I like to be a console gamer. But I'm just saying, like, this is for the person that walks into the store and doesn't necessarily know a lot about gaming all the time. And just like, oh, I heard this is good. Or they're Dungeons and Dragons fans sometimes, which obviously they're more informed, but they're also more forgiving of this shit because the communities they're in act like this anyways. So they have no problem with it. Like, there's certain demographics of people that are going to be interested in this game and they're going to buy it regardless. And they know that. And that's who they're catering to. Whether or not that outweighs the general gamer, it's hard to say, but I don't think it's going to fail. I think it's just going to dwindle over time. I think the next Dragon Age is probably going to be pretty fucked, and then if they even get to one after that, it's completely done.
And another point in the anti-PC camp is that console players tend to not care as much about performance as PC players. And I regret to inform you all that Dragon Age the Veilguard runs like complete ass. And this is a video of somebody talking about how good it is. This person is unironically saying this is the best Bioware game since Mass Effect 2. But I want you not so much to focus on his words, as funny as they are, but look at the performance. And if you have an eye for PC gaming, you're going to notice a thing or two here. Look at this game and how it runs here. Just a little bit. Look at that. Look at that volumetric fog just tearing his fucking machine apart there.
Look at that.
Oh, it ain't looking good, Chief. Ain't looking good at all.
This light is weird.
Turn your fog down.
What was that?
Something big.
It's a frame rate tanking.
Ladies and gentlemen.
This is Gamertag Radio.
Thank you, Gamertag Radio. He does go on in that 13-minute video. I will not. I will spare you guys the cringe to say that it is the best game since Mass Effect 2. And yeah, that's the people doing it. If you want to take them seriously, go ahead and check that out. I just wanted to show the performance right there and how bad it is. So just in case you weren't, sorry, go on, Kay.
No, you go ahead.
Oh, no. Just in case you weren't aware, it's every single journalist that you can imagine. Just in case you weren't sure. Polygon wrote a review. Just look at the fucking headline here. Dragon Age the Veilguard is the friend group simulator we've been waiting for. Get
this is
by
exactly what
with
I'm
a little help from
saying.
your friends. Bye.
This is exactly what I'm fucking saying. This game is catered for people like this. I don't think they outweigh the people that are fucking normal. But there's enough people out there like this that are fucking like this that will fund it. And there's people that tolerate it. And they'll fund it too.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. I don't think this game is a complete failure because there's enough fucking retards out there who are fine with this shit.
Yep. Here's another one. You've chosen to encourage Tash, focusing on the benefits of a multicultural background. And I said, genuine question. Does this mean I can bully the crap out of them? No, I already confirmed you cannot bully the crap out of them. Here's another one from The Great Rebellion, an actual good game. 98% positive on Steam. Good for you, buddy. Lucanus, you'd have to kill me. Option 1. In a RPG from Bioware known for amazing storytelling, there's got to be another way. Option 3, if it's necessary. Option 2, oof. Rook, well, that's awkward. He's fun. You're never fun. They wrote in a Bioware RPG, oof. And that was also from Savvy there, you can
hate
see.
these people so much.
Oof is a dialogue option, says Savvy. That's awkward. He's fun. You're fun. My fucking God. My God. It's amazing. It's fucking amazing. Learning the law, also posting about it. Masterful writing. Oof. Just incredible.
This game gives me fatigue. Like, I wish I could describe it properly, but there's just a certain sense of fatigue I get from just the way they write this game. It's just everything I hate about society bundled in a fucking game. And honestly, when I think about it, I would rather deal with Dustborn. Like, I genuinely would rather deal with Dustborn. I'd rather deal with a game that just, like, hates me for being normal than shoving this, like, cringe shit down my throat constantly. And you know the clip that made me fucking angry beyond belief?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming we have that lined up, right?
Oh, we
Because
do.
that fucking clip, man, sent me in a fucking rage the first time I saw it.
You want to just do before...
Like, you think I'm mad right now?
Oh, okay,
like,
you know
the
what?
amount of anger I felt from that when I first saw it was, like, fucking crazy. It's so bad, man. It's
Yeah,
so creepy.
You know what? Let me just shuffle some things around here, and I'm gonna make Kay suffer just a little bit. Let's do a double-edged cringe smackdown here. Let's just get into it, folks. Let's get into the two. Buckle in. Buckle in. If you haven't
And
seen
yes,
this,
Nightmare. Nightmare, I did say Dustborn. I would rather deal with Dustborn where they tell me I'm a terrible fucking human being for having normal thoughts than the way that this game is creepy and predatory. Like, it's fucking disgusting.
Yeah. So, let's just jump right into it. Guys, if you thought it was bad so far, I'm going to give you back to back the two worst scenes back to back in Dragon Age. Buckle in. Get on those special helmets. If you haven't seen these, may God have mercy on your soul. Let's do it right now. I quote tweeted this from Mark Kern here. And let's go into it right now. This is 2 minutes. Can we survive 2 minutes?
Pounding that snake's nose. She's still holding the ruby in her other hand. Maker's panties. I was so proud.
Oh,
Ah, shit. They're still holding it. Sorry.
What are you doing?
Pulling a barb.
Oh, okay.
A barb?
I want to, like,
Tradition in
punch
the
a
Lords of
wall
Fortune
when I hear
from one
these
of our
women
old
talk.
members, Barv. Good guy, but like most of us, his plans went sideways a lot. Bad blood among your crew's not good for morale, but there's not always time for big, drawn-out apologies. So, when one of us screws up and we know we've screwed up, we do a quick 10 to put it right. Pulling a barb. Oh, there we go.
I'm glad the Lords of Fortune have Tarsh's back.
Who is enjoying this?
Tarsh isn't the first non-binary member of the Lords.
Oh my God.
Really? It was a little before your time, but Horlicks was one of ours. Huh. Bastard looked better than I did in a dress or pants. And out of them, too.
Any reason you can't just apologize?
Sometimes people say, oops, sorry, and hope that fixes it. But they just want to get the whole thing over with. Trust me, I know. But pulling a barb, you sweat a little. Makes you think about it a little more. Shows the other person you mean it.
What if they mean it when they say they're sorry, though?
And that's the other reason. Some people mess up and get all dramatic. They make it about them. Oh, you know, I didn't mean it right. I'd never do that on purpose. They feel so bad about it that it's on everyone else to smooth it over and make them feel better.
Oh, okay. Yes, some people might do that.
Pulling a barb puts it on the person who screwed up. They made the mess, they fix it, done.
These are fucking adult children. They have no right.
Talks like this.
They have no right existing amongst adults. I said on Twitter.
I literally feel like I'm watching a room of teachers, like, and they're just talking to children. Be like, sometimes people will say wrong things, and that's not okay, and you need to be nice to each other. Shut the fuck up, retard.
Teachers that have no right
Holy
to be
fuck.
around children. I wrote on Twitter.
Oh my god.
In response to this, that I am dead serious. Dragon Age Veilguard looks like the most insufferable, god-awful, cringe game I have ever seen. Remember all of us laughing at Gone Home and Life is Strange 10 years ago? I mean that. Do you guys remember that? Those might as well be Duke Nukem compared to this. This is Life is Strange times 500, because this is Life is Strange and Gone Home with a $500 million budget. This is insane. This is just the worst fucking thing ever. This is truly the cringiest fucking game ever. Yes, Dustborn is a genuinely cooler and more appealing game than fucking Dragon Age Veilguard. These people are insufferable. And if you actually listen, because I've had to watch this several times, if you actually listen to the fucking dialogue and what they're telling you, they're saying that they're not even, these fucking adult children are not even satisfied with saying sorry when you don't play into their sick fucking fantasies anymore. It's not even enough now. You know how many applause these probably got from these fucking people? Now you have to actually suffer. If you fuck up and dare call them by the gender they are born with, you have to go and suffer. You have to go and do 10 push-ups. You have to go and do 10 pull-ups to show that you truly mean it. Because when a person apologizes, not good enough. That's them making it about them and not making it about you. I don't care about you. Get in the fucking crystal. You want to know why
the crystal.
Everyone is sick of you? It's because of shit like this. Drink the fucking bleach already so we don't have to hear it. It gets worse. It gets worse, if you can believe it. I don't know how anyone could look at what we've already shown here today and say, yeah, that game looks like it's good for me. If it is, I'm surprised you've made it this far into the show. Congratulations, because I mean,
literally.
there's no way that you can unironically like Dragon Age Veilguard and also watch the show and be able to consume comedy and entertainment. Not that I'm saying I'm entertaining or comedic, but I try. It gets worse.
I don't know. Like, everyone is welcome here, but I just don't know how you'd be able
How?
to handle half the shit we say.
I want to meet the one.
If you enjoy this, like, it's crazy.
It's insane, man. This is written for the most delusional fucking people in the world, and then the most delusional people in the world are writing your game reviews because they're giving it 9s and 10s. Bet me, this gets worse. I posted this over on Twitter. I found this clip, and my God, the clip now has 350,000 views. Let's look at this. I wrote, holy shit, this is real, because I couldn't believe this. I watched this over multiple times because I thought this was editing. You know how good, like, fakes have gotten? You know how good fucking fakes are gotten? Here's the thing. There is the whole controversy that I don't have on me right now, where there was the leak of the NDA from Bioware and all that stuff. And there was people being like, that's so fake. That's so fake. It's totally believable from this company. It turned out to be fake. But the thing is, what made it so funny is that from Bioware, that shit could have been real. Easily fucking real. Don't believe me? This clip, I had to verify it, is somehow fucking real. I say this is hilarious in the worst way possible. Just imagine being the person who says this with a straight face that this is game of the year. Watch this shit. Fucking worst game ever made.
Sounds like your mother was hard on you. Nah. I think your fingers are just perfect.
Yeah. So... are you trying to have sex with me?
What? Hadn't really thought that far ahead, but... maybe?
Quick, think about us having sex. So now we need to figure out if it's cash lock or Tom lock.
And those are...
Cash lock's just flirting. You look and make jokes and maybe think about him for fun. Tom lock is serious. Like you want to grab that and taste its neck right by the collarbone. So which is it?
Sounds...
Do I have a choice? I'm genuinely at... Kay, you're frozen.
Look, the first time, James, you know this, the first time I saw this, I started yelling.
Yes.
I started like fucking yelling. And I was so angry at this. And I couldn't even, like, obviously I understand why I'm mad at it because it's fucking cringe, but I'm like, why does this bother me so much? And I realized because it's genuinely predatory. I'm not someone who offends easily. There is a difference between joking or quirky dialogue or whatever and straight up the writer feels like a predator.
Yeah.
It feels like I'm dealing with a creepy person.
I would be totally fine
It's like literally my female sirens went off and I was like, this person is trying to fucking do something. Like, this is fucking disgusting and creepy.
I think we need to shut down Bioware and figure out what the hell's going on. We need to fucking investigate their hard drives.
I don't know who's writing this shit, and I'm all for writing whatever the fuck, right? Like, but there's just something about it that comes across as like such like projection, like they're projecting their own fucking feelings into this writing.
No more Oreos.
No more. No more.
No more Oreos.
Nightmare tipped $2. Speaking of cringe, Steam is now actively recommending me gay porn. Probably because of everything I've wishlisted for you. You know what that means.
What does that mean, Nightmare? But Jesus Christ, that's so funny.
You had me in the first half. You don't have to purge your wish list. You don't have to do that. Just keep it in the wish list, Nightmare. Nightmare. Nightmare just gifted us a game.
Oh no. Can't be worse than Veilguard, at least.
Oh no. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Nightmare has gifted us something much better than Dragon Age Veilguard. Nightmare has gifted us I got gooned by a femboy. And the description just says desperate times call for desperate measures. I'm not even mad. I'm not even I needed that.
I would rather play this game, honestly, than Dragon Age Veilguard. I'd rather play this fucking
After
game.
what we all just went through with that clip, I think we all needed to get gooned by a femboy. I think that's much better.
This is totally fine to me.
Much better. Yeah, I am fine with femboys gooning. Quote me on that. Put my face on a bumper sticker and say I got gooned by a femboy. That's fine. That's fine. Good luck, America. I got
Feels
gooned.
less predatory than Dragon Age Veilguard.
I got gooned by a femboy. There we go. Thank you so much, Nightmare. That is much better than this. Oh my God. Thank you, Nightmare. If you guys are feeling that was genuinely a nice break, Nightmare. Genuinely, thank you. My God, I've never been so happy to get gooned by a femboy. Maybe once. But I just want, so you guys don't feel alone, I want you to see like my comments on this. Because again, I got a fuck ton of fucking replies on this one. I got 330 comments on this fucking video. I'm just going to show you some of them just to know that you're not alone in thinking, oh, that fucked. KS deplorable. That is horrible. I reply with, we need to shut down BioWare until we can figure out what the hell is going on. Zach says, what in the ever-loving fuck is this? And I just say, modern game. I love how that got 300 likes and I got 800. What the fuck is this? Modern game. I'm going to get to this one in a second because it's my favorite one. Holy hell, I was already not going to buy this from Daily Disinformation. You didn't have to pull this trash out. And I said, I just wanted to show you that you made the right choice. Wolfen says, that fucking growl is cringe as shit. And I said, my fight or flight kicked in, and I think BioWare would consider that a hate crime. Oh, and here's one of my favorite ones. WSW says, this is the best final edit. Imagine the drafts. To which I said, we did 20 takes, and that was the best one. But my all-time favorite comment. Mark Dystopia Enjoyer. Project 2025 will ban this game, and people who purchased it will be refunded with a free trip to Crystal Prison. Let's go. And I said, please crystallize all of BioWare. And he already confirmed that that is in the works, but purchasers will be surprised with the bonus. Good news. Such good news. Oh my God. That put a smile on my face. That put a fucking smile on my face. Okay.
It's so creepy, man. I don't know.
Yes. So here, let me just quickly wrap up everything Dragon Age, and then we can think about the future.
And never deal with this fucking game again.
Never again.
Games Gallery,
until Gifted Games Gallery.
I saw some comments in chat. There's a Sergey, yes, Nightmare actually purchased both Dustborn and Dragon Age Veilguard for us. We already played an hour of Dustborn, and we were screaming through that. And still, I think it's not as bad as what we're going to be in for Dragon Age Veilguard.
Yep.
Sincerely.
Yeah.
So, also, Nightmare, thank you for gifting us those games, even though I want to punch a wall thinking about them. Thank you still.
So let's just wrap up the rest of the news here real quick, and then we can move on to something good. Good Lord.
Thank you.
Daka pointing out that apparently everybody in the medieval times was a tranny. Who knew? How do you feel about so many NPCs in Veilguard being trans? Because here's another one. All the men in my family are military. My father, well, he made it clear that if I wanted to live as a man, I'd have to be a soldier. I think this validates my decision to avoid Western games. OP here. I'm trans, by the way. And here we got our little chud saying, didn't buy indie games are where the soul is, not AAA McGarbage. Couldn't agree more. Sheppy said, can we spare a moment for all the QA who probably had to watch this cutscene 100 times? To which I said, POV, you are QA on Dragon Age Veilguard, and the boss just let you know overtime is ramping up. Oh my God. Oh, you think suicides are bad now, folks? My God, that poor QA team. I can't even imagine. Mark Kern posted this, which I thought this was funny. Because, like we said, there's a lot of people that think it's a failure. Whether or not you do is up to you. But he said, Dragon Age Veilguard barely cracked the number 9 spot on launch day, while much older titles did much better. Day 1 players are unique. They tend to be the hardcore fandom who pre-order and even take time off to play the game. The casuals come in later. Weekend will tell much, and the source is SteamDB. But I want to just point out something right there. Just right there. Look at that. Number 2, Banana. To which I said, go Banana. Banana is beating Dragon Age Veilguard. There we go. There we go. You know, you may consider it a success.
One white pill.
Yeah, you might consider Dragon Age Veilguard a success. But Ralph Wiggum won the day. Banana wins. Banana's the second most played game on Steam behind Counter-Strike. Let's fucking go. It's even beating Dota, lads. Let's fucking go. Speaking of Steam, by the way, the Jannies are up in arms right here. Pirate Nation said BioWare is banning anyone with wrong opinions on Steam so others can keep with their thing. This one is a black pill, mind you, because I want to point out that it's not actually BioWare. I've been banned from enough Steam forums. Look, if there's any podcast that's going to guarantee you that you can believe me that I have been banned from Steam forums, it's this one. So I know what I'm talking about. Right here, your access to the Dragon Age Veilguard lobby has been blocked until November 7th. A member of Steam support has blocked you from accessing this site. And another one, well, that's in fucking whatever that language is. I don't even fucking know. But the English one says Steam support. To which I said, notice it's a Steam moderator doing this. Steam specifies if it's someone from Valve or from the game's team banning or suspending you. Steam slow erosion continues. This is something we've been alluding to since the start of the Melee Madness podcast. We absolutely love Steam. I at least love Steam. We almost own 2,000 games on Steam. But a lot of their team members, the people that have to verify the games that are coming in, and the people that Janny every single forum have been losing their way, and there has been a slow erosion going on in Steam. I've been banned from a number of Steam forums, and it will tell you, which I do appreciate because it helped me in this story. It does tell you who banned you. It doesn't say who. It doesn't say their address or anything. It will just say, did someone from Steam's Jannies ban you, or did someone from the dev team of the game ban you? Because both of them have mod powers. Anyone from Steam can look at any forum from any game because there's thousands upon thousands of games on Steam, and they can ban you, as well as the developers of their own game, and it will tell you each time. I have been banned from both. That's why I know. So this is not actually BioWare or EA moderating the Steam forums. Maybe they are as well, but this specific case is a Steam moderator banning them. So Steam continues to get a little bit gay. Speaking about gay, straight from the horse's mouth, this is the director of Dragon Age Veilguard talking about who he's going to romance and how it's going to be trash. I mean, Tash. I mean, that was actually a slip there. The fucking non-binary dragon lady. So if you're wondering who is responsible for all this, let's hear it from the director right now.
It makes Tosh a really special companion for me. All right, yeah, I have to talk about the steamiest romances. All I can get, for me personally, I'll just speak for me personally, but at the culmination of the romance arcs, I'd have to say Tosh. When I got to that scene and saw the finished version of that cinematic, I was hollering. It makes Tosh...
Oh, he's hollering. Oh, no. Watch out, Ralph. You have competition in the swamp there. That ain't good now, is it? All right. Whew, we're going to look at the future of BioWare now, folks. So keep all that in mind. That is BioWare.
Just quickly wrap a few comments here from the, because we're going to transition to a very different conversation here. So let me just look at a few comments.
Ahead. Absolutely.
All right, let's see here. Sorry, I'm just going to scroll up. Thank you guys so much for chatting, and I always love the conversation. So earlier, James, you were mentioning the timeline between Origins and Mass Effect.
Right.
Imp Black Belt came in at that time, and he was saying it's the other way around. So Mass Effect was just after Dragon Age Origins.
Oh, really?
Dragon Age Origins was basically complete when BioWare was purchased by EA. The publisher actually told them to delay the game for cross-platform release.
Oh, so it was finished first, but Mass Effect came out first? me see.
Jody is saying Mass Effect 1 was 2007,
Yeah.
Part 2 was 2009.
Yeah. And now, hold on. Yeah, November 20th, 2007 was Mass Effect 1.
Yeah.
Dragon Age Origins came out in 2009.
There
So,
you go,
so it
yes.
sounds like they could have delayed it. But, that's the thing. That actually played a factor in me not liking Dragon Age Origins is, I think I've said this before, but I absolutely love Mass Effect 1. Love it. It came out the same year as the game that I consider my favorite game of all time, Halo 3. And I remember, because I played Mass Effect after Halo 3, and I remember playing Mass Effect, and I'm like, man, this came out the same year as Halo 3. I'm having a hard time deciding which one I like better. That's fucking crazy. Now, ultimately, I'll side with Halo, but my God, what a fucking amazing start to an amazing franchise there. And we're going to get into that now. But then 2 years later, Dragon Age Origins comes out, and it feels like a downgrade. It feels like every way, at least to me, it is a downgrade compared to Mass Effect. So it does make sense that they would have delayed it. Maybe it was finished first and they delayed it because it feels graphically weaker. Like everything, the gameplay feels weaker. A lot of people don't like Mass Effect 1's gameplay. I love it.
I love Mass Effect 1's gameplay.
You see, the thing is, folks, if you don't like Mass Effect 1's gameplay, I'll fix it for you. You play Soldier. Problem solved. But I hear if you play like an adept in Mass Effect 1, it's like the worst fucking thing in the world. I only ever played
Soldier.
I only ever
so
played
it felt good.
Soldier. The only time I've ever played the other classes is in Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. My Chad Shepard has always been a Cerberus respecting, Ashley smashing soldier. Sorry, go on, Kay.
All good. J Down says they are just replacing one dogma for another and calling it diversity. Yep. 100% agree. Insidious Bliss says, if this is the authentic non-binary experience and everyone has to be nice to them, why are they constantly bitching and saying they are persecuted? Exactly. If you are creating a game that's supposed to be one-to-one with the actual experience you have, and the only options I have is to be nice to you, and all you do in your fucking dialogue is be nice to each other, and God forbid you slip up even slightly, and I say slip up lightly because I don't fucking, like... It's incredibly cringe how easily they're all offending each other within their own fantasy world. Why are you doing push-ups as punishment and talking about like, oh, you get a slap on the wrist if you do this, and some people are just totally bad and you shouldn't let them get away with it and all that kind of shit. And then also in the same fucking game, what do you mean by the lesbian characters being predatory to each other? Because you're saying that this game is supposed to be authentic, right? So what are you saying about that?
Yeah.
Right? So
very true.
Bliss, very good point. Very good fucking point.
Yeah.
And by the way, I just want to say, as a side note, I didn't realize I was a lesbian until like 5 hours later.
Until they shove it down your fucking throat constantly.
I didn't
No
know
pun
it was
intended.
a lesbian until someone made a comment saying that it was a lesbian relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, what? I didn't even realize because it just came across as like a super predatory male going at a woman. It was weird. This game's fucked, man. Let's see. How's it going, Snapple? Sergey says, also the other thing about Dragon Age Veilguard, the graphics look weird. It seems as if the facial animations got downgraded, to be honest. Jody says, Dragon Age is dead after Veilguard. I think it will decline. I can see maybe one more game coming out.
I don't know if
'cause
I
think
said
they're gonna
this
succeed
earlier,
enough.
but I was hoping that we would never see Mass Effect again, and we're gonna get into the future of Mass Effect.
Yes,
but
we'll
just,
get into that soon,
just
yeah.
solely based off of Dragon Age Veilguard's performance and what I've seen, I don't think it's done as well as they hoped. I also don't think it's the colossal failure that we hoped for. I think it kind of falls in the middle. So I do think that they're gonna go forward with Mass Effect. I do think they have a little bit more pressure on their shoulders with Mass Effect. And I think if Mass Effect isn't a slam dunk for BioWare and a total return to form, and it actually meets the sales expectations, EA may pull an EA and then pull the plug on BioWare, and then they will just take the IPs and then keep them in-house, which I think EA has the power. BioWare is kind of their biggest heavy hitter still, but that's only because of a lot of good faith, and good faith only gets you so far. So now that they've had, failure after failure, because I look, and I know there's people that like Mass Effect 3, but overall, Mass Effect 3 was kind of the first game that kind of kicked off gaming controversy on social media. That was like the first game where journalists and gamers were button heads and everything. And if you think about that, that was 2012. That was 2 years before Gamergate. So really, BioWare has not had a slam dunk game since Mass Effect 2. In the eyes of the press, in terms of sales, and in terms of being totally beloved by gamers. So I think that's what Mass Effect 5, because Andromeda is kind of 4, that's what Mass Effect 5 needs to hit. I think it needs to hit that, and if it's even a lukewarm response to what I would classify Veilguard as, they might pull the plug and just bring in the IPs and keep them internal.
Yeah. Might even have a situation similar to Alice, right? Where you just never, after a certain amount of time, you don't see the games again. They just kind of keep the IP.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe they'll decide to open it again one day. But I just get this gut feeling that there is going to still be more Dragon Age, personally. I think there's going to be at least one more at some point. Unless they, their sales, overall as an entire company tank so poorly that they can't afford to make another big budget game. But I don't think just based on these sales that they're going to be like, oh, we can't make this game anymore. It's not successful enough. Crazy Landlow says, the ones who say this is a masterpiece must have gender studies degrees, talking about the scene that we saw. Snapple says, in my opinion, it's all downhill for Dragon Age from here. That I can agree with for sure. People are going to realize it's going to be garbage from here on out. And I think that's a general sentiment. I got that from Jody as well. Everyone's kind of feeling like, regardless, that there's going to be a tone shift, I suppose. People will start to realize how bad these games are. Let's see. Sergey saying, dude, that footage hurt my eyes. Me too. Nightmare saying, this runs almost as badly as Final Fantasy 16, but at least that game is fun. And yes, Imp says friend group simulator. It's exactly that. Nightmare saying Persona is a much better friend group simulator, and I should know it was the high school experience I never had. Jody says shit taste in Friends Polygon. I'll fucking say. Yes, everyone's cringing at that fucking title from Polygon. Like, what the fuck was that shit? How's it going, dude? Dude's over on Rumble saying, howdy, what madness have I missed? A lot of yelling about Dragon Age. That's kind of what you've missed in the last little bit. Crazy Landlow says, this is why I stick to older games on PC like Sonic Adventure 2 or Saints Row 2 or GTA San Andreas. I have a good PC, but a lot of modern games suck on PC. Yeah, they're optimizing for console at this point, so you're not getting the same performance you used to.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's like a no-cap Trunks moment in Sparking Zero, exactly. Yes, Nightmare, I said Dustborn. I would rather play Dustborn than Dragon Age Veilguard. Fuck this game.
100%. I 100% agree.
It's so bad. It's so fucking bad.
Yep.
Jody says, projection, Your Honor. And yeah, Snapple says, just reeks of pandering. Crazy Landlow says, I want to say that non-binary shit is so fitting in a fantasy world because it's also fake, but this is demonic. Sergey says, no wonder kids are so brain dead. Jokes. You mean life is cringe? Yes, life is cringe. Or life is dranks if you're a Bro Team fan. Imp says, Life is Strange's writing didn't feel like it was talking to kids. It felt like it was talking to other people, like on the same side as them. Imp says it was cringe and contradictory, but it wasn't constantly condescending. Let's see here. Awesome conversation you guys are having. I'm just skimming through a little bit so we can keep the news going, but lots of really great stuff happening. Snapple says, what's better, this game or Dustborn? Dustborn is better, in my opinion. Not by much, but it is better. I don't. James, do you have a different opinion?
No. You want to poll? Obviously, everybody wants to smash Mamala and read her case fan fiction. I'll let you guys decide. What would you rather play, Veilguard or Dustborn? Very simple poll. There you go.
Imp says the part where she borderline sexually assaults her compatriot in arms is absolutely Kino. Crazy Lando says this is demonic is what it is. Sergey says, did Diddy write this dialogue? It's creepy as fuck. It is. Let's see here. Oh, we got some new people joining in since then. How's it going, Nerdy Neo? Hope you're doing well. Imp says no Kamala's speechwriters wrote that segment. And everyone was celebrating the gooning femboy game that Nightmare gifted us. Thank you again, Nightmare. Somehow that game was not nearly as offensive as what we've witnessed today from this
I would have
fucking
put that
game,
one in the poll, but obviously everybody would rather goon with a femboy than play Veilguard or Dustborn. So you got to pick Veilguard or Dustborn. That's the harder pick.
I'm seeing some conversation about Mass Effect and stuff like that, so I feel we're safe to go on to the next portion of our conversation.
All right, well...
But yes, Jody, I also have the ick from this shit. God fucking damn.
All right, so with that, it is N7 day, everybody, and there has been some Mass Effect news, and it is related. So now that we've gotten everything, all of you have survived. Breathe. You've all survived 2 weeks jam-packed of Dragon Age news into one show. Let's look at the future. Let's look at the future of Mass Effect. Let's look over at Michael Gamble's Twitter. Michael Gamble is the project director and executive producer at Bioware, leading a veteran team to build the next Mass Effect game, and previously many other Mass Effect games is what he has worked on. He decided to comment on everything. And you know what? Mass Effect, whatever you want to call it, 4 or 5, there is people calling it Mass Effect 5 just because it's the 5th Mass Effect game, so I'm just going to call it Mass Effect 5 just to show that Andromeda unfortunately exists. It makes Mass Effect 3 look better by comparison. Look at that. So Mass Effect 5 we have here, he's been working on it. It's mostly been tight-lipped. We have not seen a lot outside of like concept art. So Michael Gamble, because of the backlash and controversy of Dragon Age, decided to take to Twitter to comment and talk about how things are going. Lots of people are asking me about Mass Effect now that Veilguard reviews are out, and October 31st is close. Both are from the studio, but Mass Effect is Mass Effect. How you bring a sci-fi RPG to life is different from other genres or IPs and has to have a different kind of love. Regarding tone questions, Mass Effect will maintain the mature tone of the original trilogy. That's all I'm going to say for now. Notice he leaves out Andromeda, so that's an interesting note. That's why it's like we got to include Andromeda, because Andromeda was cringy as fuck, folks. That was an absolute fucking shit show. And that, you would suspect, is more akin to the future of Mass Effect than the original trilogy.
Andromeda is also way more on par with Veilguard.
Yes.
What we're seeing there, right? So
absolutely. Character design, character writing, all of it is
everything
much closer to what Andromeda
But that is like child's play compared to Veilguard.
I think I'm going to have to play through Andromeda. I think I'm going to have to... I think I owe it. There's 2 games. I decided today I need to play through every Gears of War that I haven't played through because I used to love Gears of War. And I don't have it included in the news. I'll just say it quickly. They're getting the original voice actors for Dom and Marcus back for the prequel. And I'm like, okay, I'm in. So now I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to play the shitty Gears of Wars that I missed on the Expo there. But I think I need to play Andromeda because I do love Mass Effect. I have to fucking say I beat that shit and I own it. So we're going to do that sometime before Mass Effect 5 or whatever the fuck it's called comes out. Going on, someone said, MD, please don't Pixar Mass Effect like you guys did with Dragon Age, which I think is a very softball criticism there. My God, listen to the things we've been saying today. Listen to the things you guys have been saying in chat. Michael, coming to defend his company, says, I'm not sure I agree with the Pixar thing, but Mass Effect is photorealistic and will be as long as I am running it. And I believe that is it. Michael did say Red Dead Redemption 2 is the greatest game of all time. I would debate that. You should probably say Mass Effect 2 if you're working on Mass Effect, but that's fine. So
that's still a respectable choice to me.
Yes. And also
I'm okay with that answer.
So that is him commenting. Now, personally, that doesn't give me a lot of faith. He just came out because I think he saw a lot of controversial comments. He saw a lot of 0s and 10s. And so he kind of came because it's N7 day. There's no news on Mass Effect 5. There's nothing that has really come out. And so he has to come out to pretty much say, like, it's still happening. It's working, but it's not going to be like that thing. Don't worry. But he can't say don't worry because that makes it sound like the other thing is not good. So it doesn't give me a lot of confidence, but there you have it. Kay, do you have any thoughts before I move on to the next slide here?
Not much to say on it. I agree with you completely. Okay. I have little to no faith, and it is clearly them sweeping and doing a little bit of PR. I don't see why else you would make that statement.
Well, if you hate Veilguard, good news, and also good, maybe bad news for the future of Mass Effect. Via Rolling Stone magazine, Bioware confirms that the studio is now fully focused on Mass Effect 5. That means there's not going to be any DLC for Veilguard. It is fucking done. There's not going to be any Dragon Age content, probably for a long while. It's going to come up after Mass Effect 5, if Mass Effect 5, in my opinion, is a huge success. So Veilguard is done. You're not going to see anything else for it. At least, God, I hope not. That's what it sounds like. It is all hands on deck for Mass Effect, which can also be considered bad news because that means that the entire Veilguard team has now shifted over to Mass Effect support.
Exactly what my gut says, is that it's just all going to be the same fucking people making the game, so why would I think it's going to be any different?
Yep. And we did have a little bit of news today for N7 Day, and I'm just going to skim through this because it's mostly fluff. But the little bit of news we had for N7 Day, BioWare pretty much said, they came out and said, yeah, go play Dragon Age. There's new Mass Effect merch. But the one little thing of Mass Effect content for N7 Day was it was announced Mass Effect, the TV series, is in the works. It's going to be on Amazon, and it's coming from the Fast and Furious 9 writer. That is Daniel Casey. And Kay, what else has he worked on? Have you were you able to find anything?
Yeah, we got a few things. I mean, honestly, nothing really known, at least to me. Fast 9 was the biggest thing he's known for. Kin, Drone, Dead Man's Hour, The Butcher's Daughter, The Death of Michael Smith. Like, these are all like no-name things. He also, like, before he started writing and shit, he worked on 10 Cloverfield Lane as a script revisionist.
Okay.
And he also worked as a production assistant on Drag Me to Hell.
So, I'm going to try to dance around this. I have no faith for this. I don't want a Mass Effect series. The only way that I think this could work in theory is if they don't involve Shepard at all. But as we have seen from everything, particularly Disney, they can't keep themselves from just, reproducing what has already been done. They have to adapt an existing story. They can't make something original. Mass Effect is a crazy world. It's a whole fucking galaxy, and you could make a series similar to like what they're doing with Penguin, to be honest, where you can go and focus in on different corners of the world. You don't have to go to Shepard. The problem is Shepard, less so than characters in KOTOR, but Shepard is an insert character. You play your Shepard however you want to be. So in my opinion, there is no real Shepard. Shepard is you, and it's what your choices want, meaning that even if the show is good, if they have it from the perspective of Shepard, it's going to be jarring and bad, and it's going to rub a lot of fans the wrong way. I'm sure I will be rubbed the wrong way unless Shepard sees the elusive man and goes, "Oh, Captain, my Captain." But yeah,
I don't see how you can write this story without choosing like a canon version of the character, and it has to be male Shepard.
I think you could do a prequel like Captain Anderson and Saren, or you could do so many cool things. You could have it focused on Omega. We both love the planet Omega.
Oh, I fucking love Omega. Yeah.
You could do stuff with Samara. You could do stuff with Thane. You could do stuff with Garrus. That's what I'm talking about. They should actually take a lesson from Penguin, because now what Penguin is doing is like the last episode isn't out yet. We don't know if there's going to be a season 2, but it's pretty much confirmed that there's going to be other series for other villains, and they're going to be like, none of them are announced yet, I don't think, but it's like Deadshot, Riddler, Scarecrow, and they're all going to get one season. That could work. You could do that. You could do that with the squad. Don't have Shepard. Just do prequel shows for all the squad members. Jack, Garrus, Rex. I think that could be.
Some people saying First Contact War. So Jody and Nerdy Neil both said First Contact War.
Yeah, exactly. But if you involve Shepard, I think it's dead in the water. Just the fact that it's Amazon doesn't give me a lot of hope. These are the same people that do The Boys, and you've seen how that has gone. Rings of Power. So a lot of people are like, better than Netflix, and I'm like, nah, not by much, not by a whole lot. So I don't have a lot of faith for this. I have one closing statement here. Okay, if you have anything to add on Dragon Age, Mass Effect in the future in the show, let me know before I jump into it here.
Fuck Dragon Age. You guys heard me yell about it enough, and I also tweeted a bunch about it. So, I mean, look, everyone's getting mad about Dragon Age. You're getting more than enough of your fill on that. I'll just say, fuck that game. It disgusts me. And I know that we have to play an hour on this channel. Thank you again, Nightmare. Regardless, my anger is towards the game, not towards you. Just to be clear. Thank you for gifting it to us, but I'm not going to enjoy that hour, and you're going to hear me rip into that game. Like, there's no way I can survive
that's
that
what he's
fucking quirky
expecting.
dialogue.
I think that's what he wants.
So just, yeah, as long as you're fine with that, I'm not going to be like, oh, this game is great. There's no fucking way. So fuck Dragon Age, fuck the predatory dialogue, fuck all the creepy feelings I get just from watching the characters interact with each other. If you like that game, okay. People can like whatever games they want, but this is probably the hardest time I've ever had understanding why someone would like a game ever. Like, ever in my life. I would like to meet someone that actually genuinely enjoys this game and see why, because I don't see a path that you do. Honestly.
Yeah, I had a lot of replies on that tweet I did that blew up. That was like 350,000 people. There was people that were liking it. The only argument I got was like, oh, what? You're not okay with cheesy, cheeky romance writing? And it's just like,
no.
That ain't cheesy, cheeky romance, folks. This ain't The Room. This isn't Sphere of the Lycanthrope. David, stay. This is like rapey. This is like investigate your fucking hard drive. This is fucked. This is
your
like
siren should be going off.
Yeah, this
like
is
just
super
fucking
fucked.
reading that dialogue, like literally. So fuck Dragon Age, and as Nightmare said, Nightmare's looking forward to that hour. So there you go.
We had people on side scrollers today that were like, that man must really hate you if he gifted you that game.
Oh yeah, Nightmare. I don't know if you heard, but I gave you a shout out for gifting us the game.
It was good.
Because it came up. But yeah, so fuck Dragon Age. I'm sure, there's going to be more news coming out about this game, whether it's just people discovering more scenes or whatever. You'll hear more from us in that anger, but I'm done with that today.
Good.
As for Mass Effect, I really like your idea, and I didn't really think of it in that angle. I just kind of assumed they would be basic bitch and just do like a Shepard story. But I like what you proposed, James, and I like what people in chat proposed too, like taking different stories. I think that's a great idea. And there's so many fantastic characters that you can build on in this universe. I completely agree.
Well, that's what I propose, and that's what chat wants. But be reminded, we're dealing with the modern era.
But that's why my brain didn't go to that, because I'm like, they're just going to take the trilogy. They're just going to take what they consider the greatest hits of Mass Effect and assume Shepard is the main character. And honestly, I feel like they're going to go the Fem Shep route, even though I don't think they should. I prefer to play Fem Shep. Obviously, I mean, I'm a female as well, so I'm going to just naturally want to do that more. But I think like Fem Shep canon should be male.
Yeah.
And I think that's a story that they should tell. So I feel like they're going to use it as an excuse and be like, well, if you're mad, it's canon that you can play a female and all of this shit, and they'll have a complete like shield for it. So I think that's what they're going to do, is they're going to just do like a female Shepard story. I would love to be proven wrong, but the guy fucking wrote Fast and Furious 9. Isn't that the one where they fucking go to space?
Maybe, yeah.
Is that the last one?
I don't
know. There was
know.
a Fast and Furious where like they fucking went to space in the last 20 minutes. And it's like, this used to be about like fucking Tokyo Drift and shit. Like, what the fuck is this? This used to be like great racing movies, and they slowly transitioned into fucking like whatever garbage heist movie like everything else. And then it became, we're in space, bros, family, yeah.
I will say,
So,
I don't know.
I don't expect much from this.
BioWare and Amazon, if you're fucking listening, take fucking notes. You have great ideas. In my opinion, I'm tuning my own horn here. You have great ideas from me. You have great ideas from the chat asking for first contact. Here is the olive branch to you wanting to cast a Shepard. Don't do it, but instead, because you have to have a crew. Whatever this game is, you have to have a crew of characters on a spaceship, because that's kind of the core of Mass Effect. In my opinion, if I could summarize Mass Effect to anybody, and they're like, what is it? It is the marriage of Star Wars and Star Trek. It is the Star Wars Star Trek baby. It's got a lot from Star Trek. It's got a lot from Star Wars, and they've just merged together. It has to have a fucking crew on a spaceship. 2 of those crew members, have them be played by Mark Meer and Jennifer Hale. Done. They're not Shepard, but you have Mark Meer as a primary side character. You have Jennifer Hale as a primary side character. Done. You get to hear your Shepard voices, okay? And they have equal footing.
That's really smart.
Whoever you want them to fucking be. They can be, I don't know, Caden or in Samara. I don't fucking care. But just you have them there. Or it can be totally original characters. Just totally fucking original.
Yeah, Jody, this is what I was thinking too. Firefly. So Jody says with
Yep.
some Serenity Firefly flavor, maybe. I feel like it has to have some sort of Firefly feeling to it.
Yeah,
to
which,
be successful.
Yeah, which Joker, Seth Green, who he could literally just play because he's on-screen actor as well. So Seth Green could literally just play Joker. You could, I don't know, do the story about how he got crippled. I don't remember how he got crippled. But Joker is very similar to Wash from Firefly, so you totally could do that.
Sergey's saying make Mass Effect the next Firefly as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think they're gonna go very basic bitch with it. I think fans probably wouldn't want them to necessarily dive into Shepard. But then you're gonna have so many people who are casual fans of Mass Effect who are gonna be mad just at not seeing Shepard in it either. So it's actually a pretty high risk for them not to include Shepard, in my opinion, with a name. Because a lot of people are just gonna expect that. They're like, that's how people tie it directly. Mass Effect Shepard. That's it.
Then
like,
here's what you do.
know?
You have a fully armored up head to toe Shepard in a fucking background scene, and you just be like, there's Shepard. You don't even fucking gender them. That way you can have your self insert of like, there's Shepard going with an assault rifle going against the Geth or whatever. Done. Done. All right. That was a lot. That is Dragon Age. You all got through it. That's the future of Mass Effect. You're all dreading it. I'm going to leave you with this. I'm going to leave you guys with a warning. But it's not a warning to you guys. It's a warning to the modern developer. These are the people that can't help themselves. And this is exactly what BioWare is. The people out there that can't help but shove in their propaganda into every fucking project they do. They can't help it. They will die on their sword no matter what is out there. This warning comes from Medicare. Medicare wrote on Twitter, "It's kind of wild when you think about it, with the economy like it is, and people struggling to pay rent, afford groceries, fill their gas tank, and stay current on insurance. You have game development releasing broken, preachy, shitty products. I hope they understand that they are the first on the chopping block of extras, and that escapism doesn't let you escape is worthless. Real ballsy and disconnected they are when you look at the whole industry." Couldn't have fucking said it better. Thank you, Jim. So yeah, your dates are numbered. It may not be for Veilguard.
Yeah.
I have a feeling it's going to be for Mass Effect, unless you fucking change course. Okay, I'm going to prep the next story. Everything else here, that took way too much time. I'm going to try to make it light and fun and snappy. So let's see. Can we
have
get
so many more interesting
we get
stories
through
than
them?
Dragon
Can
Age,
we get
and
through
I'd
them?
rather talk about all of those.
Let's get through them.
So I'm done with Dragon Age, but I'm going to read a few more of your guys' comments, and then we'll get right into the next stuff.
I'm ready when you are.
Like I said, there is one story we're going to talk about today that's actually involving somebody in our own community here. So, stick around for that, guys, if you can, because there is somebody in our community that we're going to report a story on, and I have talked to them, and we've got some information on that. So, Neo says they went to space in 9. 10 was the most recent. That's for Fast and Furious. Dude says Fast and Furious missed a prime opportunity for calling 10 fasten your seatbelts. God damn. Also, because there's no polls on Rumble, dude says he'd rather play Dragon Age Veilguard. So there you go, guys.
Oh my god, and that poll is at 67% in favor of Dustborn. So that is with 6 votes.
Yeah, I'd rather play fucking Dustborn.
I'd rather play Dustborn. I wonder, it's like, are you guys that are voting for Veilguard, are you like being cheeky and saying like you're putting it on mute? Or you have it like alt-tabbed and the controller is running?
Well, I assume the combat would be more interesting in Veilguard, right? But it's just the fucking beating me over the head with their ideology shit. I can't fucking deal with it. Yeah. And yes. So both Sergey and Jody said Firefly. Neo says Joker has a disease. And Jody says the mask never comes off too. And Imp says, fucking preach, Jim. That's right. Okay, James, let's hop into some better stories.
Let's get into some good news. Oh my god, I made sure to do something cool here for you guys. This is going to be very quick. I want to get through all these stories here because so many of them are good. I had to do Dragon Age because it fucking dominated the last 2 weeks. But these stories are way better. They're actually good. Okay, how many of you guys out there are Souls fans? I think that's almost everyone except for me. Everyone loves Dark Souls. Everyone loves From Software. And a lot of people actually love the OG, which is Demon's Souls. Well, I don't have an indie game for you guys. I actually do in the rapid fire, but I thought this was so fucking cool. I had to show it to you guys. If you guys have access, wink, wink. I'm like having a stroke after Dragon Age. If you guys have access to Demon's Souls on PC by any means, perk up your ears because we're going to be taking a look at Demon Souls Demastered. Let's look. There you have it. That is Demon Souls Demastered. This mod for Demon Souls changes all visuals in the game to be inspired by the early From Software games such as Shadow Tower on the PS1, which, oh my god, I didn't even know that game existed. Oh no, I think I have seen that. I got to play through it. Including a PSX shader, low quality textures, pixel art loading screens, and much more. That is from Great Graham Cracker on Twitter, and that does have a Nexus mod page with detailed instructions on how to install regardless of the version of Demon Souls that you have. PS3, Homebrew, PC, RPC, CS3. That is a mod, and I just thought it looked fucking great. And I am rarely interested in the Souls games, but I was like, fuck, all you gotta do is run it through a PlayStation 1 filter, and I'm suddenly really interested in playing through Demon Souls. Anyone with me? Did that not look really fucking good?
It looked really cool.
Oh my god. So that's it. I just thought that was super cool because I'm a whore for the PS1, and more on that later on the month.
Do we have a link we can drop to people for that?
Yeah, let me link the Nexus mods here.
Perfect.
There you go. You can read some chat while I'm doing
Dude
that.
says FromSoft got its start on the PS1 with King's Field. A lot of Souls games design can be seen even from those games. And yeah, it looks like Neo says, I don't love Souls games.
I know
well,
you
for anyone who
don't.
doesn't know,
I'm
yeah,
with you on
Nerdy
that
Neo's
one.
been playing Souls games with a dude as his coach, and that's been quite a riot. Jody says, Demaster, my god, this takes talent. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It looks great. Sergey says, this looks like if RuneScape and Dark Souls had a baby. Snapple says, reminds me of Nightmare Creatures, if anyone has ever played that. I have not played that.
But you have my attention. Oh,
Nightmare
no, I know that one. That was Mike Matei and Aaron were playing that the other day. That was the one where
Oh, was that when they were dressed up for Halloween?
yeah, that was where Bert couldn't figure out the controls. And it looked
Oh,
good.
okay.
It looked actually really good. I
didn't know that was a game.
Yeah.
Nightmare says, the only Souls game I liked was Code Vein because anime girls. I wanted to get into Code Vein. I couldn't do it, but I'll probably go back to it at some point.
All right.
James, you
well,
ready for the next one?
I am. So we alluded to
Okay,
it.
perfect.
And Kay, you're
Yes.
gonna help me lead a little bit on this one. But if there's one thing I love doing on the Melee Madness podcast, it's shitting on limited run games. And unfortunately, our friend Fractured Filter, who I'm sure you all know, does great stuff, does his own streams that I find highly entertaining. I show him all the time. He's a great lad. He has gotten bitten by the limited run games curse. Now, we have showcased so many times how awful limited run games is. I know a lot of people agree with us that this company is just the worst of the worst, and we hate seeing, for a myriad of reasons, by the way, if you remember, like, even how they treat their employees.
Yes, and if you have missed that coverage, we do have a few clips on the channel. We've even like chopped those out separately because unfortunately there's a lot of cases of limited run games, customer support failing people, and of course a lot of people know that they have kind of a grip on the physical market, which is really upsetting. So yeah, if you've missed that coverage, we have a few clips on the channel, but if you've been here for the whole thing, then you know that James and I have a lot of complaints about how Limited Run treats their customers, how they actually don't really care that much about preservation, though they try to act like they do, in my opinion. So, yeah. And Jody says, yeah, and they booted Kara.
Exactly. That's what I was alluding to. So shout out to Kara there. So, Fractured, but here's the thing. Limited Run is getting bigger, and they're getting a bigger monopoly on re-releases of the games that we all love. All of us here, I believe, are retro gamers. We all have those beloved games from the past. And they did release a set through Kickstarter, mind you, for the System Shock remake. So Fractured bit the bullet and gave them a shot. Now, he was primarily supporting NightDive's re-release of System Shock, but NightDive sadly went with Limited Run for the physical release. So let's go over to his Twitter and check this out here. Fractured Filter writes, I was a bit surprised to find I finally received my Kickstarter physical rewards of System Shock Remake collectibles, cool and all, till I realized still in its packaging, this rip on the book itself. What can be done here? So you can see in the upper right corner, he has circled it. There's the rip. Now, you may be going like, oh, it's not a big deal, but we have shown time and time and time and time again that this company fucks up their packages, fucks up their product, and you are paying a fucking premium for these things. They are charging like a motherfucker on Limited Run Games products, and the whole point of their products is collectibles. You want these in mint. You're giving Limited Run Games a ton of your money because you're receiving a premium product that is, you know, again, it's in the name, is a limited run for a game that you love. So when you see a little tear or a little rip, it is a big deal because you want to keep these in pristine condition forever. So there's the tear in the upper right corner there. And there is a, oh my God, that's even worse. You can see it right down there.
I think it's pretty rough. You can see it on the other angle. It's
all
bad.
the way down. Yeah, the other angle is even worse there.
And you can see in that second screenshot what tier he supported as well. So just to give a reference for cost,
I am going to go to that right now.
On the left there.
So, Fractured writes, since I'm limited on characters, I wanted to add, I saw NightDive's announcement about Limited Run being chosen to handle this. I was wary, but I wanted to give him a chance too. Seems their reputation continues. I went in on $150 American at that. So you can see $150. That's his pledge there. Big box collector's edition, soundtrack, handbook, and all the fixings. And you can see that big rip right there. And there he was talking back and forth with Carl, and he said, like I said, NightDive chose Limited Run to do the special edition. Therefore, it falls on Limited Run, not Kickstarter. Going through social media tends to be more effective. Also, this book was inside this box plastic sealed over that, but I will attempt all avenues. I just started here. So there you can see it. Yeah, in this photo, I mean, look at that. It's actually more clear when you zoom out. Like, he paid $150 American, not including shipping, I feel. And then you have a big rip right there. And there you have it.
And here's the thing. So when Fractured first showed me this, obviously I could see with my eyes there's an issue. And I said, is it like a shipping issue? Like, do you think that when they shipped it through, like, that's what dinged it? But if you look at it, it's actually like double, triple packaged.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that it's packaged, like, the actual item itself would have had to be damaged first before it was even packaged, in my opinion, and that's the conclusion Fractured came to as well. Because the way that it is, the damage, it wouldn't have been damaged like that in shipping, moving around. There was enough protective layers on it. So this means that somebody on their quality team went and packed that item.
Absolutely.
Knowing that it was damaged.
This
and
isn't
then shipped it off.
UPS. This isn't anything like that. It isn't the mailman kicking it around. This, they saw it, they looked at it, they said, that's acceptable, and they sent it to him for $150 American.
Yeah.
And I'll leave you that Limited Run did get back to him, and so Fractured was right. Fractured was right to tweet this out, to let them fucking know that they fucked up, because this is piling up. As I said before, I am going to shit on Limited Run every fucking chance I get. I hate this fucking company. I hate them. So much so that I'm really tempted to buy that Croc Legend of the Gobos Collector's Edition because it's up to Limited Run Games quality, but it's not being done by them. So I just want to say fuck you and get it. Also, I'm a big Croc fan. So we're going to keep talking about it. Limited Run Games did respond on Twitter. So they did respond. Talking on Twitter fucking matters because you're showing the public and the world this company fucking sucks. You can now search Limited Run Games on Twitter and you see countless stories like this. I could talk about Limited Run Games on every single episode of the Melee Madness podcast. I can tell you right now what I can do. I can literally just go on Twitter, type in Limited Run Games damage, and I'll have a story for you every fucking week.
Just got to interrupt here for a second, James. Winky Wanky Woo came in with the $1 on Rumble saying, Brown girl rocks those shades. A woodshag.
God damn it, Winky Wanky. Oh, God.
And then he says, sorry, James. Fem-shep never ever worked, though. And you played male proper shep. You got the story.
I
there
finished the story.
Thank you, Winky Wanky Woo.
Also,
for
red
the
ending
$1
is the only
Rumble.
ending. Oh
There
my
you go.
God. All right. So anyway, as I was saying, you could literally just search Limited Run Game damage, Limited Run Game broken, Limited Run Game shipment, whatever you want, and you will have a story every fucking week. Every single fucking week with this shit. Limited Run Games responded to Fractured, and they said, we hate when this happens. Really? Then why does it happen? Every fucking time. Please reach out to support department, and they'll be more than happy to assist you. Fractured said, I have already. I received a ticket number, now just awaiting a response to it. I'm really happy, by the way, that Fractured didn't act like the LucasArts fan that was like, thank you so much. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I'm such... And, of course, Fractured's a smart guy. He's not going to do that. But do you remember that? Oh, my God, I love you. You're the best. Thank you for damaging my product.
It went from being like, you fucked up to like, oh my God, well, thank you. And the thing that pissed me off too about that account is like, you have the followers to be able to make an impact with that situation. Look, I'm not saying you have to act a certain way just because you have a certain viewership. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying though is if you didn't act like a cuck, it would have went a lot further for people. And this is, you're not the only person that suffers with this shit. So it pissed me off a little
huge
bit.
shout out to Fractured for actually holding their feet to the fucking fire. And just give him the cold shoulder.
And so the rest of the update is not publicly on Twitter, but I have been talking to Fractured, and he's okay with me sharing this information. So we've been going back and forth a little bit. And I won't show screenshots or anything, but I verified he sent me some screenshots and stuff. And so Limited Run did actually get back to Fractured in the ticket, and they've told him to contact NightDive.
Really?
Now,
so that was a fucking lie.
Here's my thing with that. Now,
So they're lying
James,
on Twitter. Yeah, sorry,
here's
go
the
on, I'm
thing
mad.
that we have, right? So this is a completely different scenario. So this has nothing to do with Limited Run or NightDive, what James and I are about to talk about. But there was a Sea of Thieves code scenario that we dealt with that was multiple companies. And this is what my gut went to right away is you have multiple gaming companies involved with a situation. Now, to give you guys context, I bought the Sea of Thieves controller. And again, this is separate to Fractured's issue, but just to give you what I thought of when Fractured told me the
This
situation.
wasn't the story. You're talking about my back and forth with Rare.
Oh, sorry, your code. Yeah. Anyways, you had a code,
I can
right?
explain it. I can explain what happened
Yeah.
if you want. You want me to explain it? Okay.
Yeah, you can explain.
I can fucking explain it. Okay. So yeah, here's what. Long story short, here's what fucking happened to me. I was excited for Sea of Thieves, and at the time I didn't have Game Pass. I like owning my games, but I wanted to play it on PC, and I was like, oh fuck, what is the Windows Store? I never buy on the Windows Store, and I haven't bought in a game on the Windows Store since. I bought Sea of Thieves on the Windows Store. Here's what fucking happened to me. Here's what Kay's alluding to. I bought the game on the Windows Store with my I didn't realize what account was logged in, and I bought it with my Windows email account, not the account I use for Xbox and Xbox Live, because they try to streamline everything. So in the entire purchase process, and again, this was Windows Store during the Sea of Thieves launch. In my opinion, at least at that time, I thought the Windows Store was the worst store. It's worse than Uplay. It's worse than Epic. So I was like, fuck. Okay, I bought Sea of Thieves on the wrong fucking account. I wanted to buy it on my Xbox account so that it could, get achievements properly for the right account, not this account that has 0 achievements that I use just for Windows shit. And so I contacted I didn't even launch the game. I contacted Microsoft support entirely, right away. And they said, oh, okay, yeah, we can get that resolved for you, but you have to go to Rare, the developers. They can resolve it. So I go over to Rare, and I tell Rare customer support the whole thing, the whole story. I give them all the details, and I say, this is my Windows account it's bought on. This is my Xbox Live account that I want it bought on. Transfer the license over. I know you can do this. I'm giving you verifiable proof that both of these accounts are mine. I just want it removed from this and bought here. Or I'm even fine with you just refunding this. I haven't launched it, and I'll just buy it myself over here, and I'll sign in and all that stuff. But really, I just want product moved to this account. And Microsoft said, you can do it. And they go, okay, yeah, that can be done for you. Microsoft can do it. Okay. So then I go to Microsoft, and I say, Rare is saying you can do it. And they're like, oh, no, Rare can do it. And then I go back, and I literally show them each other's screenshot saying, hey, Rare, Microsoft saying you can do it. Hey, Microsoft, Rare is saying you can do it. And I say to both of them at the same time, who can do it? You're both saying the other person is responsible for doing this. They both close the ticket at the same time and say, sorry, never mind. I never heard back from him.
Yes, so this is what I was alluding to. So we were really into Sea of Thieves at the time. I was buying all this stuff for it. You were buying stuff for it. Point is, you were dealing with 2 different companies, and neither of them wanted to take responsibility for the scenario, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so now the situation that Fractured's in, which this kind of reminds me of, I'm not saying that's going to have the same outcome, is Fractured Contacts Limited Run. Now they're saying to him, can you please talk to NightDive as well? So they pretty much asked him to forward. So Fractured forward this information now to NightDive. Well, he did this at like 8 a.m. or something like that, 8, 9 a.m.
Yeah.
And in an entire business day, he has not heard back from Atari NightDive. So that's the last of the update we have right now, is that he's still waiting on NightDive to get back to him. So who knows? Who knows what will come of that? Obviously, we'll continue to update you guys on what happens with that. If NightDive resolves the situation, if Limited Run resolves the situation. It seems like Limited Run's trying to pass it off to NightDive already, so we shall see.
Yeah.
But this is the stuff that gets frustrating, and you shouldn't have to deal with this, especially when you've got so many companies in between that should be doing proper quality control. So once again, Limited Run strikes back. I mean, is this NightDive's fault? Is this Limited Run's fault? Who fucking knows? Limited Run is involved. They're the ones that were dealing with the physical stuff. In my opinion, this is on their responsibility, but I feel like they're just trying to be like, well, the game was organized by NightDive.
And again, now you have, and I'm so glad Fractured publicly tweeted this and is calling them out, because now he's getting a different word in the customer support. Fractured, you should just tweet that as well. You should just add to it. Have public receipts, and so you can just add it to your thread and be like, here's now what they're telling me. And of course, blot out any private information. But, the fuckery is only just beginning with this fucking company, because they're saying, and we've seen this before. We've seen this with the other guy, the guy that was, giving him so much money over the years, and then suddenly he got screwed over.
Yeah, he had his package that was at the fucking door, and then he never got it because they sent it to the wrong address, and then they were trying to put it on UPS instead of...
He was getting told things different in private as opposed to public.
And this is the thing, is I'm worried that Fractured's going to be bounced in between these companies now. So we'll see. Of course, I want to have faith that NightDive will resolve it for him. I still think this is on Limited Run because, again, they're the ones handling the physical side, right?
Yeah.
But maybe there's a weird agreement there. I don't know. Regardless, I hope for the best, but we've seen Limited Run try to take the blame off their own backs so many times that it's frustrating, man.
So
it's really frustrating.
Yeah, Fractured, I'm sorry you're dealing with this.
This is their expertise, man.
Yeah, not at all surprised. Hate to see you dealing with us. Keep a paper trail, a public paper trail, and keep us updated and let us know what the update is. But yeah. Just add another box to Limited Run Games is shit. The Limited Run Games is good box is looking kind of empty at the moment. I don't know what they're really... I don't know. There's nothing really good there. It's the shit pile keeps piling up, though. It's getting pretty high. Good Lord.
Well,
So, yeah.
I mean, we'll see. The thing is, the whole other step here is how are they going to solve it once they figure out who's going to solve it too. That's what I want to know, because there's been cases where they don't have the items in stock anymore, and so they can't replace it, and they try to do the discounts. Remember the Monkey Island
Oops,
thing?
sorry. You can give us more money for 10% off, though. Yeah, that'll be the next thing. All right.
So we'll see. Like I said, it's a story in motion, but we wanted to let you guys know that this was happening, and unfortunately, it's happening to somebody that we all know personally. So all the best to you, Fractured. I hope it gets solved soon, and I'm really sorry you're dealing with that, because it's a piss off for sure.
All right. Well, Kay, let me know when to go ahead to the next story. I've got it ready to go.
Got a few little comments here. Dude says, you guys need to make an intro for any time you talk about limited run games.
Actually,
It feels like it's so often, man.
just make one where it's like, here's another for the limited run game shit pile, and it's just is like it's dropping in another game or something into a giant pile. I was like, all right, they did it again. Add it to the board.
Winky Wanky Who says, you have no shirt. Listen to me. My nipples are free.
The nipples are free.
And Winky Wanky Who is wondering why you're always topless.
Well,
and he's requesting something that's not going to happen. I'll just leave it at that.
Oh my
God. He says, James looks good topless, though. Don't get me wrong. And he's wondering, James, do you steal my clothes? Does Kay steal? No. Does Kay steal and hide your? Do I steal your clothes and hide them?
Yeah, we steal each other's clothes.
That's true.
Yeah, we do.
Dude says, the moment the tickets were closed, I'd call my card and perform a chargeback.
Yep. 100%.
And
you know what? That's what the other guy we reported on did, and then they banned him.
He had to.
Yeah, he did a chargeback, and their tone completely changed, and suddenly they were getting aggressive and threatening, and pretty much threatening to ban him if they didn't revert the chargeback. Fuck this company. I hate them so much. So I can't wait. I will definitely pop some champagne when limited run goes under. God, I want it. I will do it on stream.
And, you know, I just want to make it clear, like, with Fractured situation, I just want them to resolve it peacefully. Same with everyone else that they deal with. I don't want to have this, like, fucking conversation about limited run constantly. I want them to do good, because a lot of people invest a lot of money in them and really care about the products they're producing. Like, and they have a lot of licenses that we care about as gamers. I want this to fucking go well, so I hope it does. It pisses me off every time we have to have this conversation, because they should just be doing it right, you know? Jody says, never glaze, but never go full retard either. Agreed. And Jody's saying, fucking hell. Have a good night, Imp. And Snapple says, also, these things take like 6 months from ordering. Always
6
hated
months.
that.
That's a good rotation. How long did KOTOR take for us? The one thing we bought from them, 2.5 years?
Several years.
Yeah.
Several fucking years.
We had to keep updating our address because we kept moving, and they were like just not releasing it. Yeah, I think it was 2.5 years.
Yep. Jody says, to think I wanted to do business with them. I mean, it seems like a lot of people are trying to. They're actually doing like a pop-up thing now, and NightDive is doing like a big like group event with them, and like Kevin Smith is going to be there, and Greg Miller, and they're making a whole thing.
There's alternatives. There is alternatives. I can bring up right here. Look at this fucking collector's edition. Now, tell me if I'm wrong. I really hope this isn't limited run. But tell me this isn't the most beautiful thing ever. Look at that. I think it's Rocket Games.
Is a different company. Yeah.
Rocket Games, I believe, because Argonaut are the developers there. But like, look at this. Look how fucking gorgeous this is. Please do not be limited run. I'm very tempted to get this.
Yeah, this is a different company by the looks of it.
Is it Rocket Games? Is that the...
Yeah.
Yeah, rocketgames.com. Open pre-order. This is the Croc Collector's Edition. Very much in vein of a limited run style Collector's Edition. So, man, I'm fucking tempted. That statue is gorgeous. I love Croc so much. Double-sided poster. 4-disc original soundtrack, keychain. It's fucking gorgeous, man. So they're all, and this ain't even the only one. So you don't have to support limited run. That's why I'm so mad at them getting more popular and getting more of a monopoly on this, because I've always loved collector's editions. So yeah, let's see. It is, and that collector's edition is $129 USD, which I think that's cheaper than a lot of limited run stuff. And it looks great. They have a little Gobo plush. Oh my god, I love.
I didn't know this. Snapple says that Croc was supposed to be a Yoshi game, but Nintendo decided to pull the plug.
Wait, really? That makes so much
That's what Snapple's
sense.
saying, yeah.
That makes so much sense. My God, I think I played Croc before. I definitely played it before I ever played Mario 64. This was like one of my earliest 3D platformers. That's why I love so much. But yeah, damn.
And dude says, this is why I only purchase limited run games released secondhand.
Smart man.
Yeah, I mean, you're already seeing the entire box, so at least you can judge there. When it's like, what is it, print to order, essentially? That's what they're pretty much doing. It's so much more risky. Yeah, Snapple says, yep, I think I heard it either from DJ Slopes or Larry Bundy Jr.
Damn.
Forgot, though. That's cool. I gotta look into that.
Yeah, I can't wait for that remake. I don't get hyped for a lot of things, but it looks like they're doing everything right. God, I hope
It
so.
looks good.
Don't, as Winky Wanky said, don't turn Croc gay, please.
No gay Croc.
No gay
None of that.
Crocs. Crocs are not gay.
All right, I think we can hit the next story.
All right, we're gonna go do another story here, and I mainly put this in. It pisses me off because I think this collection is great, and it's gonna piss Kay off as a Sega fan. But Sega, it's not uncommon nowadays, sadly, for digital games to get delisted with little to no warning. But what about delisting like over 30 games? And that's what
really.
Sega is doing.
Thanks, Sega.
Sega is delisting the incredible, I have praised this collection many times, Mega Drive and Genesis Classic Collection. And this is being delisted on every platform, but this collection is absolutely fucking wonderful. And it is such a big deal that they wrote an FAQ for it. And you don't even fucking need, you know all of this. I don't need to read this out here. Pretty much you own it already, you get to keep it. But it's going to be gone forever. Fuck you. It's also not on sale. It's going to be gone December 6th at midnight. And they even have a list of all the games. So you go to PlayStation, Genesis Classics, Switch, Genesis Classics, Xbox. It is the Dreamcast collection and the Genesis Classics. So that is Alter Beast, Crazy Taxi, Genesis Classics, Golden Axe, Monster World, Nights in a Dream, Sega Bass Fishing, Shinobi, Sonic Fighters, Streets of Rage, SCV, Toe Jam and Earl, and Virtual Fighter 2, which I might have to pick that one up, actually. Fuck, I didn't know that. Virtual Fighter 2, because I don't think that's on Steam.
Which is weird because then, I mean, there's another Virtua Fighter coming, right? So.
Okay, I do own it on Steam. Perfect. So let's go take a look at everything that's getting delisted on Steam. I'm going to read these out. You know what? I'm not even going to bring it up on this page. I'm just going to... No, I will. But I just might alternate to see Kay's anger as I read these out here. Here's every Sega game getting delisted December 6th. Thanks, Sega. With no replacement or anything in play. Alex Kidd in the Enchanted Castle, Alien Soldier, Alien Storm, Altered Beast, Beyond Oasis, Biohazard Battle, Bonanza Bros, Columns, Columns 3, Comic Zone, Crackdown, Crazy Taxi, Decap Attack, Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, Dreamcast Collection Bundle, Dynamite Heavy.
With Crazy Taxi, because you already had nerfed Crazy Taxi because of the whole soundtrack thing. So you're like taking down a version that's already inoffensive to any of your
version that a lot of people
anyways. Yeah, it's just so fucking dumb, man. It makes no sense.
Echo Jr., Echo the Dolphin, Echo the Tides of Time, eSWAT, City Under Siege, Eternal Champions, which I've always wanted to play through Eternal Champions.
Eternal Champions is great. I have it on cart, so we're fine.
I own it.
I own most of these
it
games. It just makes me angry for everyone, but I own most of these games personally.
Fatal Labyrinth, Flicky, Galaxy Force 2, Gain Ground, Golden Axe, Golden Axe 2, Golden Axe 3, Gunstar Heroes, Jet Set Radio, Kid Chameleon, Landstalker, The Treasures of King Knoll, Light Crusader, Mega Drive and Genesis Classic Bundle, Nights into Dreams, Phantasy Star 2, Phantasy Star 3, Phantasy Star 4, Rise Star, Sega Bass Fishing, Shadow Dancer, Shining Force 2, Shining into Darkness, Shinobi 3, Sonic 3D Blast.
And then you fucking wonder why people use ROMs and emulators, because you fucks are taking everything down. People will pay you for this shit. What the fuck are you doing?
Imp's favorite, Sonic Spinball, Space Channel 5 Part 2, My Beloved Ooh La La, Space Harrier 2, Streets of Rage 2, Streets of Rage 3, Super Thunderblade, Sword of a Million, The Revenge of Shinobi, Toe Jam and Earl, Turtle Jam and Earl, Panic of Funkatron, Vector Man 2, Wonder Boy and Monster World, and Monster Boy 3, The Monster Lair.
It's
Thanks,
like the
Sega.
entire history of Sega is just gonna be gone It's fucking crazy. And you know what this is, right? And I said this earlier, for those of you who did catch Side Scrollers, this topic came up. Clearly, there's going to be another collection of some sort. They're probably going to make it on a modern console or whatever, next generation.
Yep.
What's worse, James?
It's going to be a worse collection.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Is it going to be a worse collection? Where's the... Why do you feel that? Do you have proof of that?
No.
Or are you just saying?
I'm just a fucking pessimist, and I know.
Oh, okay. I thought you had like some kind of like confirm, because I thought that like the other collection was really good.
Exactly.
That they did, and I'm like,
this collection is amazing.
Why would they? But they're good at building collections, so I have no reason to think the next collection's going to be worse necessarily, unless there's like more licenses that get pulled out music wise. But all of those games already have been impacted. Have a good night, Nerdy Neo. Enjoy your Mass Effect 3. Yeah, it's just fucking annoying because like this is the pinnacle of what like Sega was back then. And you're essentially erasing your entire history of library. Now, are these games easy to find by other means? Of course they are, right? A lot of people already own these games, but like we're gamers. We want to introduce people to the games that we love, that we've loved our whole lives, and this was such a perfect way to do that. It was nice and easy, cheap, accessible. You could just buy it a la carte if you wanted to as well. This was a great way to introduce people to some games for really cheap, and it's baffling to me how out of touch this is. Now, we've seen this situation before with Sonic Generations when Sonic X Shadow Generations was coming out. Sega actually pulled down Sonic Generations, and this is my theory because I think this is how it went, but they didn't pull down the package with Sonic Generations in it that I saw. It was just the standalone digital, right? And people complained on Twitter and were like, Sega, what the fuck are you doing? We still want to play this version of the game, blah, blah, blah. And so they kept that package up. And so instead of being able to just buy Sonic Generations by itself for like, let's say $14.99 or $19.99 Canadian roughly, you had to buy it in this bundle now where it's like $60-$70, you get a few other games in it. It's like, did you not learn from that thing that literally just fucking happened, that people are pissed off when you delist games? Like, where's the logic in this?
Yeah.
Sincerely, the only thing I can think of is like, we've gotten news recently, and I know we're going to talk about Nintendo a little bit later, so I'm sorry if this is a bit of a spoiler, but there is potential that there will be systems in the future that could be backwards compatible. We don't know yet for sure. Maybe we do. But maybe this is a case of they don't want people buying that version of it. They want to have a new collection that they can sell for the new console.
Right. Well,
I'm pretty confident that the next systems are probably going to be backwards compatible, and we're hearing news about that. So I feel like that's the case. They just don't want to keep these old collections, and then people are not buying new stuff on the new systems. But it's so stupid. Like, I said it earlier, the only way that you could kind of make up for it, but not really still, because it pisses me off on a preservation standpoint, is if you're making like one of those like SNES type consoles, right? Like the fucking thing packed up, and that's why you're doing it. But it's still bullshit, and you shouldn't do it, and fuck off. Like, it pisses me off.
Here, I want to talk about why I'm so mad at this. I love retro video game collections. And retro video game collections are a main reason that I've gotten into a lot of my favorite games of all time. Apart from this collection, my favorite collection is Midway Arcade Treasures 1 and 2 on the original Xbox. That collection got me into some of my favorite games, Paperboy, Smash TV, just to name a couple of them. This collection I often considered the best retro collection ever made, and it is getting removed.
It is. It is the best collection ever made.
I want to show you guys why. Now, I wish I could recommend you guys buy it, but I would only do that if it was on sale, and it looks like, at least for now, I will update on Twitter if they do, but they are not putting it on sale. Here's why this collection is so fucking good, and I'm so mad that they're getting rid of it. Main thing is the UI. You have like a kid's bedroom from the 90s set up with like the 90s carpet and all these cool posters here. I've streamed this game before, and it just looks so good. You have an entire library of all the games you own to the right of your TV, and a CRT TV right here in your little bedroom. And there's a clock, and the environment of your bedroom changes. And this is just the launcher to play the games. The environment of the bedroom changes depending on your real time of the day. of when you launch it. So if you're playing in the middle of the night, you hear crickets and it's night, you play during the day, it's going to look all nice and sunny outside, and it's like, what are you doing inside playing video games? It is one of the coolest menus and easily the coolest retro menu I have ever seen for a retro collection. And this is easily really bad for the Steam edition. And the reason that the Steam edition is so good is two different reasons. Only on Steam can you actually buy the games a la carte. And so you can buy them all as you want them individually. So you just want Comic Zone, it's $1. You just want Crackdown, it's $1. Echo, that's $1. Every other version of this collection, you have to buy the games in full. But if you only like some of these games, you can just go and pick them as you choose, and then it goes over in your library, and only the games you own show up there. But the main reason this collection is so good is it has workshop support, and that is the main reason that I think this is getting delisted, because it's going to be replaced with a more secure, airtight system, or collection rather, not system, that doesn't have workshop support. What does workshop support do? Workshop support is easy ROM hacking and modding and emulation for this collection. You can legally, through owning this collection, go into Steam Workshop and play effectively any Genesis game, as well as hacks and mods for the existing Genesis games in the collections like that. They immediately get installed, super easy, no going on sketchy emulator sites or anything like that. As long as it's on the Genesis, you can fucking play it and browse it all within Steam. I've had so many people on Steam be like, how are you playing WWF Raw on Steam? And it's just like, yeah, I'll show you, bro. It's just, you go here and you can just play it, take screenshots of it. It's fucking great. And so I play so many Genesis games through this collection that aren't even in this collection, and it's fucking awesome. So that is the main reason I think they're delisting it, is because the Steam Workshop support is too freedom-loving and it's too good. And I think whatever is going to replace it, I would bet money is not going to have workshop support. And I would also bet it's not going to have this cool UI and everything. And I bet you it's not going to be the a la carte system that they have right now. There's 3 games I still don't own in that, so I guess I have to fucking buy them. I don't own Mean Bean Machine or either Toe Jam and Earl. I own every other collection, every other game. But yeah, there you have it. I'm pissed off. Fuck you, Sega. I have no doubt whatever replaces it. I'll eat my non-existent hat, but I have no doubt whatever replaces it is going to be way worse and is not going to have open ROM support for anything.
I think you're right on the workshop support, because it's very easy for them to just say, oh, whoops, we didn't include it this time.
Yeah.
Right, but yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see. I don't necessarily think that the version is going to be worse and that they'll just pop in a generic menu. I think that people really like that whole like setup, and they might keep it. I think it's more about backwards compatibility, but it's interesting because again, this is console versus PC gaming, right? Like for me as a console gamer, I view it as more backwards compatibility. For you, it's more like support, right? Like the Steam Workshop.
Yeah,
So-
no, it's the easiest and probably most secure emulation you can do, and so it's really a fucking shame. It's the easiest way to get people into ROMs and how to play a whole variety of Genesis games. It introduced me to a lot of Genesis games. That's how I played through Maximum Carnage, was through that collection, and I think I played Real Monsters through that collection. So luckily, if you already own it, you will probably keep all of those features, and it'll be our little secret, but it's a fucking shame to see it go. Fuck you, Sega.
And if you do want it still for any reason, you have just under a month. It comes down on December 6th. Now, I never recommend leaving it to the last day. If you are looking to get it, I would grab that a few days before, if not as soon as possible. But it's hard to encourage people also to give Sega money when they're pulling the bullshit move.
Yeah, agreed.
So I completely understand for people who don't want to do it. But if you are someone that does, by all means, yeah. Jody says Sega Genesis Classics here on Xbox retails for $30 USD, has 50 plus games. It's an excellent value.
Yeah, it is.
It's such a good value. It's packaged really nicely, as we showed with the room and everything. Like it is, to me, the best collection that you can possibly get. I know I have the Sega bias because I grew up as a Sega Genesis girl, but it's just, I love it so much. So really pisses me off that Sega is doing really retarded moves, but I mean, this is par for the course of the industry.
All right. Well,
And Snapple, yeah, I don't know. Snapple says they'll give it the GTA remastered treatment. God, I hope not.
oh yeah, everything will have like AI filters and shit. It'll be censored to high heaven.
Jody says, Jesus Christ, so for console cousins, it's curtains unless we buy now. PC gamers, I hope y'all save these. And Snapple says, to be honest, this just makes me want the whole collection in physical form. And you can get this Genesis collection, like specifically the disc, you can still get physical. But if you want all those carts separate, the thing is the value is so good in this collection that getting those carts is significantly more for everything. But you know, I get it, and I own a lot of those carts already myself, so I don't blame you. Shall we go to the next one?
Let's do it. This is a quick hit right here. This is, I would say this is unconfirmed. I think it's close to being confirmed.
Also, have a good night, dude. Sorry,
Have a
just
good
thought of
night,
you.
dude. If anyone is out there in Japan, maybe you can confirm this for me, but I think this is just pretty funny. Speaking about emulation, it looks like Nintendo might be doing it as well. Now, we praised the Nintendo Museum before, but it looks like they may be emulating the games over at the museum themselves. Have a listen. Keep your ears perked up as we watch this video. I said on Twitter, "Keck if true. Nintendo Museum is emulating their game stations on PC. Listen for the disconnect sound." Now, this isn't a Nintendo Switch sound. You will hear a recognized sound right now.
Bro is struggling hard.
So yeah, you can hear the disconnect, and yeah, he is doing it really terribly. Disconnect, then reconnect. So right there, if true, that is not Nintendo Switch Online. That is a PC emulator. Probably an unofficial one. I don't think Nintendo made their own PC emulator just to run their games. They're probably just using some ROMs and just threw them up on a computer there. And the reason this is so funny, if you know Nintendo in the past, is Nintendo is staunchly against emulators. This comes from Ali RX. This ain't the Virtual Console or Nintendo Switch Online. Nintendo literally uses unofficial PC emulators for their museum in Japan. You can even hear the Windows USB sound. They've been caught with their pants down, and they always brag about being vehemently against this. And this comes from one of their legal pages right here. So this is Nintendo AU Legal, so it's an official page, and it says Nintendo video game emulators, and of course they do have a long history of being very publicly against emulation. A Nintendo emulator is a software program that is designed to allow gameplay on a platform that it is not created for. A Nintendo emulator allows Nintendo console-based or arcade games to be played on unauthorized hardware. The video games are obtained by downloading illegally copied software, i.e. Nintendo ROMs, from internet distributors. Nintendo ROMs then work with the Nintendo emulator to enable gameplay on unauthorized hardware, such as a personal computer, a modified console, or another video game device. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Nintendo. I don't think your lawyers are going to like that, Nintendo. Uh-oh, you better get Miyamoto back in that museum. This ain't looking good. Can you sue yourself? Can you go after yourself for this? This is not good. So, as you can guess, I just think this is really funny. And I will leave you with one final video right here.
What could that alarm be?
That bastard! He activated the emulators!
I just thought that was perfect. I really just wanted to do this story just for that fucking video. I thought that was so good. Kay, do you have any thoughts on Nintendo being caught with their pants down and their emulators wide open?
Well, it is funny, as Nightmare put it. What fucking hypocrites? As absolutely a Windows sound. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the practical way to do it for their museum, but it is pretty fucking rich and hilarious if that's the case. Now, Angry Canadian, a person in our community, has actually been to the Nintendo Museum, so I would like to check in with him at some point if he had any experience with that. And if he doesn't have an answer and lets me, tell you guys, and I'll obviously let you know. But yeah, I'm going to check in with him. I don't think he would have necessarily tested for that, though, so he might not know, right? Because obviously this all came out after the fact, but I'll check in with him and see if he has any answers on that. But that's just crazy.
That's so
to
fucking
me.
funny.
It's so funny just because they're so against it.
Yes, and this is in their museum, and we like their museum. Their museum's super cool. I still want to go to it, but the whole point of their museum is preserving everything Nintendo and keeping it there. So you think that they would have the actual hardware that you can play on very safely, and from a museum Janny watching to make sure you don't break anything and you're not a fucking idiot. But I guess they can't trust anybody, so they're like, just throw it on the cheap Raspberry Pi. Fucking boot up the emulators. Fire up those emulators. Don't tell. No one will know. And then one lad goes in. Doo-doo-doo. Should have disabled Windows sound.
Happen.
I know.
Like, come on. Snapple says, never thought I'd see a Xenosaga clip on here. Especially from James, right? What is that about?
I didn't even know the game. I just thought the clip was really funny.
It was so funny.
They've activated the emulators, Runzo. I want to play the game now.
I'm just shocked by that. But again, it makes sense to me because how else would you set up that many machines that quickly? It's just practical. But it's so dumb.
They need to be open about it, and they have to be like, but no. Oh my god.
Yeah, but we own this, so it doesn't matter. But you guys don't own it, so fuck you.
They could have gotten away with it if they had it on Switches. If they just had it on Nintendo Switch Online running, but they can't.
Yeah.
They can't get away
But I guess
with
they
this.
had like a Wii hooked up and stuff there too, right? So they couldn't do it for
What if it's a hacked Wii? Because the Wii is one of the most hacked fucking Nintendo consoles ever.
Imagine.
Because the Wii, if you hack it, it'll play like you can put in everything up to GameCube, right? And the Wii, of course. So a lot of people like hacking their Wii up, especially if their characters in Dragon Age Veilguard. Are you ready for the next story?
I am.
Okay. I don't know if you caught that joke or not. But anyway.
I did. But also before that, Jody says, if buying isn't owning, pirating isn't stealing.
There you go. We're going to go over to a story that it's not really important, but much like the Nintendo story, I just think it's really funny, and no one's talking about it. And most of the things I show are because it's funny. For the record.
Yeah, I know.
So,
hey, that's how I like to roll too. So
if I ever get in trouble, I just want to say it's because I thought it was funny. Kay, you're going to need the SciTube link for this one. We're going to go back.
I had a feeling this is the one I don't know about. Because there was one that I was like, I don't know anything about this. And you're like, you'll see.
Nobody knows anything about this. And I'm so excited because it's the funniest shit ever, in my opinion. Okay. More news on Sega. We here are fans of the Analog Pocket. We love our Analog Pocket. And, speaking about what Nintendo just did, hey, Nintendo, we're fans of emulation and ROMs as well. I like having a nice, cool little collection of games that I can play on the go or, just have a cool library set from the past and all that stuff. And much like with Analog, there is an announced on the internet, not official, but very much in demand amongst collectors and emulator people, a Super Sega FPGA console. And this console would, of course, run very similarly to what we see from Analog. That is their whole thing, is doing the FPGA format. That is what's going to be happening with the Analog 3D, which is the N64 system. The Pocket, of course, is, it's meant for Game Boy, but you can mod it fairly easily to run pretty much anything that is 16 to 32-bit, pretty much anything up to the Sega Genesis itself and Super Nintendo. But a lot of people were interested in this, a Super Sega FPGA console where you could play pretty much every Sega game on it, including up to Dreamcast. So let's take a look at this and why the article is labeled, "The project is a complete scam." The internet isn't convinced by the Super Sega FPGA console. And then the subtitle, "Do not give these people any money." This comes from a little website that I've actually become quite a big fan of. I really quite like these guys. We've been showing them a lot. This comes from Time Extension.
Oh, yeah. Time Extension's cool.
Time Extension is really fucking cool. I hope they don't disappoint me, but so far they've been great. So, Time Extension, that's the only people I see talking about this story. We've been keenly following the Super Sega project ever since its inception, and understandably so. As huge Sega fans here at Time Extension, we love the idea of having a single system that plays all of the company's home consoles with exception of the 32X with FPGA accuracy. However, almost from the start, the venture has been subject to intense scrutiny and skepticism amid accusations of peddling vaporware. The team behind Super Sega recently posted a video of the prototype PCB in action, but rather than satisfying people, it seems to have had the opposite effect. Several people have pointed out that the demonstration video clearly shows edits before a game is loaded, and an accusation that has prompted the Super Sega team to release another apparently unedited video. And we're going to look at that right now. Okay, if you would like me to pause at any time, you just let me know. Let's enjoy this video.
Okay.
Because, yes, these guys are under a lot of scrutiny, and so they go, no, guys, trust me, is real. Is totally fucking real.
Ooh,
so we're going to look at the
okay.
Super Sega Presentation Funcio Matino. I don't know this language. Let's look at it right now.
Hola chicos, soy Alejandro y os vengo a presentar la placa de Super Sega.
I might also skip around a bit, but we'll see.
Aquí la tenemos, la versión 095 Super Sega. Bueno, aquí tenemos los 4 puertos USB para joysticks,
Jody says
4
it's
puertos
Spanish.
CP9 para
Oh, Spanish. Yeah, I don't know that one.
joysticks de la primera hasta la Mega Drive.
So here he is showing off the board, right? He's showing off like the whole board and everything. Now I'm a little retarded, but pretty much people that speak the language and everything, they have said like this is the fakest shit ever, and more on that in the article. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit here.
Yeah, go for it.
En fin, vía salida VGA.
Here it is.
CRT, digamos, o televisiones intermedias o modernas. Esta es la Super Sega 095 y ahora os enseño un vídeo junto a la GoPro, chicos. Super Sega, vamos allá.
All right, let's see this puppy in action. I love the contrast of like how analog acts all like artistic and like they're the biggest thing ever, and then there's this. All right, so there he goes. Now, did you notice that, Kay? There is like a little delay in the flip.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
I was trying to figure out what that was.
It's almost like someone else. Is he pulling a Tim Waltz and someone's playing it off camera there? Look at this.
Holy fuck. Hey, go back. Yeah.
Watch his flips there on the analog.
Well, it could be input
flip.
delay.
Either way, it's not
system,
good.
right?
It's either input delay or someone's faking it with a different controller.
Right, but I don't think that part, I don't know. That's hard to say, but I've seen input delay like that before. I don't know if that's necessarily
It's a
fake.
lose-lose scenario. But here you go.
It is.
We'll see some more.
Oh, Snapple knows a bit of Spanish too, so.
Oh, perfect.
Just explaining a little bit there.
I know nothing. All right, he's
Same.
plugging the game in. Ooh, that snap.
That does not sound good.
There he's doing the blow. It didn't work on the first try. Doing the blow.
Wait, did he cut or did you go back?
I went back. But,
Oh, okay.
But this won't be a cut. Watch. Do you see that? You can see his head move. Right here.
Yeah, what the fuck?
So they're editing it to be like, look, guys, I just launched it. Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
It's really that one cut that was a big deal. So he's like doing
choosing.
it in silence.
Yeah.
So awkward.
Here you go. You choose the next
talk
game.
a
We're
little
playing
bit?
some F1, baby. Play some F1. Let's do it.
What the fuck? Snapple says he's just showcasing the ports so far. Looks like one of those Amic clones you see from China, but at least he's kind of QA testing it a bit.
He's trying his best. I appreciate the effort. I kind of want to get it just for this. All right. Did you get it? Did you get it, bud? Oh, he's got to give it a good blow. Remember, like, they're doing this to prove that it's real to, like, their customers, because they've been, because they're selling this. All right, here we go. And the cut. Do you see that cut?
Yeah, can we go back again?
There you go.
But
He's trying to
why
make
he
it.
cut-
He's trying to make it look real, and then it cuts.
His head was in pretty much the same position, so did he just like cut out the
Come on,
moving, or did
okay,
he
this is a
actually...
banger. Let's go! I believe him. You don't believe
I
him?
want to buy from this guy.
I
He's
trust this.
winning me over.
I trust this guy with my credit card information.
Look back at the camera and everything.
It's so good. Let's go.
Bro, that's not how you drive. What's happening? Oh my god.
He's getting mad at his shit gameplay. You got this. You got this, King.
And we can't even see the controller.
I know. How could you doubt this man? This great man.
This is hilarious. Is there another game that he puts in?
Yeah, I can go to that.
Bueno, ya reset. No.
Uh-oh. There you go. You got this. That wasn't a cut. That looked good.
Yeah.
He only cuts when he's launching the game.
Which makes no sense. Yeah, exactly. Snapple plays the Sega system and doesn't even play Sonic.
Come on. Oh
Why
my
is it so dramatic every
I think he's gonna break it, yeah. Uh-oh. Gotta give it a good blow. Oh god, he's dropping controllers!
Drop something.
Here's the cut!
Wait,
That was a cut.
did that one cut?
Yeah.
That was pretty sneaky.
That was a cut. That was a cut. You can see his body shift. Just a little bit. It's pretty good, though. It's pretty good, but that was a cut.
That was pretty good, yeah. Wait, it's just, you can see the reflection. It's literally just a tripod. Why couldn't he bring it, like, closer?
Oh, yeah, you can see his phone.
Yeah. I thought it was some guy filming or something. The way that he's acting.
Let's go! Look, this guy should be a streamer if nothing else.
Yeah.
Maybe we can play some Mass Effect with him or something. There's a puka puka puka. There's a little bit of a language barrier, but we'll make it work.
I love it when that happens. Fucking Among Us kids or whatever.
Great whistles, too. Oh, he gives a thumbs up. There you go. Uh-oh, that didn't look too good. Where's the thumbs up? I want to see him do the thumbs up. Super Sega! Alright.
Ahora en breve os enseñaré también cómo echar la partida a juegos de Mega CD, de Saturn y de Dreamcast. No hay todavía lector de CDs.
Oh, is he gonna do
Pero
something
vamos,
else?
a través de las
Let's see.
tarjetas
I think he does something else.
SD
I
entre
heard
los teléfonos.
Dreamcast.
Oh!
Whoa!
Games cover.
What's he gonna do now? Like, I could...
Elvis is he's playing with analog. Those suck with emulation. All the games are D-pad. Analog sucks for these things. Jody says dropping remotes, real gamer right. True.
It's a weird scenario where he's so genuine and also disingenuous at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't know where he falls. Oh, he didn't click it. He didn't click it. Click it. Oh, that was a cut.
Go back, was it?
You can see watch his head. Not one of these games has had a clean launch.
Yeah,
they've all been cut. Oh, what Capcom games he playing?
How is he keeping these cuts so clean? I guess he's going in after and trimming it out.
I just like his whistling, honestly. Ooh, Gunbird too.
I love Sega soundtracks so much.
I think he whistles for a bit here. Oh, he's drumming! Let's go!
Yeah, Gunbird is great. Snap was saying Gunbird's a great game.
Ah, game over.
You would definitely like this game, James.
Yeah, no, he's selling me on it. He's selling me on all of this. I'm in. I'm into the Super Sega.
Y tampoco voy a liar a poner todos los juegos de todas las consolas, pero vamos, que veáis que Super Sega funciona. Y nada, chicos, a seguir para adelante. Nos vemos.
What a king! What a king! All right, we're gonna go
It's
back
like
to the
you
article
don't
here.
understand him, but like you do, you know.
I feel him.
Feel the
All
energy
right.
through the screen.
Let's keep reading this article here. Beyond that, many people have been pointing out issues with the supposed PCB, noting that it is a little empty and lacks visible trace lines that you would expect to see on a device this complex. Others have pointed out that the massive heatsink is so large that it obscures the FPGA chip underneath, preventing people from seeing what the chip is being used or if there even is an FPGA chip there in the first place. That is one of the emptiest boards I've ever seen, says one comment on Video Game Esoterica's YouTube video on the topic. It looks like they just ordered a bare board and slapped some I/O ports and a heat sink on it. And so we're going to go look at this video here. Presentation Super Sega Sin Cortez right now here.
Hola a todos. Os voy a enseñar en este video Super Sega 095 de nuevo, un poco más sin cortes.
It would really help if I knew Spanish. Ooh, maybe I can put on subtitles.
Otra vez un vídeo.
No, do the subtitles, like translate.
A la consola, a la derecha el monitor. No hay nada más conectado. Este es el auxiliar de 5 voltios conectado al televisor. El de 12. El cable HDMI. Y nada más, ya el joystick, que con los 5 no es suficiente.
Even the fucking Xbox controller is bootleg. That I can recognize because there's no Xbox logo and it's red for some reason. Like what the fuck? Like is anything real? Were you gonna say something?
Yeah, Jody was saying I can't pronounce this, but Sin Cortez, no cuts. Like translating there. Yeah.
Oh, that's what he's saying is no cuts, even though there's clearly cuts.
Una película llamada Super Sega. Vamos a ver.
Super Sega.
Voy a editar un cartucho de la.
Oh, is he gonna launch a game here? Let's see. Afterburner, do it. All right, here we go. Oh my God! Don't break it for the love of God! Oh my God! Stop!
Bro, it's painful to watch.
Oh my God!
Man. Oh Lord, help me. It's not hard. Just get it in there.
He's releasing this video to try to sell people. That's insane. You didn't
Es que
do
hasta
it.
que no esté hecho el chasis, para que al insertar el cartucho no tengas que hacer como yo ahora que estaba un
What is he saying?
insertaba bien los pins o
I
no.
think he's trying to say like you gotta
Cuando
put
esté
it
la carcasa
directly
hecha
in
ya,
there.
como las consolas originales.
See, he's like showing the angle.
¿De acuerdo? Vale. Aquí está detectado el slot y hemos hecho una partidilla. Voy a ir moviendo el mando derecha a izquierda para que veáis que no hay ningún tipo de corte. Mientras también muevo un poco la cámara, ¿vale? Bueno, aquí está el afterburner. No sé si os lo he comentado, esto es una pantalla 4K.
This one looked more legit.
Con lo cual, pues hombre, un poquito de input lag de delay, pues...
There's a little
tiene que
input
haber, ¿no?
lag.
Pero fijaros que tampoco es tan malo.
That's pretty.
Me refiero que
So why would I buy it?
está bastante bien, ¿de acuerdo?
Snapple says he edits to be deceptive, but does not edit to clean up unnecessary footage. 10 out of 10 video production.
It's
skills.
amazing.
Nada, para volver al menú inicio,
See what else there is here.
pues hay un botón de reset aquí.
What's he do here? What's he doing here?
Dreamcast, Saturn, el Panther, ¿no?
I don't know if anyone else finds this as interesting as me, but I find this to be like just captivating. Like I could watch this guy.
This kind of stuff is like meme gold to me.
Like
more than
I just want to see like this guy's kitchen. Like I want him to just walk around with a camera and like make food, and it's gonna look like, remember the Jim Thanksgiving stream where
I don't want to remember.
you know what I'm talking about? Like that. That's what I want. I'm getting vibes of that. Like I'm more interested in this man than I am in the product he's selling. And I just want to see it. And it's very thinly video game related, which is why I'm showing all of you. And I think it's the funniest shit ever. Let's keep looking here. I'm skimming through this, but really I'm gonna be watching every single video this guy's done because I find it really funny.
Ahí está.
Got the fan going in the background there. He's good. Yeah, what's this cut? What does he do here? There he goes. Did it work? You good? There's no sound there, bro. Don't tell me you turned off the... Wait, is that fan from the thing? Is that from the Super Sega? That's loud as shit.
Could be. It could be.
Oh my god. Come on, get a better controller, man. Oh my god. Alright, it's kinda working. A little bit. Oh dear god. There you go.
That's like really aggressive input lag.
Very peak Panzer Dragoon here, alright? Please clap. Please fucking clap. Alright, is there anything else here to scrub? I'm just scrubbing the video right now.
Bueno, chicos,
I'll just go to the end right here.
etcétera. Y bueno, chicos, no sé qué más deciros en este vídeo. Esto es un poco la
That
prueba
is
de
the
material.
fan! Oh my
y para
god.
cualquier cosa, pues...
Bro, how are you selling this shit, man? Jody says it's important for taking notes and how to market your product.
Sega!
Super Sega.
Super Sega.
Are you one of those nostalgic?
Oh my god, we're gonna get to that in a second here. Oh my god. See, do you see why I have to watch this? Like,
This is the shit I watch in my free time.
There's some gold in here.
Yeah.
There's some fucking gold in here. Okay. Let's keep reading the article here. Another YouTube comment on the same video picks apart many issues with this prototype, as many of you have already stated, plus my 2 cents. No VRM circuitry for different power rails. Routing of traces that connect to ceramic caps are senseless. No decoupling caps around or below the chips, which is mandatory. RAM is too far away from the CPU FPGA. This will ruin your signal integrity. no voltage shifting circuitry for the old 5-volt cartridge slots, no DACs for analog out, no HDMI transmitter or filter circuitry, no solder bridges on the HDMI port where the TV is connected to, no passive filters anywhere, the orientation of the power switch, and many more red flags, even for a mock-up. This is bad. And let's see here. Let's play. See if you can spot how many scammy issues are in with this video. Exaggerated movements every time a cart was plugged in, each cart removed, blown into, reinserted. Clear pressing of a joypad button each time. Jump cuts. Many of the other comments have just been as negative. As pointed out by Pixel Cherry Ninja, the Super Sega team has been deleting negative comments posted on their own YouTube videos. Perhaps the most withering takedown of the entire project comes from Kevtris, the developer behind the Analog's FPGA consoles. Posted on the Atari Age forums, he pulls the project apart quite ruthlessly. So this is actually someone that developed Analog's own FPGA consoles. The PCB is not running any games and cannot run a single game. It is missing everything. There's no power supply to run the FPGA. There's no RAM. They do show a DDR3 or DDR4 RAM module plugged in, but is not connected to the FPGA, and it is simply too far away from it to actually function if it was even hooked up that speed of light. There is no HDMI drivers of any kind. Just everything is missing that is required to make it work. If you give these dorks money, you most likely are not going to see it again, and you won't be getting an FPGA system that works unless they totally redesign it. As previously reported, the plan with Super Sega is to allow people to pre-order a unit for $3, but many people are arguing that the seemingly low-risk offer could end up being nothing more than a scam. Yeah, okay, fucking $3. Give them your money.
That's the down payment, or the entire thing costs $3?
Let's see. I pulled up another article. You'll be able to secure your Super Sega FPGA console for just $3. Prices expected to be between £300 and $350. Oh, not pounds.
Okay, so it's a deposit you're doing.
Is it
So in other words, Buddy can take like $3 a person.
You're gambling that it will be real if you give them $3 of your money. And this is apparently what it's...
Plus, if you're giving $3 and you're probably giving credit card information.
Yes.
Therefore, you're compromising everything. What the fuck is happening?
Yeah. As previously reported, the plan with Super Sega is to allow people to pre-order. Well, yeah, that's right.
Oh my god, that poll at the bottom. I'm sorry if this is jumping ahead, but did you see the poll at the bottom?
What, the scam poll?
Where it says, will you be pre-ordering it?
Oh. Where? Oh,
on that
here.
page.
On the
Go
other
look.
page.
It said, will you be pre-ordering the system?
35% say yes.
Why?
Uh-oh. Well, okay. This was posted by them in September 12th.
Okay, so this is like before all this shit went down.
The article we're reading is from October 28th.
I was like, Jesus Christ, 35% of these people still want this thing.
So, but here's the thing. That means that 35% of 2,939 people may have given that man $3. I'm just saying.
Oh my god.
That amazing, amazing man. Okay. The negative reaction to the demonstration video has been amplified by some pretty dire marketing, which you can view below. And to cap it off, yes, it's not just that scraggly guy blowing into cartridges and doing jump cuts. Kay, are you ready to see the real ad? The real ad of the Super Sega? Let's close this off, everyone. It's only a 30-second video. Let's fucking do it. Right now, let's all get behind the Super Sega!
Are you one of those nostalgic? Now you can enjoy all Sega consoles joined together in one with the new Super Sega. And I'm not talking about pages to play online. I am talking about a fully functional board, so as not to lose the essence of using the original consoles. Super Sega is a unique console in the world, capable of running games on the vast majority of devices. Created by Sega. Originally... Book now and reminisce about the 80s with the new Super Sega.
It was sorry. So this is what 35% of the population of that ordered on. Was that video?
That's the best shit I've ever seen in my life. That was the best
video
shit. Yeah, that's the ad.
that people pre-ordered
No.
for?
No. No, that's them releasing a video in response to everyone complaining. They were like, "All right, we need an official ad.
Oh, Lord.
We don't just need scraggly guy fucking playing the game here." So they made
I agree with Snapple.
Yeah.
It sounded AI generated.
It is.
Fuck, man.
It is. They got this is no Mamala up here AI generated. That is like the most dystopian, creepy fucking shit I've ever seen.
That was fucked, man.
I was debating whether or not to make this a primary story, and I saw that video, and I'm like, "Oh, this has got to be." I gotta show the world this fucking ad
Good
here.
call. It could have been
Experience
5 in
the
the morning.
80s.
It could have been literally like 5 in the morning, and it would be like, okay, we gotta end the show, and it's like one more story, Kay, please.
Actually-
and if you put that in front of me, I would have been like, that was worth it.
Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna wake you up at 5 in the morning with this video. I'm just in the dead of night. In the dead of night,
Are
you're
you
just
one
gonna
of
see
those
this.
nostalgic?
You're just gonna see that.
Now you can enjoy all Sega consoles joined together in one.
Come on.
Oh my god.
The new Super Sega.
Super C.
I'm stressed out watching that. Nightmare says I was gonna say wood, but that voice is making me rethink it.
So there you go, folks. Is anyone excited for the Super Sega FPGA console? You can pre-order now for just $3. Yay. All right, we have one final story here. Kay, let me know when to do it. Do you have any other thoughts on that?
Oh my god, that's just to
Did
me
you
that's
like
like
it?
lol cow shit, you know? Like that was just like a clashing of my worlds together. Like that was just great to watch fucking for the meme of it.
Oh yeah.
JB says video game industry is different in Brazil. I'll say holy shit, man. And I guess it's bigger Sega fans in Brazil too, so that's interesting. Elvis says the same people that buy things on OnlyFans. Nightmare says Brazil is known for transgenders. Wait, do you think that was transgender or AI? I thought it was AI, man. I don't know anymore.
Let's see here. Okay, for the final story, talk with everybody. I forgot one of my bookmarks, so I gotta go grab it.
Oh, that's all good.
So talk amongst
Oh,
yourselves and let me
Snapple.
know if you're excited for the Super Sega.
I didn't know that Gunbird was actually on the Switch there, Snapple. That's awesome. I might have to pick that up. Let's see what else is going on here. Elvis had a comment here earlier. Yeah. Elvis said, hard to say since analog dead zone is a thing. That's a very good point. Saturn was not an analog controller system, not without the Knights controller, and that didn't support Panzer Dragoon. It could make sense for the input issue. That honestly does click to me. Nightmare says AI transgender. I don't know what I just witnessed,
It was the
but
best thing ever,
honestly,
wasn't it?
it's gold. It was just fucking gold. I don't know. That's the kind of thing you just wake up in the middle of the night and you're like, what the fuck was that?
Okay, Kay, I need a
Did that
favor.
really happen?
Go into our Discord DMs and get me
Mm-hmm.
the next story, because apparently I can't find it and I can't bookmark it, but I know it's there, but I'm not going to look at our DMs right now. So if you can send that to me just in our little chat here. I'm looking for the Nintendo financial tweet thing you sent me. You know the one?
Oh, yeah.
That's in one of your fucking your stories there you sent me. You sent me like a dozen stories. That's one of them.
Yes. I'm just going to send it in our more public chat.
Yeah, send it in the Discord chat right here, and I can grab it. Thank you.
Yeah.
I forgot to insert
And
it.
people will get to see the little vinyl.
That's true. There you go. Where's the little vinyl? Oh, yeah, look at that. It's a little
Right
Sonic
above it.
vinyl. Sonic vinyl there. Okay. Thank you so much. I don't know why I didn't take that.
That's the one you mean, right? At the Nintendo store I sent you
think
earlier?
so. Hold on. I'm blowing into this and doing it live just like the Super Sega, our hero. That's the one. Thank you so much.
Yes, perfect. Okay.
All right. Well,
JB says we have AI at home.
AI at home. Okay, so now I am ready for the next story whenever
Let's do it.
you are ready. Okay, here we go. So, everyone, you
Winky
may have...
Wanky Woo called you AI, by the way.
I am AI. Yeah, I'm not even a real person. I'm not even a free man. So, everyone, if you didn't know, Nintendo made some announcements on the worst fucking day possible. They made some announcements for their Switch successor and other things on Election Day. And I tweeted them being like, you're announcing this shit now? Now? But they did. So I wouldn't blame you if you guys fucking missed it. Nintendo is fucking insane. So I have gone through the 59-page corporate management policy briefing that Nintendo issued. It was mostly supposed to be internal. It's something where it's so boring, no one's going to read through it. I skimmed through all 59 pages, and we're going to look at the interesting pages. I have about, how many pages? Out of the 59 pages, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there's 7 pages that are interesting. So we're going to finish things up here, and I'm going to do a shout out at the end, and we're going to go to rapid fire news right after this. So let's take a look at the 7 pages that are interesting right now on the Nintendo second quarter financial results and corporate management policy briefing for fiscal year ending in March 2025. Isn't that fun? My God, Nintendo. And they buried important news in this fucking thing. Let's get into it. So I'm just kind of doing this off the cuff here. I bookmarked page 9. So let's go down to page 9. And what is on page 9 right here? Page 9 is... Oh, yes, next year releases. They said many new titles are planned to be released next year as well. The games shown here have been announced for release in 2025. So here you go. You can see they have a whole bunch of games here that are releasing next year. Now, everyone's eyes and ears are to the wall for anything related to the Switch 2, the Super Switch, whatever you want to fucking call it. The reason I wanted to talk about page 9 super quick is I find this interesting that they've listed so many games for 2025. To me, this says that the Switch 2 is not going to come until like quarter 3, quarter 4, probably like Christmas next year, because they're pretty much with this slide, in my opinion, saying, hey, look, we still have good games next year. And look at those titles. You have Metroid Prime 4 Beyond for the Switch. You have Donkey Kong Country Returns HD, which is one of the best platformers ever. You got Xenoblade in there. You got Hello Kitty Island Adventure in there, a game memed into existence. You got Dragon Quest in there. So to me, that is them saying, like, don't worry. Even though the Switch 2 is coming later, I think it's going to come out next year, but I think it's going to be Christmas next year. There is still shit to tide people over for the curtain call, effectively, of the Switch.
And I think Metroid's going to be that crossover title that Zelda usually plays, where it's going to be both systems.
Going over to page 14, I just thought this one was neat. As someone that loves the 3DS and loves the Wii U, here's acknowledgement that the Switch is the baby of those two systems, merging two platforms that were previously separated into home consoles and handheld systems. Software series that were exclusive to either handheld systems or home consoles now gather on one platform. The first change is merging of platforms that were previously separated into home consoles and handheld systems. Before the Nintendo Switch, we offered two types of dedicated video game platforms, home consoles and handheld systems, each with its own unique set of titles. By merging these two platforms, the Switch has become a unified platform where popular series from both home consoles and handheld systems come together in one place. I just thought this slide was neat, because I loved the Wii U. I'm a huge Wii U defender, and I love the 3DS. Honestly, without nostalgia, if I take off my nostalgia glasses that I have for the GBA, to me, the 3DS is objectively like the best portable system of all time. I don't consider the Switch a portable system. It is a hybrid system.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, the GBA I am so nostalgic for, and I love, but man, the 3DS is fucking incredible. So I just thought that was kind of cute, an acknowledgement of the Wii U, 3DS, and they had a baby together, and they made a Switch. We're going to go ahead over to page 36 here. What is on page 36? Oh, yes, I know it's on page 36. Whole lot of boring stuff in here, and it takes forever to go through it. That's why I'm only getting the highlights. This is public information if any of you guys want to read through it. Here's why page 36 is interesting. They are specifically calling out titles that have grown. So right here, you can see the Wii U and 3DS title comparison, so how many it sold, and then the Switch is in red. So this chart compares the total sales for volumes for titles on the Wii U and the 3DS versus each IP, as explained. And so what this tells me is that we can probably predict that all of these games are going to see sequels or remasters, probably sequels, on the Super Switch, the Switch 2. And Pikmin just blew it out of the water. The last Pikmin game was excellent. Loved it. I still need to beat like the final bit of content. I got credits.
It was going against what Hey Pikmin Like it was not going against anything very
Well,
competitive.
there's something on the Wii U. There was a Pikmin game on the Wii U. I think there was.
Did 3 go on the Wii
Yeah,
U?
I think Wii U was originally had Pikmin 3
Yeah,
as an
I
exclusive.
think it was 3. Yeah.
And this is so this is combined Wii U 3DS titles. So this is actually 2 systems going against the Switch here. I'm pretty sure Pikmin 3 or whatever was.
Might have been.
Anyway,
Which?
so we got.
Oh, it was Wii U. Yeah.
Okay, so but it was ported over to the Switch. Almost every system, unless it couldn't, like my beloved Nintendo Land, got ported over. So you got Pikmin here jumping up from 1.78 million to 7.86, huge. We have my boy Kirby and my boy Nightmare gifting me a game. Nightmare was bored with Nintendo stats. He has gifted us. Oh fuck. Yes, Nightmare. This was on my wish list. I obviously enjoy the torture. It's true. This was on my wish list because I planned on streaming it one day because I thought it would be funny. And Nightmare cut to the fucking chase and was like, play it, bitch. Nightmare has gifted us Hooked on You. What is Hooked on You?
Yeah, what is Hooked on You?
Okay, I want you to look at me. Hooked on You is the official Dead by Daylight dating sim.
No.
I am not fucking joking. Where the trapper becomes a muscle daddy and you can date him. And I'm pretty sure it's stream safe. And you can date the fucking tomahawk ass bitch.
I was going to make a joke, but I thought it was actually unrelated completely.
This is how paused behavior has become. They're like, fuck our shit up.
God.
We're going to make a Dead by Daylight dating sim. And it came out before Melee Games was a thing. And I was like, I hate this so much. And ever since we've streamed the cringe, it went back on the wish list because I'm like, I hate it so much. But I got to play it. I got to stream it. I got to stream it. Thank you, Nightmare. This is torture I enjoy because, man, I know this is going to be fucking brutal. Dead by Daylight dating sim will be streamed in the future. Let's go. Thank you, Nightmare. Going back to good games, my boy Kirby. My God, if you haven't played the Switch Kirby game, it's fucking great. Kirby only hit 5.62 million sales on the 3DS and the Wii U, and there is excellent 3DS Kirby games, and that only hit 5.6 million sales, reaching up to 15 million sales on the Switch. And here's a big one. We all are Metroid fans here, and we have always given Nintendo shit for sweeping Metroid under the rug. Look at this. They had valid reason to sweep it under the rug. Wii U 3DS titles, Metroid, 0.98 million. Rough. Compared to a 5 million increase for Dread. 5 million. And, of course, the Metroid Prime Remaster. That is excellent. And Xenoblade Chronicles, which I've always wanted to try, and it's considered a masterpiece on the Wii U. One of the main reasons to buy a Wii U. Only had a 1.4 million sales, and on the Switch, 7.17 million sales. So I thought this part was interesting, and not a lot of people were talking about this part, because we can pretty much guarantee we're going to see more Kirby, Metroid, Pikmin, and Xenoblade. I personally am so hype for future of Kirby, and I really hope they take this as a sign for making remakes of Metroid Prime 2 and 3, because I want to play those. Okay, going on. Any thoughts on that one, Kay?
Well, I mean, some of these are already baked in. Like, we just got a Xenoblade announcement. We just got a Metroid announcement. So to me, that's what those are, right? So yeah, we are definitely getting extra content for that. Will it go beyond that? Probably. I think Metroid is having a comeback. I really want them to do 2 and 3. I don't know why they didn't do it.
Yeah, I was theorizing. Last time we played Mass Effect, I was theorizing this, and my theory is that Metroid Prime 1 is considered a masterpiece, whereas Metroid Prime 2, never played them. But from what I know, a lot of people have mixed opinions on them, so it wouldn't be as easy of a job to make a remake up to that caliber. So I think what Nintendo is debating is, like, do we just give it the same treatment, flaws and all, or do we actually make changes based on the complaints? And I'm fine with either, because I've heard the complaints and they honestly, unfortunately, sound valid. Metroid Prime 2 and 3 does have its fans, but everyone I've ever talked to, they pretty much say, yeah, they're flawed experiences compared to that first one, unfortunately. So, but we're getting Metroid Prime 4. Fucking give me 2 and 3. I don't care if it has flaws or not. I want to fucking play it. Here's one that I got excited for, at least one of the stories. Here's a big confirmation, and not a lot of people are talking about it. We had the Mario movie in 2023. Guess what?
Yep.
Sequel confirmed 2026. And even bigger news, Zelda movie will be coming out before 2030. So latest the Zelda movie can come out is 2029.
Shit. So I saw the Zelda news circulating, and I thought that was so fucking funny. It was like, you're gonna get this game within the next 6 years. Thanks.
Yeah.
Like, what does this tell me? Nothing. Of course I'm getting it in the next 6 years. It doesn't help me. But the Mario one's interesting. I don't think I realized that one.
Yeah, no, I'm more excited for that personally than I acknowledge that the Zelda news is a bigger deal. Because that's the big live action, it's
well, that's
really...
the thing that people took away from this. I did not see any mention about the Mario thing.
I care more about the Mario sequel because I loved that first Mario movie, and I want them to pretty much deliver content similar to what Sonic is doing with the TV show and the 3 Sonic movies. So I want them to reach that level with it. So I'm more excited for that. But there you go, folks. Mario sequel in 2026. Zelda movie in 2020X. Could be 2020. I assume it's not going to be earlier than 2027. So I'm guessing it's going to be between 2027 2029 is my guess. Because they're not going to compete with themselves. So it's not going to release next year, or else they would say it and they'd be hyping it up right now. It's not going to release in 2026 because they have to hype up the Mario movie and release it that year. So I don't see them competing with themselves like Marvel has done with in the past. I see them definitely doing 2027 or more likely 2028, 2029. Okay, here gets the big stuff. Final 3 stories. Go to page 48 right here. Future outlook. So we have 2004 to 2006, integrated hardware software, Nintendo DS and Wii, integrated hardware software on the Switch, 2017, and they're looking at expanding value-added services, Nintendo account, 20XX, integrated hardware software successor to the Switch. They write, until the Nintendo Switch, there was no easy way to have consumers purchase and gameplay histories to carry over platform generations. Nintendo, there was easy ways to do it. It's just you refuse to do it. But going on, as a result, our relationship with the consumers was interrupted when a new system was purchased. Couldn't agree more. The introduction of Nintendo account made it possible to tie consumers' history to their personal account, enabling Nintendo to maintain a continuous relationship with the consumers across platform generations. We have communicated that we plan on making an announcement regarding the successor to the Nintendo Switch during this fiscal year. We believe that it's important for Nintendo's future to make use of Nintendo's account and carry over the good relationship that we have built with the over 100 million annual playing users on the Nintendo Switch to its successor. Thus, the big announcement from this slide, we will make the Nintendo Switch Online a service based on Nintendo account available on the successor to the Nintendo Switch. Now, originally...
Yes!
So...
That's great.
So pretty much... everything you see on the Nintendo Switch Online, on the Nintendo Switch, silver points, gold points, all the avatar shit, the emulation that they have with Super Nintendo, Game Boy Advance, all that shit, all those like digital libraries, all of that is going to be carried over, and more is going to be added. You're still going to have the eShop, probably similar in its form, hopefully expanded upon. And originally we had this as the Anything Goes, but then I made it a primary story. So I was originally going to say, like, what do you want to see from this in the future? And what I want to see is more profile stuff added. I want to see more interesting missions, because they have dailies and weekly missions to earn platinum points, and you can use those platinum points to get
themes as well.
Yes, that was a point I made, is we need fucking themes. The Switch is going to go and have its curtain call without having any charms or themes. They recognized the 3DS. The 3DS was super charming and had a great UI. The Switch UI is cold and soulless, which is very not like Nintendo. It needs Nintendo charm. the eShop has more Nintendo charm, and that has barely anything. So the UI absolutely needs themes. And unlike other modern systems like the Xbox and the PlayStation, in my opinion, their excuse over there is advertising space. That's why they got rid of themes. They don't, thankfully, they don't put ads on the Switch UI and the Switch menu, which I appreciate, but it's still very soulless and cold, and there's no music, there's no charm, there's no animation. So yes, I definitely want that on the Switch too. But yeah, I want profile stuff expanded upon, because right now it's really just profile pictures, and you can see like the last 12 games, and it's like, you know, it calculates to 5 hours every 5 hours. So and it caps at 999 hours. So once you reach like 1,000 hours, it caps. And so there's a lot of lessons that could be learned from a lot of quality of life stuff that could be learned from how Steam handles this and has been handling it for years. I think they need to take some lessons there. But I do overall like Nintendo Switch Online, so I'm happy that we're pretty much going to be keeping that with upgrades in the future, and that's all confirmed. Yes. But here's the big one. This is the big news. This is what they announced on Election Day. Nintendo Switch software will also be playable on the successor to the Nintendo Switch. Furthermore, the Nintendo Switch software will also be playable on the successor to the Nintendo Switch. In addition to being able to play Nintendo Switch software they currently own, consumers will be able to choose their next purchase from a broad selection of titles released for the Nintendo Switch. Further information about the successor to the Switch, including its compatibility with the Nintendo Switch I explained today, will be announced at a later date. This was my number one request for the Switch successor, and I am so in that this has been satisfied. I would like them to just ensure and elaborate that this includes digital software so that we can play Raroff on our Switch too and other games. But
you say that to me.
I want my entire digital library to carry over as well, because there's a lot of slop.
I think that's a given. I really think that's
I
a
just
given.
want
I've seen people.
I really want them to guarantee. So I'm pretty sure this means that yes, all your physical cartridges will carry over. I just want to make sure this includes your entire digital library.
In their terminology, when they say software, to me that means physical and digital. And I've seen a lot of people debating about this online, and I think it's kind of nitpicking. I don't see why they would have to specify that. Maybe, I don't know, is this report like supposed to be just internal, or is it supposed to be like
I think they have to specify,
because
customers have been burned by so many companies before, and like the PlayStation 5 isn't fully backwards compatible with even the PS4. It says it is, but there's a lot of games that it's like it has a cross through it when you look through your PlayStation 5 digital library and says, you own this. We're telling you you own this, but you can't play it on the PS5.
So your concern is more like the titles that are specifically digital only, like your little indie titles that you can only buy on the digital store.
The random RAR-filled slop, I want all of it to carry over. All of it.
I feel like that's the case.
That I just want guarantee of that. That's all I want. I'm 99% happy with it. I'm just saying.
The reason I asked my question is because I'm sure when they market it towards people, they're going to make that clear. But if this was just like, we're briefing our teams and like, it doesn't matter if this goes out to other people, then I feel like that's where they just understand each other and assume certain things. They don't have to make it as clear as day. Remember, this is the same company that every single time they made an announcement, they had to be like, we're not doing an announcement about the Switch 2 or whatever, or the next hardware. Every single fucking time they would talk about anything.
Yeah.
So they are thorough with this. I just feel like if they're not being thorough, then it either means this was more meant internally or it's just a given.
I'm pretty damn happy with this. I'm just saying there is a sliver of doubt that I have, and I think it's warranted based on how other companies have been and how Nintendo has been in the past. So they still have to prove it. I'm happy. If they say no, Raroff stays on the Switch, all your slop stays on the Switch, it won't stop me from getting the Switch 2. It'll be a little bit of a bummer, but I am happy that we're getting all of at least our physical cartridges carrying over. That is primary. That is absolutely primary. And it sounds like everything is carrying over. But again, other companies have already said, yes, everything carries over. And then when actually you put their feet to the fire, no, not everything carries over. You can see everything, maybe, but you can't play everything. And I think that's a big difference.
I don't blame you for your concerns. I'm just saying, like, to me, it seems like a no-brainer.
Well, that was unfortunately the best news. Guess what? I thought that was going to be it.
You saved
There's
the
worse
worst
news.
for last?
I've saved the worst for last.
Why?
And the worst is page 55. Okay, do you know what's on page 55?
I think I know, yeah.
Well, I don't know why no one else is talking about this. I don't know why I didn't see this one. But god damn it, I have to call it out too. I wish it wasn't real. ESG initiatives at Nintendo. Yay! Okay. The E, they talk, even in this, like, I hate how Nintendo talks to everyone like they're fucking babies. Even in this, they have to talk like they're fucking babies. The E stands for environment, the S stands for social, and the G stands for governance. Do you know what governance means? It means we're gonna fuck you in the ass. Let's read through this horrible page to make all of this news bad. E, consideration for global environment, climate change, energy conserving product design, use of renewable energy, information disclosure aligned with the TCFD recommendations, efficient use of resources, reduction and miniaturization of components and packaging, reuse of shipping materials for transportation, repairs, and consumer support to extend the life of products, engaging with our shareholders, requests to build and operate environmental management systems, confirmation of initiatives to reduce CO2 emissions and environmental impact. S for social, putting smiles on the face of everyone. Offering play with peace of mind, internal standards for safe and durable design, integrated parental controls, easy-to-use designs and features for everyone. Promoting CSR procurement through our entire supply chain. Nintendo CSR procurement guidelines, supply chains due diligence, responsible mineral procurement, RBA membership, and industry alliance dedicated to advancing social responsibility in global supply chains, building an environment where each and every employee can realize their potential. And here we go, strap in. It's Nintendo time. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. They fucking said it, folks. Building an engaging work environment, cultivating and developing talent based on the Nintendo DNA. Governance, achieving transparency in management, ensuring diversity in the board of directors, and improving effectiveness. Appoint female and non-Japanese members to the board, and appoint at least 1 out of 3 outside directors. I'm just going to say, as a white guy last I checked, don't. I want you all Japanese. All of you. I will allow 1 non-Japanese guy, and that is Reggie Fils-Aimé, who's a black guy. Everyone else can get the fuck out. I only want Reggie, the one black guy. He can be your token black guy. No whites. No fucking whites at Nintendo. Who is the guy that always translates for Miyamoto? He looks like Kevin Butler, but nerdier. That guy can stay. He's adorable. The rest of them have to all be Japanese, and I can't understand them. Improve objectivity and transparency in the process to determine nominations and compensation. Operation of non-mandatory nomination advisory committee. Introduce stock compensation system. Fair, appropriate, and timely disclosure of information. Hold financial briefings and corporate management policy briefings. Release English translations of documents. You don't need to. Just make good shit. Fuck English. Enhancing opportunities for shareholder dialogue. Actively creating opportunities for dialogue with institutional investors, both inside and outside of Japan. So I pretty much read all of this, but of course I'm going to read some of the key things again. In the area of society, we implement a variety of initiatives such as internal standards for safe and durable design and the integration of parental control features. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see. Among our employee initiatives, we're working to enhance our systems and promote their use to provide an environment where each employee can utilize their potential strengths to maximize their potential. Going forward, in order to bring smiles around the world through entertainment, we continue to cherish our heritage of the Nintendo DNA, original flexibility and sincerity, which uphold our ideals for our employees. Here's the shit. In the area of governance, we are working to ensure diversity in the board of directors by appointing women and foreign nationals. Please don't. To director roles.
So pointless, bro. Just hire people that are meant for the job. Is it so difficult?
As well,
Just hire on merit.
Yeah. As well as maintaining objectivity and transparency in our compensation system, including stock-based compensation, we also strive to disclose information appropriately in a fair and timely manner, and proactively create opportunities for conversations with a wide range of institutional investors, both within and outside of Japan, as to promote our understanding of our company. So, I read that and my heart sank, and I was like, fuck, Nintendo. You had one job. Cut out this fucking page. What are you fucking doing?
This stuff already existed for them, right? So
I'm just saying, fucking why? Nintendo is doing so great. The Switch has become one of the best-selling systems of all time. They release banger after banger after banger, and none of it is fucking paused. And they're seeing massive success, more success than they've seen arguably ever or in a very long time. Why do they look at the rest of the industry? Why do they look at what everyone else is doing and they say, yeah, let's fuck our shit up. Let's just fuck it all up. Let's just implement all this shit that all these other companies are fucking doing. Are you kidding me? Is someone holding a fucking gun to your head demanding that you put this in? I hope you're just saying this and you don't actually follow through with any of this shit and you're just saying this to retarded investors. But why would you? Why wouldn't you say something like, yeah, we see what the rest of the industry is doing, but we're making all the money. So, no, we are not going to do what companies like Ubisoft are doing, where they are losing everything. Like companies, what Warner Brothers is doing, with the exception of Harry Potter, where they're losing entire, like, millions and hundreds of millions of dollars. Can they not fucking realize why that is? So I read this and I was like, fuck. Now I have to make this a main story, and we have to talk about it, and we have to call out fucking Nintendo.
I want to be a fly on the wall, and I just want to understand why companies make this decision. Like, do they feel like they have some kind of lawsuit on their hands if they're not following certain things that other companies follow, like these progressive things? Like, I don't know, because I know to a certain degree there has to be like an HR earworm, right? Where it's like you have to have these certain programs, and that's how you keep your employees happy, and it's all bullshit, right?
Yeah.
No one actually fucking cares about this shit except for the people who want to coast. But like, obviously everyone has their metrics, and so HR has their metrics of keeping employees like feeling happy and healthy in the workplace, and that they have to feel productive, so they have to throw this kind of shit in, right? But then, like, just on a higher level, I just really want to be a fly on the wall. Like, is it that all of these companies feel an obligation because every other company has this, therefore we also have to have this program, just as, like, you would see, like, I don't know, a small company of, like, a few people growing slowly. Okay, we're at this stage, we have this many thousand employees, now we have to do this. Is it simply because they get kickbacks for this? Maybe they get incentive, like, tax incentives, whatever. I want to know.
And here's the thing. It is not exclusively within this document either. We have talked about it. You know, we love Nintendo. It was
on their website. We translated this a long time ago.
That's right. We did that. And it's also showing in their games to an extent, not to the extent of like Warner Brothers or PlayStation or any of these other companies, but the signs are there. And Nintendo a lot of times feels like the last bastion of like good quality gaming. I talk to a lot of people and they're like, if it wasn't for Nintendo, I would exclusively play retro games, and that is it. So it does happen. It does happen. It hits mainly in two areas. Those two areas where it has happened: translations, primarily in RPGs like Thousand Year Door, and also in Pokemon. I don't know who is smoking what at Pokemon, but my God, Pokemon is in a fucking world of its own, and how insanely paused it's gotten over there is crazy.
Well, Pokemon is it's like a second party thing, so they have multiple companies involved, so I think that's where the hole in the boat is happening, whereas everything else is more first party, so it's different standard.
Yeah. So there you have it. A lot of good news, a lot of good stuff. If you're a Nintendo movie fan, I'm super excited. I'm excited for the Super Switch 2, but unfortunately, there are some cracks within Nintendo, and I can't be a 100% bing bing wahoo shilling enjoyer. I have to fucking call them out, and I have to be like, oh, you're doing shit. You are pulling shit. Fuck you. So, if you release the Switch 2, And I'm starting to notice your games are like Suicide Squad and like Dustborn and like Dragon Age and all this shit. Now, I don't think Nintendo will go dial up to 200 like these companies, but if I start to notice that the games are upping the ante in terms of the absolute insanity compared to what we've seen on the Switch, we'll have to call it out here, and I might be playing less Nintendo games in the future. I'm hoping for the best. Switch has undeniably won this past generation. Undeniably. It has beaten Sony and with its one game, and it's beaten Xbox with its pretty much being a Netflix box. Switch has won this console generation, but it looks like it could win the next, but they got to be really careful. It's a money printing machine, Nintendo. Don't fuck it up. And, okay, with that, I have my little bell. And that means it is time. Whoa!
Ding time.
It is time. That was what the fuck is going on in gaming. But I do want to quickly shout out a cool friend we got here. And if you guys want to watch something after the show, we still have 2 segments, though. Don't go anywhere. The show ain't over. But if you do want to watch something at the end of the show, I have a little recommendation for you guys, and that is the East Asia Soft Showcase. So shout out to our boy here, Joshua Michael French, who tweeted, "You know how I usually give y'all the coffee-fueled recap on Nintendo Directs and Indie World Showcases? Well, since I basically head up the East Asia Soft Showcases anyway, I just want to make it part of our usual communication using our news page. Full story. Here is the announcements. Tokyo Clan Pool, December 2024. Montezuma's Revenge, coming soon.
Tokyo Clan Pool was the game that we originally discovered Joshua on, and that's the whole game we're trying to figure out if it's censored. And I said, based on everything I've seen from this guy, I feel like he's not trying to actively censor the game. I assume it's going to be in that video if you guys watch it, but I've heard that it's going to be on GOG. And I don't know if it's going to be on Steam for sure. So just that's one to look out for. That is a story that we talked about, like, I want to say almost 6 months ago at this point. Quite a while ago. But yeah, so take a look at Clan Pool if you guys are curious on a follow-up for that. I think it's going on GOG. There's some weird censorship stuff going on with like regulations on the Switch and on Steam and all this bullshit.
I'm going to keep reading through all the games that are announced, and if you guys want to go watch the video after the show, feel free. Montezuma's Revenge, the 40th Anniversary Edition, coming soon. Swan Yan Sword, The Gate of Firmament, December 2024. Owl Project, November 6th. Slam and Roll, November 14th. Spelagus, November 20th. Pretty Girls Pop Match, that one looks fucking great, November 28th. The rest are coming soon. 3D, Don't Die, Mr. Robot, Agent Fall, Akatsuki, sorry, I only know English, Lord of the Dawn, Atomic Owl, Fae Falling, Gravitators, Maiden Cops, Moving Houses, Neon Noodles, S Prism Destroyer, Starlight Legacy, and Terracotta. Is that a System of a Down song? And here you go. You can just look up over on YouTube the East Asia Soft Showcase 23. This came out just 3 days ago, and very similar to a Nintendo Direct format. Nintendo's really taken that over. It's a great looking thing here, folks. 16 minutes of great looking games, and it's got a whole lot of booba. Oh, if you like booba, make sure to follow Joshua Michael French. He is an absolute fucking lad, and these games look fucking great. All of them I've already told you, but if you want to get a little demo and see some of the footage, look at, oh my god, wait, Maiden Cops? I'm wish listing this right now. Oh my god, okay, hold on. Maiden Cops. Sorry. Let me just
he's got some good stuff.
He's got great, okay, it's already on my wish list. He's got great taste there. So go check that out. All right, we're going to get over into our rapid fire news here in just a minute. But I'm going to take a quick break. Okay, if you want to read some... Whoa, never mind! Snapple Rai came in with the Snapple chat. Thank you so much, Snapple. And he says, thanks for the great streams on side-scrollers on Melee Madness today. We ain't done yet, Snapple. Thank you so much for the 5. And that means the world to me, man. I'm so glad you enjoy the show. I'm so glad you like it and you like hanging out with us. The feeling's mutual, Snapple. You are fucking awesome. So thank you. I really appreciate
thanks for hanging out with us. You hung out with us pretty much all day, so thank you so much.
Absolutely.
You had to hear this damn voice all day yelling about Sonic and Sega.
That's true. All right. Okay, we got chats in Rumble. We got chats in YouTube. I will
Yeah,
be
I got
right
it.
back, and then we're going to get into the rapid fire news.
Perfect. Okay. So, scrolling up a little bit here. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, Snapple says, careful what you wish for, James, because Xenoblade games take about 60 to 80 hours to play. Oh my god, do they take a lot. I still need to get through them because they're just so fucking long, and I feel like longer time goes on, my gaming ADHD hops everywhere, and I just want to like sample a little here and there, but I need to go back and play those games. JB says, will we have Tyrone versus Pikmin? We need this game. Honestly, Team Sneed's pretty open to conversation. You should tweet that at them and see if they'll do it. JB says they should have the Zelda movie ages ago so Ryan Reynolds could play Link. Oh my god, can you imagine? And JB says computer capable of counting nanoseconds rounds usage to 5 hours. Snapple says just what we all wanted, more DEI slop on my Nintendo games. I'm hesitant to think that it's going to seep through too deeply. Like, I think that there's going to be some basic stuff, but I don't think it's going to be anything egregious like we're looking at with Dragon Age Veilguard, which I said I don't want to talk about anymore because I'm just so fucking mad at the game. But yeah, I don't think they're going to hit that level is what I'm trying to say. Doesn't mean any of it's right. Any of it is stupid and garbage, but I don't think we have to worry about everything taking a complete 180 or whatever the saying is. I don't know. Nightmare says it's the globalists got Nintendo. It's over. It's so over, bros. Oh my god. But for real, it's fucking annoying. And like I said, is it so hard to just hire on merit and not worry about any of this shit? Do we all have to go into these fucking ESG retarded programs? No. It's fucking annoying.
Were you
You're
just
already
invoking
successful.
the press
You
secretary
don't
there?
What do you mean?
I heard the global. You were saying the
Oh,
globalists.
yeah.
So
Yes,
were you
yes,
just
yes.
invoking our beloved press secretary?
I guess I was going on a rant like that.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, so I'm so sick of this shit, man. Nintendo doesn't need the extra fucking loans. They're fine. If that's the case. Snapple says a new Super Mario game. Put a chick in it and make her gay. Nightmare says interesting how this all happened as Nintendo became more corporate, like all the copyright striking. Yes. And I too miss Iwata. Rest in peace.
Don't make me. Do I?
What? No,
Yet?
no. Why?
Do I do it? Do I do it? Just quickly.
Yeah.
Just quickly.
Maybe
Are you doing
may
it?
have been cut short. I believe a pot of gold
Why do you do this?
waits at every rainbow's end. Oh, I believe in roses kissed with dew.
I can never take that song seriously ever again in my fucking life because of that one kid, man.
I love Iwata so much. I genuinely love that man. He's one of the
Me
best
too.
ever. And every time I think of him passing away,
It's this fucking song. I
it's
know.
stuck in my head.
I know. I have the same thing. It's an invasive thought, and I can't help it either. I know. Oh,
I'm ready
my
for rapid fire
God.
whenever.
Yeah, I'm almost done reading.
All right.
You interrupted my reading to fucking show that.
You're welcome.
JV says, I just saw something that said Kotaku fired everyone. What a week. Yeah, I think they had like 7 people on their team and they let go of at least 3 people as far as I know. Maybe 2. I don't know. Alyssa's claiming that she left on her own. I don't fucking know. But at least half of that team is gone now, yes. But yeah, 2 other people I'm pretty sure actually got laid off. Nightmare says ESG allows companies to get investments and cheap loans from BlackRock and other WEF-associated entities. They think they'll be making money. And yes, Pokemon is Pokemon Company, a joint venture between Nintendo Game Freak and Creatures Inc. Thank you once again, Snapple, for that Snapple chat. JB says, was that Streets of Rage with PMS? Maybe?
Maybe.
Jimmy Nature over on Rumble says the downfall of Nintendo with ESG sad. Hire competent and merit-based. Exactly. That's all it takes. Just hire the fucking, like, I don't know, man. It just start. I'm tired of this argument because it's just like been the same conversation for over 10 years. Like, just fucking hire people on merit. Like, why do we need to worry about this shit? I don't care about seeing a brown woman somewhere to be like, oh my God, I'm going to aspire to be just like her. I feel so included now. Like, I just feel like I'm having the same fucking gay conversation constantly. Just hire on merit. It's very easy.
Wait a minute. The guy singing this is the same person that did the "I'd prefer if he'd really be quiet" comment.
What? Really?
I didn't know that. And now I have to bring that up. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay. I'm almost done reading chat, James, but go ahead.
It is. Oh my God.
So this is the case where getting crabs is a good thing?
Yeah. He's the one making the joke.
Hype? I would really prefer if you would be quiet.
Because one of the comments said, what if his mom came in and said, I'd really prefer if you'd be quiet when he was singing that song? I didn't know. That was worth it.
You're in your own little ADHD camp right now. I'm hanging out with
believe
chat.
in roses. Sorry. Go on.
Jimmy Nature says threats, coercion. Yeah, I don't know. It's really strange to me that these companies that are totally well off and fine and have the support of their customers are going down this route. It just doesn't make sense to me. There's something else there. It's nefarious. But who knows? What is? Did you find another song by this
I'm
guy?
just thinking of the time where the.
Can I hang out with chat,
I'm just thinking of
James,
AGD. I'm
please?
just thinking of AGDQ memories. I love ADGQ cringe.
I'm trying to talk to the people.
I was thinking
What do you
of
have
the
to share
time-
with the people?
I was thinking of the time where that kid dropped the pencil to pretend to pick it up, and he immediately sniffed the hot girl's chair as soon as she.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Good
man.
times, good
Oh.
times.
I'm
Good
sorry.
times.
Go do your thing.
I just love that, like, as you mentioned that story, we hit 17 people watching us on Rumble.
Do you guys?
So, like, everyone popped in just for that story of you talking about a guy sniffing a chair.
Yeah, here it is. All 17 people watching on Rumble. Here you go. So watch this guy.
People are
See,
leaving now.
hot. No, don't go yet. Look at the hot chick here, and he's like, oh, I dropped something. Oh yeah. That's the stuff. And like this cuts it off, but he fucking lingers. I don't know why it's cut off so quick, but he fucking lingers there. Look at that. Look at that man. That is a smart man. All right, sorry, go on.
Lowest Expectations is here. How you doing, Lowest Expectations? Says, I have come to Goon. Well, you're in the right place.
Oh, you are.
JB says, if you hire people based on merit, that will offend the meritless. Exactly. And they're the people that should be offended for themselves for not being good enough to be there. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. We are caught up, and yeah, several people fled from Bull.
Well, they're gonna flee even more because Nightmare just gifted us a game.
Oh, no.
Nightmare has gifted us. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is this, Nightmare? What is this? I'm about to do my jokes here, Nightmare. Oh, God. Nightmare says, I saw this and saw Shirtless James and thought it was a perfect fit. Is there a character named Shirtless James? We're going to have to find out, but he has gifted us Bara Droid. All one word, Bara Droid, a gay visual novel. A Bara sci-fi visual novel about joining an experiment with big androids. Can you teach a robot the meaning of human love? Nightmare says, that's for all the interruptions, James. You give me gay porn. I was giving you the gift of men crying with autism and sniffing chairs. You're welcome, but thank you.
I just loved the different wavelengths we're on. I'm like, what's chat up to? Let's hang out. And you're like, remember that time that guy sniffed that chair?
That's where my brain is 99% of the time.
I love it.
That's where I am. Thank you so much, Nightmare, for gay android porn. I thought I wasn't allowed to fist android girls, but I guess fisting android boys is A-okay.
JB says 4 people logged into Rumble and heard sniff the hot girl's chair and noped out. Yeah, it's now we're 7 people left.
You 7.
7 people left. They're like,
seven
fuck this
people would sniff the chair. And I get it. I understand.
I'm not even mad. It's just so funny.
I understand
I
entirely.
love that. I love that when like we see any sort of like uptick, we just do something to like throw people out the boat. We're just like, here, watch this, and then all of a sudden it's like, bye.
My favorite thing is when I get clipped completely out of context, and because I will say things that are absolutely retarded out of nowhere. And so I love seeing those. I love seeing like, because sometimes I'll look back at the streams and I'm like, I don't know if I was entertaining, and then I'll just go to like a random point in the video and suddenly I'll be like, he fucked me, and I'm like, okay, it was not that bad. Jimmy Nature
says, I won't lie, I might sniff it too.
He's a sniffer.
And that's why Jimmy stuck around.
Hell
Thanks for
yeah,
hanging out
one
with
of
us,
the
Jimmy.
7, the few, the proud, the strong, right there. The few, the proud, the sniffers. It's us and Joe Biden.
JB says, guess James offended the chair sniffers while Kate was defending the meritless. Yeah, and everyone was like, fuck this shit, I'm out of here.
There is not a single man that is both a chair sniffer and meritless. If you sniff chairs, you have merit.
Snapple says, my favorite clips are the jump scares. I love that shit too.
Oh my God.
And you guys clip so many great things. Thank you so much. I know that's not like a simple task all the time. I really appreciate that you guys put in that effort to pull those clips together too.
It's so good.
All right, James, hit us with your rapid fire.
All right, let's do it, boys and girls. It is time for the rapid fire news, because no good news story goes unturned over here. As always, Kay, if you want something to be a full story, you just let me know to hold it, and I will hold it. But with that, we're going to get into it. Let's go into the rapid fire news, everybody. And, whoa, that's loud. There we go. Come on, give me the ASMR. I want the ASMR levels of Phoenix Wright. There we go. All right, everyone. It is time for rapid fire news. Mercury Steam, makers of Castlevania Lords of Shadow and Metroid Dread, are likely working on a new entry in the Metroid series, but were recently caught on Twitter following a government-paid feminist activist who is referred to as Anita Sarkeesian 2.0. Wait a minute. You're telling me she can multiply? Oh, this is terrible. And moving on. Microsoft CEO's pay has risen by... What?
I just love that you're like, all right, moving on.
All right, moving on. Well, like, I can't hear anyone laughing. So I don't know. I don't know if any of these are even landing or anything. Except for you. All right.
I'm the only one, and I provide some of these articles.
That's true. That's true.
Like, not all of this is shocking to me.
That's true. All right. Well, maybe you don't know this one. Get a load of this one here, Kay. You ready for it? Now, I don't know if you're laughing at the circumstances of the joke. This is terrible.
I'm just laughing at the circumstances of this conversation.
I'm still thinking of chair sniffing.
Oh, God, just read the next
Microsoft CEO's pay has risen by 63% to a total of $73 million despite the devastating year for layoffs. I want to congratulate Satya Nadella on achieving his goal of becoming Bizarro Iwata.
Who?
Bizarro Iwata. Do you want me to play
No, I got that part.
You want me to play the music?
Satya Nadella.
He's the Microsoft CEO. He's some, I don't know, he's some brown guy. He's not Bill Gates anymore. It's this guy.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I know. I was surprised too.
I don't know. If
Bizarro Iwata. See, the joke is because Iwata took a pay cut, and this guy is laying off people and getting a pay raise. That's the joke. There you go. Did anyone?
Clever.
I was trying to be a little clever with that one.
That was clever.
This is what happened. This is why I stick to sniffing jokes. A live-action Oregon Trail movie is in the works, and die-hard fans can win early screening tickets. All you got to do to enter is prove you're the biggest Oregon Trail fan by dying by shitting yourself to death. We got an early look at the character designs for the upcoming Adi Shankar Devil May Cry Netflix series, and fans are preparing for the worst. Adi Shankar took to Twitter to assure fans he respects the source material dearly and will make sure every character gets raped in the ass.
Too real.
A little bit. Dead or Alive is releasing a new game called an immersive romance adventure game titled Venus Vacation Prism. In the game, you'll be able to date and fall in love with a variety of gorgeous women from the DOA franchise, making women's threats of never sleeping with men again due to Trump's election even more pointless.
That was amazing. Touche.
Kamala Harris, during her run for presidency, held an in-game event in Fortnite, which only saw a peak player base of 383 players, while established maps such as Ranked Reload saw over 300K players on during the same period. Supporters seem to believe that the Kamala Harris event should have been a lot more successful, but aren't sure what happened to the over 20 million players that apparently showed up for the prior Biden event. Just disappeared.
It's weird how every other year was the same, and then it just, yeah.
This video's getting nuked.
Yeah, definitely.
Animal Crossing Pocket Camp, the free-to-play mobile version of Animal Crossing, is shutting down. However, users will be able to transfer their data and continue playing for a price. And if you don't pay but boot up the game, you will just see all of your villagers crying while being held hostage. Speedrunners have discovered a glitch that will actually save Aerith in the original Final Fantasy VII. To perform the glitch, the player must talk to Aerith before her death and let her know Trump has won, which then results in Aerith filming herself freaking out and sobbing on TikTok for the rest of the entire game.
You had me for a second.
Well, the first part
that's
is
a legit story.
That's real. These are all real stories. This is news.
You took me for quite a ride there.
It's everything I'm saying is real. It's actual. These are all actual. That's why you can hold it. You want to hold it? I'll prove it to you.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
I didn't know what part of the story was real.
No, you can tell.
You blended fiction and reality really well.
You just go to Aerith as Cloud and you say, Trump has won, and then she starts crying. Aggro Crab, the developers of Another Crab's Treasure, is seeking investors or publishers for their upcoming game and has DMs open. I wish them all the success with this approach, as our Twitter DMs are just filled with Chinese bots and fake OnlyFans models. Maximum Football is releasing for free on Steam today and was planning on having a playable squirrel, but sadly he was shot to death by New York police.
That just made me sad.
I didn't say the news was fun.
I'm just sad.
Well, maybe this one will cheer you up. Deck of Haunts is a deck builder where you play as a haunted house as opposed to the average woman in America who is the size of a haunted house. No. Not a week goes by where I don't do a fat woman joke. Here's one you won't get, Kay. Mark Kern has shared leaked Slack messages from Blizzard employees melting down over Trump's election win, with some of them talking about buying a gun in response. President Trump has issued a statement saying that when he returns to the White House, he will acquire Frostmourne and make the culling of Stratholme look like child's play in comparison.
Yeah, I don't know.
That one's for
too
the
much World of Warcraft for me. I got Frostmourne. I got that one.
That one was for the Warcraft fans. If one person got that, I will be happy.
I feel like Wait would appreciate that one.
He would get it.
World of Warcraft.
He would get it. Cold and Afraid is another PS1-inspired horror game that looks great and primarily pulls from Parasite Eve. All these PS1-inspired games has me thinking I need to start a gaming trend, so here we go. I propose a trend of modern games from Montreal and California inspired by the Virtual Boy. The tagline will be, "Games so gay your eyes will bleed red." Pitch Ya Games Live is a voluntary movement showcasing indie games around the world where you just need to tweet them and they will show your game. I tried pitching them my project, but apparently they didn't appreciate getting flooded with tweets that include, quote, cock and ball torture. There is a new Evercade bar-top arcade machine that takes cartridges released by them to play new games. However, despite the name, I am disappointed to learn it does not serve you beer while playing. Dead by Daylight surprised fans with a new killer today, the Houndmaster. She is a large African-American woman that has a unique perk that allows her to instantly attack Asian police officers. Despite a shaky launch, the repop version of Lollipop Chainsaw continues to get better with a free update that includes a pinup skin for Juliet. Now, if only they would add my requested 20-foot tall covered in whipping cream skin. Platinum Games is collaborating with Insert Coin, a video game clothing brand, to release a new line from all of their games. To promote it, Insert Coin has released a tagline, "Make your women look like Bayonetta and your gay twinks like Raiden." Sony has officially closed Neon Koi and Firewalk Studios, meaning that Concord is gone for good. Sony CEO has stated that he has learned a valuable lesson from the venture, and that is, quote, "It would have been smarter to blow $400 million on hookers."
That's just genuine at that point.
Some of these are just genuine.
That's not even a joke.
No.
It's just serious.
None of these are jokes, really. Kingdom Come Deliverance is releasing a live-action video where the two lead actors for the game sit in a bar and get drunk together. And why am I just learning you can get paid to do this?
You guys should go watch that video later, by the way.
Oh,
It's
it's
great.
fucking great, man.
Kingdom Come is so hype.
Brian Horton is no longer the creative director on Marvel's Wolverine and has moved to become the creative director for the upcoming Perfect Dark game instead. Brian brings a wealth of expertise to Joanna and will make sure she looks more grizzled and manly than ever before. She's also going to be stuck at 5'1". Bandai Spirits has issued a warning to those purchasing their Super Mario frying pan not to use it. No, it won't cause any health problems, but will allegedly release the spirits of the dead toads required to make it. See, that was a joke because their name is Spirits of the company. Anyway. You're welcome. After 16 years, a vampire story is finally getting a sequel. The beloved point-and-click, originally made by various former LucasArts employees, has always been considered a true LucasArts point-and-click, at least more so than anything Tim Schafer will ever make. A Death Note social deduction game was released exclusively for PS Plus players. This has fans wondering prior to release how a multiplayer game would work based on an anime in which two highly autistic men try to figure out the real identity of each other to defeat them. In response to the confusion, the game has been renamed to 4chan versus Reddit.
4chan wins every time.
Oh,
Let's be
yeah.
real.
An Outlast movie is in the works, which is guaranteed to have audience members leaving the theater saying, "Wasn't that just quarantine?" Shout out to the 3 people that saw Quarantine. Time Extension has written a PSA for people to check their PSP batteries, as due to their age, the battery may now be swelling to levels that could damage the system. In a related story, nobody cares if their Vita dies. Nintendo has released a Spotify-like app that includes a library for their game soundtracks, both new and old. A lot of fans requested that Nintendo just release their soundtracks on Spotify, and Nintendo has since done this as well. The catch? They have only added to Spotify the soundtrack for Yoshi's New Island. And if you don't understand that joke, I will now play you a track from Yoshi's New Island in full. Okay, have fun listening to the stream here.
Oh boy. Okay.
Here we go. Oh, it's getting better.
You know, this is on like shitty flute level for me, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, it was getting better because that's actually a new song. That's not the. That's not the. Okay.
That's a song that I used for our Be Right Back. It was transition.
Yeah, never mind. When it got good, that was actually a new song. That is a real song in Yoshi's New Island. All right, back to the news. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle will feature a disclaimer clarifying that the developer Machine Games' decision to use Nazis as enemies is, quote, should not in any way be construed to condone, glorify, or endorse their ideology, end quote. This has sadly confirmed the suspicions that Steven Spielberg is Hitler's biggest fan. Buckshot Roulette multiplayer is out, meaning that you and your friends can now kill yourselves together. The update is popular enough that a physical release of the game is in the works, titled Buckshot Roulette, the Jim Jones edition. Do you know who Jim Jones is, Kay? I'm old. He was the notorious cult leader that made everyone drink the Kool-Aid and they all died. You've heard that, right? You've heard drink the Kool-Aid?
Yeah.
Do you know where the term drink the Kool-Aid comes from?
No, I thought
Jim
it was
Jones.
just for normies.
Oh, a real cult leader, Jim Jones, made everyone drink the Kool-Aid that he poisoned, and they all died together.
I thought the whole point of like drink the Kool-Aid is like go be a normie and just like consume.
Pretty much, but it means you're in a cult and you're gonna drink the Kool-Aid, meaning you would kill yourself. It's a real thing that happened.
I don't know, man. Okay.
Some of you knew this. Yeah, Jimmy Nature knew it. I just had to explain to her because I saw her eyes and I'm like, she doesn't get the joke. Jim Jones. What did I say? I said Jim Jones. Anyway. Didn't I?
don't know. Apparently it was Flavor Aid, so.
Oh, I'm canceled. House of the Dead is getting a movie adaptation from director Paul W.S. Anderson that has fans excited, as Paul is the perfect director for a game series where the writing and dialogue are intentionally bad. It's a director of the Resident Evil movies and Event Horizon. Blood West is getting a new expansion called Dead Man's Promise and will feature voice acting from Red Pepper, known for having an amazing voice from Shadow Man. To contrast Pepper's soulful and talented voice, all enemy NPCs will be voiced by the women from The View. Croc Legend of the Gobos remake is getting an excellent-looking collector's edition featuring an 8-inch statue, keychain, the original soundtrack, and a sticker that says, "Thank God it's not limited run." Twitch CEO Daniel Clancy released a bland statement saying that Twitch stands against hate and harassment. Later, it was discovered that Daniel has several porn accounts across seemingly countless sites, and all of his favorite videos are either of teen girls or Twitch streamers that effectively work for him. He even used the email on his resume to sign up. To investigate this further to see if there is any illegal activity, United States Senator Ted Cruz has formally asked Elon Musk to make likes on Twitter public again.
Now that I get.
All of that was true, by the way, Kay, except for the Ted Cruz part. But, you know.
Well, I mean, yeah, but Ted
I just wanna
Cruz
say,
did used to have public likes, and that was a
all of that,
treat to
yes,
say.
all of that was true, and Ted Cruz would be so based if he did this.
Fucking wild.
For Halloween, Doja Cat dressed up as a sexy flower from Conker's Bad Fur Day, reminding us all that even plants are sexier
you have to
than.
Show this one.
Even plants are sexier than furries.
I have to show this one.
All right, fine. You just want the.
The day I saw, I was like, "Is this real?" I was looking on Instagram and I like ran to you. I was like, "Look at this! What the fuck's happening?"
I don't even know who Doja Cat is.
She's like a top 40 rapper singer. I don't fucking know.
But yeah, she
But
dressed.
she also at one point was wearing a Sam Hyde shirt, and she just claimed she found it at a thrift store. Who the fuck is dropping a Sam Hyde shirt at a thrift store? Let's be real.
So
this is confirmation to me that she knows what she's doing. This is base. Come on.
So this gave me the theory that her boyfriend is hilarious and just said, "Yeah, dress up like the sexy flower, honey. Go on." But you're telling me that she is actually this autistic to fucking do this? This is female autism at play here?
Her fans apparently were not shocked that she acts like this. But they don't understand because they're all like younger. So they're like, what the fuck is a conker?
And people pointed out that the Photoshop effect of getting the bees surrounding her without like compromising her outfit is like super clean and like well done as well. And so I don't know why anyone's focusing on the bees when you've got that, but you know, That's a thing. Enjoy. I'll just leave that up there. There you go. That's much better than the news, isn't it?
There you go. Yeah, you can just keep reading over this, really.
That's true. All right, I'm going to show my face, unfortunately. Let's keep going. Nintendo composer Yasuaki Iwata has left the company. He is known for composing excellent soundtracks since the Wii U era, including one of my all-time favorites, Super Mario 3D World. Nintendo has announced that he will be replaced by legendary composer Masayoshi Ishii, who has already composed for Nintendo. Here is one of the most beloved tracks from Masayoshi Ishii.
I fell for it. I'm mad because I fell for it.
It's actually him. That's the composer.
I fell for it. I didn't think it was going to be the same track.
It's the same track.
I'm mad right now.
Oh, huh? Oh, it's almost good. It's kind of good. And that's it. I love the comments on this video, by the way. It's amazing how the song manages to sound absolutely disgusting and yet somewhat adorable at the same time. The birth of Sassy Kazoo. This is the music Nintendo America plays when they put you on hold. I actually feel sorry for this guy. Just desperate to come up with a unique sound, Miyamoto records his own farts for use. Nintendo seal of quality. It's just amazing. It's amazing. And this has got, the guy uploaded this. Apparently this has the most dislikes of anything he's ever uploaded. Let's go back to the news. Showa American Story was announced. It's a great-looking zombie game which revolves around a plot in which Japan colonizes America in the 70s. While the developers worried Americans would be offended by this story, polls show that Americans prefer a Japanese invasion over what is currently invading. In an interview with Todd Howard... Just moving on quickly there. In an interview with Todd Howard, he revealed he didn't want Troy Baker to star in Indiana Jones. You may be wondering who else he had in mind, and of course, Todd originally planned on casting the actor best known for the iconic film franchise, Phoebe Waller-Bridge. The Monster Hunter Wilds beta is live and is receiving a mixed reaction due to a lot of players seeing twisted nightmare-like graphics. Capcom has assured players that this is intentional, as they want Monster Hunter Wilds to resemble the real world as closely as possible. Blizzard is teaming up with Shake Shack for a World of Warcraft cross-promotional meal. The meal consists of a double patty cheeseburger, nachos, and a milkshake that contains milk directly from Blizzard HQ. I'll be ordering it day one. Let's see here. Am I being canceled yet? Oh, was the Indiana Jones one a joke? I was originally going to write a River Phoenix joke, but I felt that was too sad. And I've already had sad jokes here. Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered released on the PS5, and I shared a video on Twitter showing a side-by-side comparison of the two versions, with the most viewers commenting that the new version is actually uglier compared to the original. Sony has confirmed that the ugliness of the new version is intentional, as it makes Alloy look prettier by comparison. Etches has introduced Oasis, the first playable AI-generated game. There is a playable demo out now, and the final level is a speedrun to see how fast this gets turned into porn.
I give it like an hour.
Oh, it's already done. EA has removed Linux support for Apex Legends to the anger of many fans who have spent thousands of dollars and time on the game. EA responded to the angered fans by saying, "You're welcome." Dungeon RPG Tokyo Clan Pool has swapped its PC release on December 19th from Steam to GOG, reportedly because developers Compile Heart saw Gabe Newell and said, Santa Claus has enough on his plate this year. See, some of them are wholesome.
That was wholesome.
Halo Studios, this one isn't. Halo Studios is releasing a remastered version for the first time of the Halo 2 E3 demo from 2003. The demo will release this Saturday, so fans around the world can enjoy Halo one last time before Microsoft ruins it again. While Elder Scrolls Legends has already been delisted off Steam, it will stop running entirely by the end of January. So make sure to enjoy your game while you can, Elder Scrolls fans. To avoid future disappointment, Bethesda has offered this advice to players. Don't play our games. Psylocke is being added to hero shooter Marvel Rivals, but fans are noticing a difference in her character design as the reveal trailer didn't immediately make every man lose No Nut November. A journalist for Gaming Bolt has given Shadows of the Dam Remastered a negative review due to it not modernizing its edgy humor for this journo's liking. This journalist has also talked about how it's positive for kids to play Dragon Age Veilguard so children can learn about transitioning their gender. I am pleased to announce that under the new administration, this person, whose name I cannot bother to learn how to pronounce, has been sentenced to a 1,000-year crystal imprisonment. Get in the fucking crystal. The PS5 Pro box advertises being disc-free as a positive console feature, while I feel the main feature that should be advertised on the box is how much money I will save by not buying it. Ubisoft executive rejects Assassin's Creed Shadows Backlash as, quote, "Our commitment to inclusivity is grounded in historical authenticity and respect for diverse perspectives, not driven by modern agendas. Now watch as this black guy in feudal Japan bashes in the skulls of Japanese men to hip-hop beats." Playism has announced a release date for Maid Cafe on Electric Street, the game where the challenge is finding the maid who doesn't have a penis. Currently, Lunar Remastered won't be including the original voice acting, despite the owners of it offering to... English voice actors, despite... I wrote these like midnight. English voice actors, despite the owners of it offering it up for cheap to the team handling the remaster. The team handling the remasters has assured everyone that the new voiceovers and translations will be handled with love, respect, and care by making every character a raging transsexual. I botched that joke, but you get it. You
That's
all
a
get
joke, but I'm just more shocked that they're not including the original voice
it.
actor.
It's really
That's
retarded.
crazy. Yeah.
And the guys pretty much like take it for almost free. It seems that the PEGI version of Resident Evil 7 Gold will have all the DLC on the disc, while the ESRB copy is a code instead. While this is disappointing news, it is preferable to the proposed EA version where you mutilate your genitals to redeem your key. EA's getting bold. According to a recent study, despite claiming to dislike sexualized video game characters, women also tend to prefer them. This study will be cited in my upcoming thesis, Why Women Shouldn't Vote.
This video's not staying up.
No.
YouTube's gonna get so mad at
No,
us.
yeah. Don't tell YouTube, everybody. It's our little
It's a
secret.
race between YouTube and Twitch. Which one's gonna get angrier at us first? Probably. Actually, Twitch gets mad first.
Yeah, we'll see. And we also revealed that, you know, the Twitch guy's a sex pest and all that, so I don't think he's going to like us very much. But anyway.
Well, Nightmare liked that one.
Oh,
There
yeah,
you
good.
go.
I
did too.
The Hogwarts Legacy sequel is now in development, with fans looking forward to the entry being ignored by the entire video game news outlet that it exists. Steam has released its game recording feature, so now you can relive every single second of life that Dota 2 has taken away from you. PS1-inspired survival horror game Nox Mortalis was announced and can now be wishlisted on Steam. Be warned that this game is not for those who have a fear of punching low-poly trees. Ubisoft's NFT game Champion Tactics Grimoria launched, and the few willing to play it were added to servers where they were instantly killed by a single player over and over again. Even better, the player who dominated the game didn't even do so willingly, as this was all the result of bugs on Ubisoft's end. Even more concerning, however, is that some people actually thought it was a good idea to play an NFT-based game made by Ubisoft. A leak occurred for a remake of Warcraft 2. Along with the leak, internal conversation was shown, which had Blizzard devs asking each other, hey, if we can turn the orcs from orange to green, can we turn them black? Out of nowhere, a new Virtual Fighter game has been announced. Sega announced it by stating, it seems that there is an open spot since nobody wants to play Mortal Kombat anymore, so why not? And oh my god, wait, hold the phone. Where'd my last one go? Hold on. Uh-oh. I had such a great one at the end here. Oh no, I lost it. This question, yeah, back in the day. What the fuck? Oh,
It's
no.
a ghost. It disappeared.
I lost one of my jokes. Well, fine. Fuck it. We lost a joke. Excuse me. Out of nowhere. Oh, yeah, I read that. A massive surprise for longtime Disney and Metal Gear fans. It was revealed that Jodie Benson, the voice actress known for Ariel and the Little Mermaid, also voiced Eva in Metal Gear Solid 3 under a pseudonym. The pseudonym was used to separate her work from mature content and children's content. Another Disney alumni, Gilbert Gottfried, also tried this approach, but was quickly told, everyone knows it's you. And that is the news, because I don't know where my last fucking joke went.
Oh, that was great. You got me with that fucking soundtrack, man.
I love it.
I assume it's just gone.
I think it's gone. I must have accidentally erased it. I went through the whole fucking thing. I'm gonna look.
Nightmare says, "Holy crap, was she really the Eva VA?" Like,
Yes.
actually, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. No
That's
accident.
crazy.
Damn! I accidentally erased. I'm having a stroke. Erased my joke. Can I look at like previous versions or something on here? Let me see here.
Yeah, probably, but you're gonna lose this final thing unless.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. Oh, I can do the undo button. I'm curious. Oh, I really liked that joke.
All right, I'm gonna hang out with chat while you're figuring out your tism.
Yeah, do it.
Let's see. Yeah, Lowest Expectation says I got the Iwata part, but not the Bizarro part. Yeah, I was like, what do you mean Bizarro? Nightmare posted a meme for you in Discord, James, whenever you have a chance to look at that.
I'll look at it in a second.
JB says Bizarro world where everything is backwards. Lowest Expectation says this is anti-fake news. JB says they didn't like your idea for penis sounding the game.
Yeah, no, I don't know why they didn't take to it. It's very shameful. Shameful.
Snapple says, I expected this song, not disappointed. Nightmare said, what the heck am I listening to? And I honestly was wondering the same fucking thing.
Great.
Nightmare also says, I keep wanting to call it Backshot Roulette. Sequel idea? Let's see. JB says, didn't those people all get their spirits picked up by aliens hiding their ship in a comet's tail? I don't even remember which one this is referring to, JB. I don't even know which one this is referring. Who got picked up in a fucking alien ship? What's happening?
This sounds terrifying. Oh my god.
Snapple says, you sure love that kazoo song.
It's a great
Lowest
song.
Expectations. Oh, he's talking about the thing that I didn't understand with the Kool-Aid. Thank you, Nightmare, for clarifying. Nightmare says that was Heaven's Gate, not Jonestown. Lowest Expectation says 3DS era really was Nintendo at one of their weakest points, in my opinion. Yeah, there was like a lot of bangers on the 3DS, but some like beloved series really suffered during the 3DS. Like Pikmin was fucking bad, man. Nightmare says, yeah, I can't tell if the Indiana Jones one was a joke. No. There's no Phoebe. The Phoebe thing didn't happen. Don't worry. And let's see here. And Jimmy Nature says boobies.
Boobies indeed. Who doesn't love boobies?
Are you good? Did I give you enough tism time?
Hold on. Hold on.
I don't even know what you're doing at
I'm
this
trying.
point.
I want to hold on. I'm almost finding it. I'm almost I'm finding new features. What's the date
Good
today?
luck with that.
Okay, there we go.
Is the 8th.
Right. Okay. Let's try it here. Just give me a second. I will find.
You do your thing.
This
you
joke
figure it out,
probably
man.
wasn't even funny.
I just want to thank everyone who's hanging out with us today. We still have 30 people watching us
Oh
across
my
platforms.
God.
So thank you so much, everyone who's hanging out. We've got a bunch on Rumble and we got a bunch of you on YouTube. So thank you so much. Hope you had fun with the show. There was a lot of crazy stories in there today. God damn, man. God damn. But we did it. And thank you, James, by the way, for doing all those jokes. Honestly, it brightens the mood at the end of some of that depressing shit.
Oh, I love glad, happy to help. No, I lost it, though. Oh, my God. I can't even remember what it is. It's fine. Rip indeed. I don't even know how that happened. I think that happened because we replaced this segment and things got shuffled around, but that's fine.
Probably. Snapple says, I'm not tired yet, so I'm just hanging out here. Well, thank you for doing that. And he says, I can go to work late tomorrow.
Well,
get some sleeping in
don't
for
worry.
you.
We'll get you to sleep here in a second because it is time for anything.
Let me read one more comment.
Goes.
Polaris Ironwork says the Heaven's Gate was Marshall Applewhite. His cult name was Doe.
Doe.
Oh, shit. Okay, you go ahead. We're doing anything goes.
Anything goes. That's fine. All right, Kay came up with this one. So, Kay, this question goes for you and everybody, even though you came up with it. What is a game that you did not expect to like, but ended up liking? And I assume you have an answer. I have an answer.
Yeah, I honestly had an easier time thinking up the question than answering it, so I'll just go first because my answer's super quick.
All right.
And my answer is probably going to piss off a lot of people, but I promise it's a positive answer. I was shocked that I liked Halo. I was honestly surprised that I liked Halo. So it's not that Halo was like perceived to me as like not a good game or anything. It's just not usually the type of game that I would play on my own. I did play like a little bit of multiplayer and stuff like that when it first came out, but it wasn't anything I was like super into. And when James and I started dating, I mean, as you guys know, he's a huge Halo fan.
I used to love it.
So
now I hate it.
He, you know, it was kind of a rite of passage thing for us when we got together that I had to like play through these games. And so you guys did witness me play Halo 3 on stream. And James and I, before even the channel started, we were playing through the other ones together as well. And honestly, at first I was like, look, I'm playing this partially because it's a part of gaming history that I just need to understand, even if it's not like my favorite thing in the world, but also because it's important to you. I still wanted to play it and experience that with you. And at first I was like, yeah, it's okay. And then I got more into it. And by the time we finished Halo 3, I was like, this is one of the best video games ever to exist.
Goddamn right.
So again, it's not that I was like, this isn't going to be a good game. It was just more, it's not the style of game I usually play, but I was very, very happy with my experience and I would play it again. Honestly, I would go from 1 to 3 again or try some of the new ones as well. So thank you for showing that to me because it's not a game I would have gone out of my way to like work my way up to Halo 3. And Halo 3 was just like, I often sit between, is it a 9.5 or a 10 out of 10 for me? I don't know. So thank you for that. That would be my answer.
Happy to hear this. That's the best news I could get. Well, mine is not anywhere near as personal, but it's still good. So here we go. Back in the day when I had a lot of time, I would play every single demo from the official Xbox magazine. And by the way, Kay, we have to get you to play ODST because that might be your favorite one. Honestly, because you love Firefly.
Yeah, I'll play it.
And I've prepped you properly. I've said, it's not Halo. It's not like Halo 3 big epic. It's, it's slow and jazzy and all that stuff. But yeah, no, that's a great answer. And Lowest Expectation agrees. My mom actually ended up quite liking Halo 2 a lot. And yeah, you barely remember.
It kind of hits you unexpectedly because I guess like I knew that Master Chief was like a mascot for gaming and I loved that like era of everything. But like just experiencing the story and the music, like all of it just mixed together. You don't realize how fantastic Halo is until you experience it yourself. And I think, James, you made the comparison to it could have been like a Star Wars or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I see that. I really do see that.
It used to be the best thing ever.
JB, look, I mean, you can definitely interpret it that way, and I'm not going to disagree.
So my game is back in the day when I had a lot of time on my hands, I would play every single demo from the official Xbox magazine, and very often that is how I got sold on games. So the first game that popped in my head with this question was something that may surprise y'all. It is a sports game. It is a baseball game. That is MLB Slugfest Loaded. And while I've never been a baseball fan, I do love Midway, and I expected to pass on this demo after a couple minutes, but I was almost instantly hooked. The insanity of the home runs and the fact that you would punch people to get them out, the hilarious commentary, the fights, and setting people on fire. This game ended up becoming one of my favorite sport games of all time and is still the only baseball game I've ever played because I feel it will never, ever be topped. I absolutely love this game. I will definitely stream it in the future. It is peak baseball, ladies and gentlemen. But that is mine. What is yours? Let me know. And that is the show. Thank you all so very much for hanging out. And let's read some of your answers here.
Yes. And also, I was going to ask you, isn't there a Mario one, or am I imagining that?
Mario Baseball?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I like totally imagining this?
No,
Or
no,
is
no.
this thing-
I've never played it. I don't have no
I've
idea
never
if it's
played
good.
it either.
Hopefully it's good.
I was going to say, we should get you to play it then, if you like this
Yeah,
MLB
I've
one.
never played another baseball game because Slugfest is just that damn good.
Lowest Expectation says Dragon Quest Builders, which is awesome for me to hear because I'm diving into Dragon Quest, and I looked at that game and was like, that could be interesting. So that's a cool answer because I'm like, okay, I know people love certain Dragon Quest games, and I'm gonna dive into those. But it's good to know that Builders is also a good one. And let's see. That's it. Everyone wants to go to bed, James.
That is valid. I'm still looking for my joke.
Why? Yes, Nightmare. Mario Super Sluggers.
Oh my god, I think I remembered it. All right. Oh my god, I'm just gonna do it
remember
off
the
the
joke?
cuff. Let's do it. Let's do it off the cuff right now.
ahead.
Here's another rapid fire. Let's see if I can fucking remember it, everybody. Rockstar boss, thankful not to be releasing GTA 6 during Trump's presidency, is an article from 2018. And after the election results, I just want to say for everybody that I am looking forward to GTA 6 coming out never. There we go. That was it. That was a joke. That was a joke.
You did it.
Anyway,
I'm
did
so
it.
proud of
See,
you.
the joke is... Anyway, you get it. All right, so that was the show.
Lowest Expectation says, yeah, for Dragon Quest Builders, I actually don't like the main series that much. Oh, okay. But Dragon Quest Builders got me hooked in a surprising way. Probably the Tism. We all have it. Don't worry, the gamer Tism.
I'm
And the
full of it.
second one is one of my favorite games of all time now. Holy shit. I think that's kind of cool that like you don't necessarily have to enjoy a main series, but like a series can get so popular and create different like divisions that end up being a best game of all time. That's super cool. And Nightmare, I don't know if it's called Mario's Superstar Baseball.
I think
or
I own it.
Mario
It's on the
Super
Wii.
Sluggers.
I know. Yeah, no, it's...
I actually don't know.
It's on the Wii. I know that. There's
I
also...
thought it was Sluggers because you said Sluggers or you said Slugfest, and that triggered in my brain. So
There's also a... Oh my god, look at this, K. 12 votes. Is no one going to rock it? Is no one going to rock the vote? You have to play one. Veilguard, Dustborn, 50-50 split. I'm ending it in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. It's split. It's split. 50-50.
Technically, Veilguard won because of Rumble.
Dude.
But do we count our votes as well? What did you vote for? I didn't vote in the
Dustborn.
poll physically.
Dustborn. Easily.
I said Dustborn as well. So then Dustborn would be up by 1.
Dustborn wins. All right.
If we include ourselves.
If not, then it's still a fucking split.
It's still 50-50.
It's still a
yeah,
fucking
exactly.
split. All right.
Same
Well, folks, thank you all so much for hanging out for a nearly 6-hour show. You guys are freaking awesome, and I am losing my brain and I am losing my jokes, but that was a fucking blast. And wow.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's see. What do we got coming up next? Well, to be honest, you know what month it is? It's November. So I'm going to be doing some hunkering down, and we're going to be working on the upcoming Game Awards show. So do not miss the Game Awards in December. Go vote on the Melee Game Awards, and those close November 17th. So make sure to do that because I am going to be working like crazy offline to get some content for that, and Kay is going to be doing a whole ton of work. So she's going to be borrowing me for a bit to help out. So the next time we're going to be live, most likely, who knows, but the most likely time we're going to be live again will be Sunday for Steam Roulette. Do we have anything else that we want to tell the people?
Well, Steam Roulette would be the next one, but I will say I did announce the date for Raw Off because we have 20 minutes of Raw Off. Thank you to you guys for making that happen. Raw Off is going to be Friday, November 22nd. So, well, yeah, if you guys want to see us suffer, I'm not going to announce what the Raw Off stipulation is yet because we'll wait closer to the time, but we have something interesting planned. I'll just say that much.
It's great. It's in theme. I love it. Snapple says 20 minutes of Raw Off. That's too short.
No, I'm good with that. I'm good. 20 minutes is great.
It's
That's
so
wonderful.
hard, Snapple. It's so hard. And I appreciate the 20 minutes, okay? I really appreciate it. Nightmare, don't agree.
I'm very happy with my 20 minutes.
Thank
you.
All right. Thank you
yeah,
all.
that's like we said, we got Steam Roulette on Sunday. Raw Off will be on the 22nd. In between that, if you're a tier 2, 3 member, you'll have a stream coming up. We have a few guest appearances, but they're not all announced publicly yet, so you guys will hear about that soon. And of course, at the end of the month, we'll also have Gifted Games Gallery. So there's still some streams happening. We might come online randomly once in a while, but for me personally, I'm going to be on the awards show up until the date, pretty much, just grinding on that. And I do need to steal James a little bit to help me, just to make sure that we give you guys a good show. So I'll still make sure you guys get your random James streams, but I have to steal them for at least
How
a
y'all
few
liking
minutes to
the
help me.
Mass Effect streams? Because I really want to stream. I really want to grind for one of the fucking banners in the game. And so I'm playing it anyway because it's like these banners are so fucking grindy, and I just want one. I just want any of them. I just want a single banner. So I might go live at random, be like Mass Effect 3, and then leave at various times. So we'll see what happens there. So I don't know if you guys like it or not. But let me know here. And it seemed like, we have the poll over in Discord, and it seemed like people liked it. They want to play again, so we're gonna have to schedule some Mass Effect nights anyway
We'll
to play
set
with
up
people.
some community nights for sure with people. We'll make it happen. There's a bunch of people that wanted to play other stuff too, so I want to make sure we do a variety. But
Jump
I think
around.
right now it's a Mass Effect wave, so I'm cool with scheduling a few of those in at some point.
Yeah, I know Fractured is back in, so we got to play with him. Now that
And Nightmare as well. He
Oh,
says
look
I
at that.
have to join you one of these.
Perfect.
go.
All you got to do, the game is on sale until November 11th on Steam. So that's where we're going to be playing it, is on PC via Steam. If you have it already on Origin or EA app, whatever the fuck it's called, that works too. But you have to own it on Steam, or you have to own it on Origin EA on PC, and then you can join us. But yeah, and I know Fractured's back into it. We got to play with Insidious Bliss again as well, because I felt bad that it wasn't playing nice with his computer, so he disconnected for the majority of our session there. So we have to have a Insidious Bliss Revenge arc. So
I think, one of the priorities would be also because Jonathan unfortunately couldn't make his time slot either. So I would want to prioritize getting Jonathan and Insidious on a session.
Yes.
And then, of course, if there's extra space, bring in whoever would like to be there.
Okay. Nightmare says I got to figure out how to install the controller mod. I can bring that up for you right now. Nightmare, you, of course, have me on Steam because you make me suffer. But all you got to do is go over to my review over on Steam.
Clicked the side tube link and he's playing Sega games again. Stop.
Who?
The fucking Brazilian guy trying to
Oh!
sell.
Oh, he's back. But Nightmare and anybody that's interested in installing the controller mod for Mass Effect 3 on Steam, because EA is retarded and the game doesn't work out of the box, go over to my review section and look for my Mass Effect 3 review. I drunkenly wrote this up, but I have followed these steps twice now, and it's worked without issue. And you just go to Nexus Mods here, and you got to install the Mass Effect 3 mod manager. That's what it's called. And it looks like it's in Russian. It's not. It's fine. So you install that, then you install the mod, and then you hit apply through the mod manager. And you know it works if you see this when you boot up the screen. Where is it? I'm just hanging out, like looking at my Steam now. Where is it? There you go. If you see this, If you see when you launch the game MP controller support, you know that it's all installed correctly, and it should work with an Xbox controller right out of the gate. It's worked twice for me. Nerdy Neo got it working following my steps. So yeah, it's a little bit annoying, but it plays great once you get it going. So there you go. All right, folks. Thank you so much. Let's see what else everyone's saying. Snapple says, I think of something. What? Oh, God, what? And JB says...
What do you mean?
And JB says, James, 2024, it's so hard, Snapple. It's so hard. It's so hard. It's so true. Thank you all so very much. Let's get on out of here. So with that, we're going to say goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. All right. Well, thank you all for hanging out for nearly 6 hours in the Melee Madness podcast. Oh, my goodness. That was glorious. And, of course, we have to thank all of our lovely supporters. Have a good night, Snapple. Have a good night, Nightmare. Have a good night, Lowest Expectations. Have a good night, JB. Have a good night, everybody. Who else is here? There's so many people. Have a good night, Jimmy Nature. If you're still here, have a good night. All right. Nightmare. Polaris. Good night, everybody. And now let's thank all of our lovely supporters, starting with, my God, Bentley Guy 78, who wanted the glory of Earthworm Jim in the office. I hope we delivered. Thank you so very much, Bentley Guy 78. Crazy. Thank you, thank you. Also on Rumble, Winky Wanky Woo, thank you so much. And now we're going to go over to Stream Elements, where I say thank you to Big Kyle, ZX99, Boneheaded Wolf, and Jules817 for subscribing to the channel today. Thank you so much. Then it was another big one. Jonathan Davis coming in and demanding the YMCA. Thank you so much, Jonathan. It was nice to let our hair down a little bit and do the Trump dances. It was quite glorious. Wonderful, I'd say. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Jonathan. After that, Kay's fanfic book. Thank you. And then another big one. And my God, it was Mamala. Have a good night, Insidious Bliss. And thank you as well for Space Marine 2. I can't fucking wait. And Nightmare, thank you for all the suffering. And Jonathan Davis for flooding my Steam. Thank you guys so much. Former VP Kamala Harris, thank you so very much. And my God, were you looking fine now that the election is done and over with. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very much. After that, it was Kay's fan fiction. Thank you. Jonathan Davis, thank you for that super chat. Nightmare, thank you. And last but not least, Snapple Rai with the Snapple chat. Thank you all so much. You guys are the frickin' best, honestly. We're going to be working offline here on the Melee Game Awards. Make sure to get out and vote. It's the only vote that you need to worry about now. The Melee Game Awards links are in the chat and pinned over on our Twitter. But I'm going to miss hanging out with you guys while I work on this. But I will be back for Steam Roulette this Sunday. So until then, so long, goodbye, good night, farewell, and see ya.
Thank you.